Yes!
Last week, after some serious discussions about family and our future, the group was greeted with the news that Lazuli had retired once again, bankrupted herself, and would be going back to the bunker permanently. She tried to get Hunk and Blaze to go with her, and both refused, enraging her and causing some choice words from her towards Ash and Julius before leaving with Julius Jr. After this, Ash and Blaze would go around Gateway, continuing to reacquaint Blaze and gaining more equipment, while Davine and Suletta had a conversation at Tommy's where Davine was urged to tell Hunk how she felt. After that, and some more heavy discussion, they were called away on a mission to combat an attack on some deep space relays. When they got there, they found out that it was the work of the cult, with a group of soldiers under the command of what seemed to be a member of Epsilon Squad. While the rest of the group battled these foes, Davine was on her own mission separately. She was ambushed by an incredibly powerful foe who utilized an experimental stealth generator. Despite putting up a very good fight, she was incapacitated and was about to meet her end when Hunk, via the urging of his pistol of the same name, was teleported by Icy to rescue her. While the rest of the group mopped up the opponents up top, Hunk would carry the badly wounded Davine to the ship, and on the way she told him that she loved him. His response began with the words, "Thanks," but more was said, but that's all Davine heard. Or really heard. After getting back to the apartment, Suletta, noticing Davine's mental state, took her and Memory Ann off to her house for Rainfall Day early, telling the rest of them to meet up the next day. Everyone would go to bed, while at that house, Suletta and Davine would have a lengthy discussion, turned argument, turned fistfight over Suletta wanting to call Hunk and get this misunderstanding over with now. Now, punches and insults were thrown, and the name Lanaya became one Suletta would come to hate. In the midst of their fight, Julius and Hunk had an incredibly over-lengthy discussion about Hunk's past and his hopeful future, where Julius eventually gave him his blessing. They all went down to Suletta's house, just in time to arrive at the end of the fight between Suletta and Davine, and Hunk was able to come in, reassure Davine, tell her how he felt, and they would end up embracing. And I believe that is all that happened last week.
I appreciate your candor.
Yeah, so this week it's Friday to Friday. We're starting out next Friday. All the Rainfalls are watching Davine work out intensely in the gym, or the majority of the Rainfalls. Banksy and Sensibar are missing, and Hunk is missing too. He's gone off station. Saracen and Tegra are watching Colonel Man and Globin. Some people are playing SWTOR up here. Ash is gone. He's doing something for General Lorelei currently, so he's not in the apartment. Sasha showing Nightfall her new rifle. Ready, set, go. Oh, and people are down in the armory. Go.
Oh my god, I haven't seen her lift that much weight in a while.
Pequod, she's feeling better. Shuffling Lazuli in her arm.
As Davine lifts two dumbbells that are about 35 pounds each. And that's a drop set, too.
Jennifer, well, I think it might be for the best. Major Lazuli left.
Julius nods and looks over to Icy. And he points to his head. She doing better?
Icy nods her head. Yeah, very, very good. She's wondering where Hunk is, I think. And Davine currently is. Icy. But beyond that, she's doing much, much better. Just look at her.
Yeah. He turns around and she drops the 35s and picks up some 20s. And he nods. Yeah, she's been doing really better ever since Hunk and her got together.
Pequod's got a shrug, and this is why I pushed for those two to be together.
And as always, I should have listened to you from the beginning, my love.
All three girls nod their head. Jennifer, yeah, she's doing great. No more staying up all night except when they're talking about movies, which apparently I'm going to be the electrician on.
What? Oh, the production company?
Pequod nods her head. The Arnaki movies, dear. Shuffles Leslie around more.
Right, right. And she really agreed to be on them? And he looks over at Icy.
Icy nods her head. Yep. David's gonna be the director. We have to go down to Tommy's, but I think, you know that shitty movie Tommy wants to make? I think Davine can get some practice being a director on that movie.
What, like what do they call it? Assistant director or something?
Pequod nods her head with a smile. She'll be assistant director on The Room.
The story of Tommy Wiseau's life.
Jennifer, played by Ash. Only Ash is not doing well. Did you guys see him this morning?
No, I didn't catch him.
I see. He's starting to look like Arnaki.
Julius looks over at Icy. Oh, Jesus, that bad?
Pequod, I caught a glimpse of him. I was coming down the stairs, and I legit thought it was Nicole. Polymorphed. Yeah. I called out Nicole, and he just kept walking, almost like he was in a trance. I think he's getting depressed, Julian.
Julius rubs his neck. Well, if he doesn't get better or it gets worse, we'll have to send him to country, like before.
Jennifer, why is he so depressed? Leslie was his mom, but can't he just go see her whenever?
Well, we don't actually know if he's capable of that. Mainly because odds are the password's been changed to the bunker.
Icy nods. Ash had a hard early life, and Leslie was like a mom to him. And twice she ditched him, and he was powerless to do anything.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Ash, but Julia shrugs and gestures over to Davine. I think it might have been for the better.
Icy nods. I think Ash can get over this. Davine, I don't know if she could have gotten over Snarf.
Yeah, I mean, what we were doing, it was basically just, I don't know, postponing the inevitable or something?
Zanzibar, thud, thud, thud down the stairs with a top hat and a tail sticking out, with Banksy following behind.
Julius looks over at Zanzibar. Zan's like the top hat?
He nods at you as Banksy comes and takes Carter from Jennifer. Jennifer, your shoulders are on fire! And Banksy, what? And he looks down at his... Oh. Yeah, this happens a lot now. This is my spec ops get up to go beat up Commander Jiren.
Oh, right. Julius turns around. We doing that soon?
Pequod, today. That's why we need to... We'll go to Tommy's pretty soon and discuss things. Hunk's already on board. And Monkey Boy is, she gestures with Lazuli towards Zanzibar's hat. Monkey Boy is on board as well.
Good. A required member of our team.
Jennifer, is that actually Monkey Boy? I see. It's a clone. Cost a lot of money. Don't tell Lorelai I spent it.
I won't. But now she'll probably just read my mind.
I see. I didn't think that far.
He shrugs. Don't worry, I can distract her somehow.
Pequod, we left a paper trail that leads to Zap, so it'll be okay.
Good.
Towns is very good at manipulating paperwork and computers nowadays.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you got Towns to do it, okay.
We should be okay. Pequod looking at it, Davine. Davine hasn't seen Hunk all morning. First morning all week. He's been gone.
She's dropped to the lowest weight that she works out with, and she starts tapping her foot and looking around worriedly, checking her wrist computer for the time.
It's about 11 a.m. as Zanzibar goes into the gym and stares at her. Just checking.
She turns around. Hello, Zanzibar. Are you okay?
Davine sees the monkey tail sticking out of his hat.
She squints. Monkey boy.
Zanzibar fixes the hat so the tail goes back underneath her. It goes this way.
She just sighs and goes back to working out.
Sasha's going to come over with Nightfall and her sniper rifle. Oh god. Nightfall's holding it, Sasha's letting her play with it. Sasha, yeah. You guys heard this one yet? Nightfall looks at Julius. Saw, what's his name again? Oh, Valorius, Lazuli, whatever he prefers. The lieutenant earlier, he, walked into a wall. He was in a trance, it seemed. Banksy. Oh.
Yeah, maybe we should just send him to country now.
Nightfall, Lorelei called him a disheveled Ash.
I mean, at this point, maybe we should just call him Harnaki.
Sasha, wait till you hear this. Nightfall, well, you already kind of beat me towards the punch. Lorelei thought it was Nicole polymorphed into Arnaki. When Ash came down to JSOC to take care of some reports for Lorelei, she really thought it was you, man, when Icy starts laughing.
Oh, God. He rubs his face. This is, well, it isn't good. He'll get through it, though.
Jennifer looks into the kitchen. Maybe Saris can help him. Pequod, I don't think anybody can really help him with this.
Yeah. It might be just one of those things that he has to get through himself, or professional help, maybe.
Icy nods as Jennifer. So you're really gonna beat up Commander Jir? Sasha, oh god.
Julius looks over at Sasha. No, we are not. And he starts slowly nodding at Jennifer.
Sasha rolls her eyes and puts her hand up. I don't care. I was never a fan of his.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, we're gonna kick his ass.
Jennifer, you need disguises. He'll be able to recognize you.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we should talk about it at Tommy's later today.
Jennifer nods. Sasha, just give him a good left hook for me.
You got it, boss.
Always a little too arrogant for my taste. That, and he held those AK schematics like at ransom, essentially.
Never was a good person, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. Sasha groaned. Pequod's gonna move and keep watching Davy.
Julius looks over at Nightfall. So, you like that sniper?
Yeah, I hope to get a weapon from the forge someday. She holds it up. It's disturbingly lightweight. Sasha, weapons from the forge are weird. Cool, but weird. Ash has an awesome pistol that Lorelei's still in possession of.
Yeah. Well, keep going, doing the good work that the entire of Crimson Squad has been doing, and I'm sure you'll get there one day.
And if you need help beating up Commander Jiren, she says it just loud enough that Davine hears Nightfall talking but can't make out what Nightfall's saying. Pequod, shh. Just let me know, as Sasha, quiet.
Julius puts a finger up to his mouth. My mother doesn't know. It's supposed to be a surprise, I think.
Nightfall, oh, sorry, sir. Handing the sniper rifle back to Sasha. As you hear Milkman and Globin playing in the kitchen, Icy turns. Oh, there's the Malcolm Batman show.
Yep, he really made Globnock play Robin.
Pequod, well, we could make an Arnaki version, but we gotta start production meetings soon on our movie. We haven't even picked which is the first movie we're gonna produce.
Well, is there a pretty expansive list?
I see the growing list. Davine suggested Adoption Horizon. Jennifer, I don't get it. What made Davine dream of Ash like that? Sasha, oh.
Well, Jennifer, one day Ash called her mom, and apparently that really freaked her out. is what she told Hunk.
I see. Yeah, Jennifer, wish I was a rainfall. Then she looks into the kitchen and her wrist computer goes off. Oh, Zap needs me in the armory. Have to prop his. Zap wants to put a hidden gun at the bottom of his crutches.
I don't think that's a great idea.
No, I don't either. But if Blaze wants to do it, I'll assist. Excuse me, as she makes her way past Icy and goes into the arbor. As Hunk comes through the front door with carrying a bunch of food and one drink. Ugh. Oops. Not that one. Just masked Hunk. What the hell are you guys gawking at?
Mom is working out right now.
Yeah, she's doing good, isn't she?
Yeah, she's doing wonderfully. She's lifting a lot of weight.
Hunk's gonna come through. Sasha sniffs the air. Shawarma. Hunk, yeah. I had to do a favor or two for Lorelei, but I got the drop ship down. Yeah.
Wow, Dad, that's really nice of you. You didn't have to do it.
That'd be a good lunch. And Sasha sure smells good. Come on, let's go shoot my rifle a bit. Nightfall perks up and they leave. As Hunk, alright. First dibs go to Mom.
Of course, sir. He takes a step back.
Your shoulders are on fire as Banksy just moves this way. Oh, Hunk puts his hand over the fire. Yeah, that's ridiculous looking if you ask me. Excuse me, as he's gonna get into the gym and Icy grins at poor Banks. And Hunk comes into the gym.
Davine turns around, sets down the weight she was working with, and walks up to him. Mark?
Morning, sweetheart. Come here.
She walks up and gives him a kiss on the mask.
He's going to pull her by her hips and time for lunch.
Can't wait. What did you get me today?
Shawarma, the good stuff. The good stuff.
Shawarma, I can't say I've ever had it.
Yeah, wrapped sandwich, Middle Eastern, very good. Meat or chicken, your choice. You're gonna eat one, the whole thing.
Chicken today.
He's going to put the bottle into one of his pouches and hand her a chicken shawarma. He's going to start unwrapping it for her as Pequod looks up at Icy and points at her, and Icy, right, and teleports these away from her. He was holding them in his other hand. These away, and this away. And Hunk, what the? Turns around and looks at you guys.
Julius is looking away, holding one of the shawarmas, whistling to himself.
Hunk, yeah. Cute. Very cute. As he pulls out a napkin, gets it ready for Davine, and holds the sandwich up to her mouth.
She takes a bite, swallows. Oh, let them have their fun, Mark.
Yeah. They'll have their fun. I'll get rid of all these. What do you think?
It's quite delicious. I should have these kinds of foods more.
You'll try the meat one next time. It's not bad. One of my personal favorites, actually.
Oh, well then I must try it.
Best I ever had was actually off Earthside. A place called Little Lebanon. A colony. We can go there someday. It's a nice place.
I would love to. A little date night. And she does like a little stickman figure walking up his chest. Just me and you on a date.
He's gonna, now that he has a free hand, he's gonna take her hand. Yeah, just the two of them. Maybe the grandkids. Grandparent. I can't believe I'm a grandparent.
You better get used to it. I've had to deal with that for the past year.
I don't mind. I enjoy it, actually. He's staring right at Davey.
She blushes, looks away, and looks back up at him. And I'm glad you did.
You wanna... I have to go do inventory down at the kill house. I try to do it early in the mornings, but I had to do a couple favors to get the good stuff, the drop ship to go get the good stuff. You want to come with me?
Of course, I would love to.
Get away from the prying as he turns around, staring at all of you eyes.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea.
You want me to carry you?
No, do you even have to ask at this point?
He'll take her legs out from under her and start carrying her, trying to get by as Pequod's just grinning at them.
Pequod, darling?
Oh, sorry. Just a beautiful sight. She moves out of the way. Hug comes out here. Yeah, it's a... He's gonna reposition like this. Prop Davine up in his arms. A beautiful thing. Looking right down at Dave.
And this, and she pats his mask twice, is a handsome thing.
Tell you what isn't beautiful or handsome.
What's that?
You seen Ash lately? I see. Oh,
I have been mainly sticking to the gym, trying to get some muscle back. No, I haven't.
he ain't doing good. But that's neither here nor there. I don't think we can help him.
No, I don't think I can, or we can.
Don't worry, I've got some pictures of him. I'll show you. We're going down to do. I can't even remember. He's just still staring down at TV.
Inventory, Mark, inventory.
Right, we're going to do inventory. You kids are on your own till rainfall weekend.
Julius gives him a little salute. Yes, sir.
We'll see you before we leave. And he's taking Davy with him, just staring at her. I see. That is true love.
That it is.
Banksy, yeah. They get hot and sweaty quicker than Pequod and Julius.
It's impressive, really.
As Julius says that, dun, 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 dun. Ash opens the door to the apartment. Now, what does Ash look like? How disheveled on a scale 1 to 10? Description.
Probably about a 6, 7. Normally, he's very well kept. His beard's well trimmed. His hair's combed back and styled. His hair's frizzy at the moment. His beard is more grown out and appears to have not been shaved or trimmed at all in about 5-6 days. And he's got defined bags under his eyes. He looks paler than normal, and the way he walks, he almost, not quite spacing out, but almost spacing out. He does not look in a good way.
Zanzibar's head is tilted, looking at you. Towns has come around the corner. Arnaki pushes Banksy and the kid behind him and goes to draw his sidearm. Pequod starts laughing.
Down. That's just Ash.
Oh. You see him lean in like he's squinting, but you can't tell and he's staring at Ash. Are you sure?
75% sure, yeah.
Protect the children either way. He starts cackling at poor Towns, and Towns comes here and hides at the stairway, looking out at poor Ash. Go for it.
He's going to make his way up here. Without looking at him, pet Zanzibar on the way by, and then just... Hello, bud. Walk in and look around. Hey, everyone. How are you doing today?
Banksy, good, sir.
Yeah, doing good. How are you doing, bud?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Really.
Uh-huh. He looks over at Icy with eyes sort of wide.
Icy shakes her head twice as Towns is scanning Ash with his wrist computer. Okay, it's Ash. He comes around the corner.
Of course it's me. Who else would it be?
Icy. Oh, he just thought you were Arnaki.
Oh. Okay.
Towns is gonna come up to you, pull up his wrist computer, and show you your reflection in the wrist computer.
Oh. That's fun.
You want me to go? Do you guys run out of razors? You want me, Towns shrugs, to go get you grooming appliances?
No. I'm fine. It must have slipped my mind. I've been so busy recently.
Have you been sleeping? Pequod speaks up.
Yes?
Icy, are you sure?
I've been sleeping. It's not well, but sleeping.
Icy, sometimes I used to get depressed about things. You sleep, but you don't feel rested. This Talons is gonna step out of the way.
That's exactly what it feels like. I close my eyes, I open them, and it's the morning. Not fun.
Banksy starts digging around in his pouches. Pequod, what are you doing? And Banksy, I saved a fortune cookie piece of paper that has something on it that might help Ash. I say, oh god. This town's have you been eating?
No, I've been eating.
Good.
When
Oh, I can smell your breath through my mask. Have you been brushing your teeth?
Oh god, I forgot to this morning. I'm sorry for that.
Towns hands you a stick of gum.
He's gonna put it in, start chewing it. Thank you.
Banksy pulls out the fortune cookie paper. Icy, don't read that. Banksy, the tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harbor. But and he just crumbles it up and puts it back in his pocket. That was the wrong one.
Tongues of dying men. Attention like deep harmony. Pretty quote.
Pequod, you look like death. Elbows Julius lightly in the stomach. Say something.
Looks up at Ash and tilts his head. He walks up to him. I don't know. It's all gonna be okay, buddy. It's gonna be okay. Just keep your head held high, chin up, put your big boy pants on, and we'll get through this together.
It's alright, I'm fine. Totally fine. We're doing well. Davine's doing well, right? That's what's important.
Yeah, she's doing great. I don't know if it's as important as your mental health right now, but she's doing good.
Oh, like I said, I'm doing fine. It's life. Excuse me, is what it is.
Lazuli, looking up at Ash, starts crying. As Pequod goes into the gym.
I'm sorry, little one.
Towns, Saris and Integra are in the kitchen. You want to go sit with them?
Well, given apparently my propensity for making babies cry, I think that's for the best.
Towns, yeah, come on. It's rainfall weekend, right, Julius? He looks back at.
It's rainfall weekend.
Sasha and me are gonna have dinner here at the apartment. She's gonna cook something. Ranger Frontier cooking with Saris. If you want to make sure you're here later, Ash. Towns guiding him into the kitchen.
That should be delightful. And you guys have fun on rainfall weekend.
I see. We'll try. You make sure to brush your teeth, Ash.
I will. Shouldn't need my little sister to remind me.
She nods her head as Towns is gonna sit poor Ash down. Pequod comes back out of the gym. She's got Lazuli stop crying. Comes right up to Julius. Really? Staring Julius.
I
thought he fucked up. She points back at Banksy with his stupid tongues of dying men quote. But no, put your big boy pants on. That's the best you could come up with.
He looks 152 right now, babe. You want to try to comfort him?
I see. Looks more like 400 if you ask me. Banksy. Oh. Banksy, the other day he couldn't even remember how to reload one of the rifles down at the kill house.
Oh, Jesus Christ, and guns are like his thing.
And you told the man to put his big boy, she starts laughing, pants.
Julius starts to laugh too.
Oh. You would have been better off saying, put your geriatric pants
on. Well, I mean, you're the one who made me say something to him.
Pequod shakes her head. God, we need to go down to Tommy's. We gotta square an assistant director spot for Davine and get some smoothies since Hunk got us these sandwiches and talk about Spec Ops.
Right? Yes, of course.
Pequod, here, take Lazuli for a second. She's gonna look one more time into the kitchen. What's Ash doing?
Well, he sat down. He's gonna kiss Saris on the cheek. How's your guys' morning going?
Pequod's gonna wave Julius over to walk. Saris turns to you. It's okay. You look terrible, Ash.
Ah, I know. I've been informed. I think Lazuli beginning to cry when she saw me was enough of a reason for me to go and shave and do my hair.
Commander Integra can understand why she cried at the sight of you.
Fair enough.
What is wrong with you, Ash? As Pequod pokes Julius on the shoulder. Look at him. He looks like a zombie.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine. Tired, I suppose.
Towns will sit down, start petting Rocco as Integra takes a sip of her coffee, shaking her head with her cigarette in her hand. Pequod, let's go, Julius. I don't think there's anything we can do here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You guys leave. Ash, you notice Milkman and Globin on the TV.
Milkman and Globin, huh?
Saris, it's not that bad of a show, Ash.
No.
It's pretty funny if you consider Malcolm's in a tight spandex suit.
No, it's as the shows go, more enjoyable. Interesting, that kind of character he picked. And Globin the Boy Wonder, but it's fun.
Commander Integra, have you been sleeping, Ash? You have bags under your eyes.
I've been sleeping, it just hasn't felt particularly restful.
Towns, when I first got the curse completely lifted by Lorelei, I slept for like a week, but every morning I woke up, I did not feel rested at all.
It's fine. I've had times like this before I got into the headhunters. Sometimes when I was on the Majestic, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Saris looks at you. Lazuli?
Looks around, rubs his face. Yeah.
Towns, I can probably get you in that bunker. I'm pretty good with tech nowadays, even if she changes the password.
No.
I don't even need to be there. I can just program your wrist computer to bypass whatever lock she has.
No. That's fine. I'm fine. Just heavy.
Commander Integra, have you considered going and speaking with her?
I don't think it would do much. I don't.
Saris, well, you could wallow in self-pity, or at least try to confront her.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
Towns, it might be for the best. The Spartans were talking about you forgetting how to load your rifle.
Not my rifle. One of the new. Oh God, a rifle's a rifle. What am I saying?
Commander Integra, Ash, you look older than I.
What am I supposed to do?
Saris, clearly you have something you want to say to the Major. Ex-Major.
It's not gonna get me anything. She does owe me an explanation.
Saris, well, we can get you one. She might not give it, but get you the chance. Downs, yeah, I could download my program to your wrist computer, and I don't know if hacking into her bunker is the right call. Maybe try to get in with, well, Suletta might be able to get you in too.
I don't think she'd want much to do with me at the moment.
Commander Integra, why?
'Cause I was an idiot and picked up some of Lazuli's talk about spellcasters for a while.
Commander Integra groaned.
I was an idiot. There's no more to say about it, I suppose, but she, isn't fond of me right now.
What do you have against spellcasters, Ash? Commander Integra looks at you. Towns, you didn't know Dale. And she just sharply glares at Towns with her one eye.
I don't have anything against them, but for a time, in the Headhunters, like you said, my only exposure had been Dale and talking with Mum. So I echoed her sentiments. Foolishly. I've since garnered much more wisdom, I suppose, on the matter, and seen I was a bloody idiot and that they are far from just human artillery.
Saris nods. I owe my life to a spellcaster, so I've never had anything against them, nor did I ever really agree with Lazuli, but
I do too. We all do. But
Integra, have you ever stopped to think Commander Lazuli, Mum, whatever you want to call her now, is a spellcaster herself, Ash? Quite the hypocrite, don't you think?
you're not wrong. I never really thought about it, but you're not wrong. I never... I don't know. I don't know if I ever really agreed with her. I don't know.
Towns, well, if you need to get into the bunker my way, just come find me. I'm gonna go check on Jennifer and Zap. Apparently they're putting a gun in one of Zap's crutches. Zap was telling me about it this morning.
Oh, gods, should I put a stop to that or just let them have their fun? Because that is dangerous.
Towns, it's a 22 caliber, so, I mean, it could still do damage, but likely I think Zap will just end up shooting himself in the foot, which would be kind of funny. Sarah starts laughing.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Towns is gonna pat you on the shoulder and go check on the armory as, Saris... Go with the Suletta plan first before you hack into her bunker. If you hack into the bunker, she'll probably beat you to death.
Most likely. She never had a very, soft touch with me, I suppose.
Commander Integra, she's a blood hunter, a spell caster.
Yeah.
She doesn't call upon her powers often, but the thing she despises the most, she is. Perhaps echoing her sentiments was never a good idea.
No, and I agree with that. No. I mean, I'm a hypocrite too in that regard. He's gonna just put a little minor illusion above his hand. I can cast now. Does that mean that she hates me? Who knows?
Commander Integra, Saris, send Suletta a message. Saris, I will. I'll ask her to come to the apartment, but Ash, you'll do the talking. I'm not doing the work for you in this regard, Ash, because I just fail to really care about Lazuli.
I understand, and I would never ask you to.
And I am not taking that Lazuli last name when we get married. As she looks back at the TV, nor any child we adopt is taking that last name.
Okay. Again, if you feel that strongly, I would never force you to try to force you to do anything else. As for the last name, I don't know. It's hard because I do care about her, but I don't know if she ever really saw me as that either.
Commander Integra, I think she saw you and Julius as sons in her way. Perhaps for it to benefit her, but if I had to make a guess, an educated guess, Ash, I would say there's some jealousy there going on with Rainfall Weekend in Davine, as there was when Davine first came back. I've been told, though I was indisposed back then. She kind of lowers her head.
You still looked healthier than I do right now.
Yes, I would agree, given some pictures I've seen of myself from back then, Ash. Either way, yes. I do think she saw you as children. Probably still does in her way.
Maybe.
Wouldn't be acting this way, at least in regards to Julius, if she didn't. But I do think she favored Julius.
Oh, she did, and that's fair. I was a man already when I met her. Julius was, what, 19? He was a child, really. Yeah, he could vote, he could drink, but he was a child. He needed her more.
Saris, if we were taking Valorious weekends every weekend, I really maybe the situation wouldn't have escalated as quickly, if at all. I think her mental illness would have caught up to her, but I don't think it would have escalated that as quickly as it did, actually, given what she said when she was last here.
I don't think so either. I just don't understand it. I mean, from what I've heard, my situation with Julius is not too dissimilar to hers with Suletta. What is it? I don't understand.
Commander Integra, is it jealousy of Suletta or jealousy of Davine? Or is it both? Who
Oh,
knows?
both.
I'm presuming, but who knows?
I don't know. I'm not going to ask you to be there when I talk to her, but Saris, could you be there when I ask Suletta?
Saris, yeah, sure. I'll send her the message now. We'll have to wait for her to come.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
She messages her for you?
It's not easy. It's something I fucked up again, right? Gotta live with it.
Sarah shrugged. Yeah, yeah. We didn't know all the context about the Lazuli sisters. They were kind of, yeah.
You know, in a lot of ways, I owe a lot to Laz, but I owe just as much to Suletta. I don't think I'd have gotten in that Torgis if I'd never met her.
Integra's gonna nod. No matter what you do or say, Suletta will assist you because it benefits you and everybody in EarthGov. She won't walk out on you.
No, she won't. And,
Unlike her childish sister.
No. And you won't, Mom.
No, I have no intention of going anywhere. I never have. I don't think I'll ever be reinstated, and I don't think I want to be at this point. I did my duty. I'm proud of what I have done, and personally, I enjoy being around the children. It makes an old soul feel lively once more.
You always had a habit for molding the youth.
I enjoy my time with them and grateful to be here. The Ranger General allows me to stay for free when I don't think, yes, we all know civilians shouldn't be here unless they're contracted to do something.
Right.
But either way, I don't plan to go anywhere. Especially a bunker.
In the middle of nowhere, with no contact to the outside world.
Commander Integra looks at you, leans over, just look past Saris looking at you. I tell you what, I was talking to Scar, and Zap, and Sasha about this earlier. But I'd say Major Lazuli is the adult version of Julius, if Julius had never gotten his act together. Perhaps he would have stayed in the military if it benefited him, and when it benefited him, but yeah.
You know, you're not wrong.
I should correct myself, Julius is more of an adult than she is. Now.
He got over his own trauma. And in some ways, I'd say, to my understanding, more serious trauma. And has a healthy relationship, so yeah.
More serious trauma, he mended his relationship with his mother. He has a family, a little sister that looks up to him. He's a responsible young man. I would say the Major was never quite responsible.
No, no. Outside of knowing the best way to break us down and train us, I'd say, yeah.
Saris looks at her wrist computer. Suletta said she'll come. 20 minutes.
Perfect. Perfect.
Just don't say anything stupid, Ash. Saris looks.
I'll do my damnedest, love, but, well, you know the idiot you married.
Saris nods her head and shakes it slightly as going down to the armory. Hunk carrying David with her sandwich. Takes her into the armory. It's a brisk 52 degrees in here. He's gonna set her down on one of the tables. She's got her sandwich. And he's gonna take the napkin out and start putting it on her lap.
She giggles a bit. So what exactly are we going to be doing here?
Hunk looks around. Inventory.
Right, so counting out the ammo, certain types of weaponry, seeing if anything was taken out that shouldn't have been.
That's right, yeah. We gotta keep account of every bullet those Spartan kids and us fire. As he pulls out a bottle of water that is glowing.
She tilts her head. Some type of mana water?
He puts a straw in it. Yeah, it's Nicole's favorite. I always get it for her. It's from Anova. It's very expensive. Puts the straw in it and holds it up to her mouth.
She takes a sip of it. And her eyes widen. My, that is refreshing.
It's pretty damn good.
It comes from Anova. They actually bottle water from there, even with the gigantic Leviathan.
It doesn't come from the sea. It comes from waterfall drips, fresh water, waterfall, lakes, stuff like that. Kind of like the swamp we went to when we got Nicole her egg, but clean water, fresh water.
Oh, of course, of course.
If we were to let Zanzibar drink like 3 gallons of this, he would grow immensely.
Well, let's make sure he doesn't get any of this then.
If Nicole drinks one of these after, like a hard fight like last week with those freakos, he wouldn't fall asleep after. Revitalizes spellcasters and non-spellcasters. He's going to finish fixing the napkin on Davine's lap.
Then we should get more of these for her then.
Yeah.
I'll help pay.
Okay, deal. It is expensive. I've been hoping Tommy buys out the company. Yeah.
She giggles. If you ask him, he'll probably do it. Just say it's a favor for Davine.
I think I will. I also think if we ever get in deep sick shit with Lorelai, we just have Julius take his shirt off and pour a bottle of this over his head and let her lick it off of him.
She chuckles, shakes her head, and puts the shawarma up to his mouth. Just a bite. I saw you didn't get one.
He takes a bite. Yeah, I'm not gonna refuse this time around. Does he? Takes a bite, takes his pistol out, puts it on the table, takes the magazine out, sets it near the handgun. And he's going to take one of Davine's legs and put it around his back while he's looking around, taking inventory.
She sits there, just watching him do it while eating her shawarma.
He's going to. It's pretty cold in here. Takes his mask off, puts Davine's hood up.
That it is. You should wear one of your hoodies every so often.
Yeah. I'll start being out of the armor more now. Don't really need it anymore.
She nods and puts a hand up to his collar and brings him in closer. Plus, I don't know. I think I might like how you would look in a hoodie.
Ah, you can give me one. Give me one that says property of Davine.
She does a little whistle. That's a perfect idea.
He'll hold the water bottle up to her, take her other leg, put it around his waist, start looking around again while she's drinking. You ever think you'd be such a good mom?
She pulls away from the bottle, looks up to the left, thinking as she pulls him in closer with her legs. Honestly, I lost all hope when I saw Julius looking at me like that one time.
How does he look at you now, though? As he's looking around, taking mental notes and typing on his wrist computer.
Like I'm his mother. Like he'll do anything to protect me.
He nods his head. Nicole, the in-law kids like you a lot. Memory Ann likes you. You ever think about trying again? Give Julius and Nicole a little brother or sister?
She giggles. You really want to have a kid with me?
He nods his head. I'd say you're more than ready and accomplished, given Julius, Nicole, everything I've seen, and when it's all said and done, I'd say so. With the cult, the Frigos.
She smiles at him, leans forward and gives him a kiss. I would like nothing more than to have a kid with you.
Then it's a date. He's gonna take her hand, kiss her knuckles, and start slightly rubbing her hand. And plus, we could take bets on how long Nicole is passed out for when we tell her you're pregnant.
Oh god, what was it? Last week, 2 days?
She missed the entirety of Rainfall Weekend. I think Banksy was quite disappointed. He starts laughing.
She laughs and holds the straw up to him from the water bottle.
He's gonna take a drink. I was talking to Lorelai, Nicole, me, Lorelai. Lorelai wants to run this by you, but I don't think she cares if I tell you ahead of time. When it's all over, they'd like you to stay in EarthGov and run a school with your gear.
The ODM gear.
Yeah, Suletta was there too. Apparently, they wanted to do one with Laz, from what I've heard. And, well, we all know how that went. So, for the best, if you ask me. He's going to lean in, kiss her on the cheek. Either way, they'd like to do it with your gear. And Lorelai said we could pick wherever the school is so we're close to the kids. Lorelai wants it Earthside, not on Gateway. And I would prefer that myself.
Her eyes sort of widen, and she puts a hand up to her chest. That's a very big honor.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know anything about running a school or a curriculum, but Suletta can make the curriculum. You can train. We could put a memorial up to Snarf. He's the inventor of the gear. Right at the front door, people come in. I could give the tours. Hell, you could give everybody a job. He looks down at Davey. Scar would make an excellent janitor, if you ask me.
I believe he would.
Or could you imagine Scar at the front desk? Hello, when applicants come in.
She giggles, leans forward, puts her head on his chest. Him answering phones, trying to answer questions.
Zap could be the cafeteria food person. Zap does know how to cook pretty decently.
So I've heard, she leans back. But I cannot imagine hearing ha 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 coming from the cafeteria all day.
He chuckles. Lorelai wants to roll Jennifer and Blaze since it's a little unfair with Blaze since he's, he's a robot and he's got the Mind Stone and all, but he's picked up your gear very quickly from Jennifer, mostly on his own, actually. She wants to roll those two in. And hell, the Academy, your gear is kind of dangerous, especially if you don't know what you're doing. You could have Sunny as the nurse. Not a bad gig. All expenses paid, Lorelai said.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Being able to run a school with not only my closest friend and sister, but my love.
the kids would be like out of basic training. So if they show aptitude or want to follow in the footsteps of Miss Davine, they can apply for the academy.
Right, of course, and then maybe the drill sergeants or someone like that would take down who would be more fit for the type of training regiment, and they would offer or volunteer them for the academy.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Pequod and Sasha's did for them, and Ash and Julius's did for them, and my drill instructor did for me a long time ago.
I think that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Well, when it's all said and done, and then we'll tell Lorelai we want to do it.
Yes. Yes, we do.
We just got to figure out where the rambunctious kids settle down after it's all over. Julius is in line for big things. Trust me. He's probably gonna be colonel. Don't. It's not. That's not a joke. He looks right at Davey. It's not a joke. I swear.
She chuckles. For a second, I thought it was.
Now Lorelai has the foresight thing. She can see. I don't know how it works. Nicole. She's helping Nicole learn it. Julius will take over the headhunters, the new iteration of them. Nicole and gonna work hand in hand with Sasha. So, because they're gonna get rid of the council. Thank God.
Wow. Look at us two parents, raising such successful children.
Very successful children. As he reaches in, takes a bullet out of one of the boxes, puts it to the magazine of his pistol, and only works with 9mm rounds. Any 9mm round that touches the pistol or the magazine of the gun turns into this. He holds the magazine up to Davy and they glow purple. Psychic or psychokinesis.
Right. I was reviewing some of Julius's combat footage, and whenever you would hit someone with it, it almost seemed like it was a headshot more so than a body shot.
It'd come in handy against those power armor freaks. Could you hand me my pistol, dear?
Of course, she'll pick it up.
And she hears her name.
Her face goes tomato red as she looks down and puts her hand out to hand it to him.
He, what did you hear when you picked it up by chance, darling?
It said Davey.
I'm sorry, what? He leads into where his mouth is right near her ear. What did it say? I couldn't hear you.
She leans forward so her mouth is right next to his ear. I know damn well you could hear me, stop being mean.
He kisses her on her cute elf ear. I thought so. Takes the pistol and puts the magazine back in the pistol and holsters the pistol. Not Lanaya. Yeah, not Lanaya.
Not Lanaya. As she puts her arms around his neck. You know, I want to do something for this rainfall weekend. I'm going to cook something that I learned back in Gallia for you all.
His eyes widen. All right. Yeah, because I was blanking on what to do. I kind of blew my load with the shawarma for lunch.
She laughs. Oh, thank you very much. It was very good.
It's delicious, but I didn't know. Like I've always said, I can't cook like Julia. I can only cook what Mom taught me. So I was blanking. Is it a surprise what you want to cook?
No, you can know. It's a coney stew, a rabbit stew.
Oh, we could probably get all the ingredients here on. I think she's got rabbit and venison and stuff like that. You know that old tortoise lady?
Yes, I've met her quite a few times.
I think we could probably just get everything we need here before we go. I mean, I figure we'll go to the beach house this weekend since Suletta's house is under construction still.
Yes, mystery.
Yeah. She's got a mean punch or two.
Yeah, and a mean tackle.
Yeah, she sure does. She's gonna put her hand on her face. You don't have to worry about Lanai. I'll tell you the same thing I told Julius before we came down. I was with that woman a long time ago. Didn't do it for me. Just didn't do anything for me. Same with Laz. You, on the other hand, I love you. And he's gonna kiss her on the lips lightly.
She keeps her arms around his neck and pulls him in for a deep kiss.
He'll let her kiss him, pull away, so there's nothing to worry about with Lanaya. The gun's named after you, for God's sake.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I can understand. As I said, I will never say thanks but to you again.
Very good idea. Very good.
Do you want to
Especially-
go? Oh, go ahead.
Especially not after I say I love you, and she lightly hits him on the chest.
Yeah, well, there was a lot going on. You gotta understand. Not even the Laz stuff. She had nothing to do with it. Just, I left those kids with a pretty freaky guy in the power armor. I don't know if you've reviewed it, but I was quite worried about them.
Yes, I understand that. And she'll scratch his chin. But yeah, probably a good idea not to say things but to me again.
I never will. I promise.
Anyway.
I promise.
Anyway, you were saying before that?
You want to go pick up the groceries?
Yes, we probably should. Rainfall weekend is soon.
He'll hit the button, put his mask back up. I'll carry you. You're done with the sandwich. Here, he hands her the drink. You hold it. I'll carry it.
Yes, sir?
He picks her up. She could tell looking at his computer, he didn't even finish taking inventory as he's walking this way. We'll leave inventory to Ash. I don't think he has much better to do this weekend, unfortunately.
No, yes. He's not doing too great.
No, he's not, but I don't think there's anything we can do as he walks to the elevator and gestures for her to hit the button.
She'll press the button.
Alright, they're waiting for the elevator as... At Tommy's, you guys have all arrived. Tommy's talking to Saint Guillotine. He didn't even notice you guys coming.
Julius will just take a seat on the bar.
Tommy turns around. Wow, whole family here. Nice to see you. The rain falls. Comes over, pats Julius on the shoulder.
How you doing, Tommy?
Very good. Doing very good. Saint Guillotine comes over. How you doing, son?
I'm doing wonderful, Saint. You feeling better after the stabbings?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Tommy, who you come to spy on today, Julius? As Pequod and Icy start laughing.
No one. We're just here for a couple drinks. Smoothies, if you don't mind. And to ask you something, actually.
Don't worry, you can ask me. Take a seat. I'll get what kind of flavor smoothie everybody like.
Well, I'll take a strawberry. You want a strawberry, Pequod?
Pequod, yep, one for me. Icy, same thing. And Banksy, same thing. Tommy, Vago! Easy order. The Saint and me will prepare them and then I'll be over to talk. Take a seat, have a good time, and if you see... Julius, Saint, go start the smoothie. Saint Guillotine goes to start making the smoothies. The rest of them come in, or the rest of them go to sit down. Tommy leads in. Julius, I need you to pull some strings with General Rico for me. Do you think you could do that?
Well, Tommy, it depends on what for.
Well, it's very simple, Julius. I saw Arnaki again today. I don't want to scare anybody, set off the alarms, but I saw Arnaki walk by a restaurant. It looks as if he was transfixed of evil.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose and looks up at Tommy. Tommy, that was just Ash.
Oh.
He's
No,
not...
I'm pretty sure it was Arnaki, Julius.
No, Ash isn't doing well right now, Tommy.
What is wrong with him now?
Well, after certain events transpired, Lazuli, Major Lazuli, or ex-Major Lazuli at this point, left us after saying some pretty rude things to both Ash and I, and the whole family.
Do you think this is something I could help Ash with, or should I stay out of it?
Honestly, Tommy, I think this is something he has to handle on his own. Get his own closure on it, almost.
How are you holding up, Julius? You seem to be doing well.
Something came to my attention. Lazuli never enjoyed spellcasters or people who have a connection to the arcane plane, even though she's a blood hunter herself. And I have a connection to the arcane plane. And my twins, Carter and Soul, also have a connection to the arcane plane. So, if she doesn't like them, I don't like her.
Julius, sometimes it is best to distance ourselves from toxic people.
He nods. Very true, Tommy.
Go relax with your family. I will bring you over your smoothies. If you need help with Ash, let me know. But for now, I'll keep my hands clean. He's too ugly to go near anyway.
Yes, Tommy. Thank you very much. He stands up and pats his shoulder. And remember, I have something to ask you later.
Oh, of course. I'll be over. I'll bring the smoothies. Have to help the saint as he goes over here.
He'll walk up and sit down. Smoothies should be on their way.
Icy will reposition so you can sit next to Pequod with Soul. Pequod, what were you talking about with Tommy as Icy hands you Soul?
He'll play around with Soul a bit. Mainly Ash.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Pequod shrugs and shakes her head holding Carter. Icy, gimme. Takes Carter. Pequod, yeah, you can have him.
I mean, is there anything we can do past, he looks at Icy, Country?
Icy shakes her head. I don't think even Country can help.
I mean,
Country
healing.
couldn't help me. You know what Dr. Country told me? Find a family.
He leans back in his chair. Right.
Do you know what I told Country? Oh, there's no such thing besides Pequod. This was a long time ago. Country told me I was being stupid. I'm not saying Ash is being stupid, but it's hard to see what you have in front of you when Major Leslie's a bitch. She just shakes her head, holding Carter. I mean, I like her, but she doesn't care about anybody but herself.
Julius laughs. That's fair enough. He looks at his kids. Yeah, fair enough. And he'll give them both a boop on the nose.
Pequod, she had to know this would hurt people's feelings. She's known Ash all this time. You think she would have known this probably would have really hurt Ash. Ash has always been the more overtly emotional, I suppose. Maybe emotionally vulnerable of the two of you?
Yeah, true. He's always been more open with showing people how he felt.
Pequod, she had to know. Icy, she knew. She just,
Didn't care.
Yeah.
He shakes his head. Well, I can't say I didn't see it coming. With how she was, especially when we went to talk to her that one time.
Pequod nods her head. Banksy, yeah, she looked terrible. Icy, she's just... and jealous of Davine.
It seems she's always been jealous of Davine.
Icy shrugs. Pequod...
He looks over at her. What's wrong?
Just the whole seeing Ash this way. It's upsetting, to say the least.
Yeah, it's hard to see my friend like that.
I honestly thought it was Arnaki. She starts chuckling.
Did you think it was Arnaki come to exist truly, Icy?
Icy, for a brief second or two, I was convinced somebody else had mastered polymorph. Then I realized it was just Ash. If you try to read Ash's mind now, it's just like watching This Is Your Life, like that TV show over and over, and he's just thinking about things like most of the things I wasn't there for. But times with Lazuli, I guess, when you guys were younger and closer to her.
He's living in the past. Denial, maybe?
Icy, I don't know. I respect him enough not to probe into his mind not to probe deep enough into his mind to find out.
Fair enough.
Unless he wants to tell us. Banksy, yep, you should have seen him struggling to load an AK. You know, he taught us how to load them, sir. He leans, oh, whatever, Julius. Looking at you, holding Lazuli.
Yeah. That's not good at all.
Pequod, no, it's not.
Alright. If anyone else can think of a way to help Ash, that'd be great. Maybe we should get Tommy to help. Maybe that would help.
I see Tommy's very wise.
True, but would Tommy tell Ash what he needs to hear, or would it be a contrary with you situation?
I see, probably contrary with me. I think this is a problem, like you said, Ash probably has to figure out on his own, since it's just a problem between him and Lazuli. Like I said, you gotta think about it. The first time she ditched you guys, he had to sit around for 3 months and hope you could beat Jiren. Imagine that. Imagine feeling like that. And now she just walked out again, and there's, once again, nothing he can do.
And this time it wasn't even really anyone's fault.
No, it was no. Pequod, there was nobody's fault the last time but hers.
Fair enough.
Pequod, I've had my issues with Davine, but was I not happy to meet her? I see. Oh, yeah, you were.
Yeah, you were. You started to call her mom immediately.
Yeah, only she didn't have a dream about peak knocky. Banksy. Oh, starts laughing.
Oh no. He looks at Icy. Peak knocky, huh?
We could do something with that.
I think we can. He looks at Pequod, always with the good ideas.
Give me the squished face, Pequod with her hand, the lazy eye. She's drooping her eye to make it look lazy, and I'll
Give me a real quick adopt me.
adopt me, mum. Puts her hand out like a zombie.
Oh god, that's freaky. Yeah, we need to get people with that one.
Pequod puts her hand down on the table. It's battle plan time.
Yes. Jiren.
Jiren.
So, how are we going about this? When he gets out, at work, late at night, or early in the morning, what we could doing?
Tommy comes over, sets down the smoothies, walks this way. Icy pulls out a notebook and opens it and slides it to the middle of the table. Pequod, very simple. Tonight, when he leaves Groom Lake, the base, we hit him. And we're going to use Banksy and Suletta's in on the plan, honey. She looks at you. Banksy and Suletta will distract Davine, so she's none the wiser. Banksy, what? And Pequod, that you're going to distract Davine. And, yeah. Distract Davine. I see, you'll do great.
Yeah, you got it. Just talk about stuff with her. She likes conversation when she actually knows the person and cares about them.
Banksy, okay. I thought I was going on the mission, Pequod. No. You're gonna stay. Mostly you're staying to distract her and make sure her and Suletta don't destroy Hunk's beach house. Banksy, oh, great. I gotta break up a cat fight between two of the most powerful women I've ever met. Right.
Well, I mean, if there's an argument, if an argument seems to be starting, maybe do something that would prevent it, maybe cut your finger or something.
He looks down at his gloved hand. Right.
Yeah. There's not fall down and say you hurt yourself or something.
Pequod, Pequod, just do the Malcolm rendition. Just, like, pretend like, well, this clip. Ash, get ready. She shows a clip of Malcolm vomiting when he hears Ash reminiscing about Gallia. Go.
You know, it's interesting. Now that I've been on the ship for a while, I kind of miss laying under the stars, even if it was a shit time and Ash, shut up! Nobody cares about that place.
Pequod closes the clip. Just do that. Just pretend to vomit in your helmet. Davine will be none the wiser. Plus, Suletta's in on the gig, so she'll support you. Hunk doesn't want Davine to know we're doing this, so we're going to tell Davine we're going to get dessert.
Right, okay. Yeah, that should be fine.
I see, and it's not like we'll be gone long, Banksy. I'll just teleport us there and back. And Zanzibar's going to hit Jiren with the power pole.
Right. Yeah. Is Zanzibar gonna give it away that it's us?
I see, well, it'll be nighttime. And I think I'll just, most likely, make Zanzibar invisible.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And then Monkey Boy can throw poop at him.
Or orange rinds at him.
I see, that is all he eats is oranges. That's why there's that huge bag of oranges in the kitchen now, Pequod.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about that, and then I remembered. All right, Monkey Boy. And it wasn't even on purpose. It was like, my mind just made me do it. I did the me eat orange.
Banksy, I saw Zanzibar rocking Monkey Boy in his arms. I see, yeah, he's taken to him like a child. The hat is like basically a small pocket dimension for Zanzibar. Or for Monkey Boy, I should say. He has his own little room and everything. Pequod, Jesus Christ. He's like a Malkymon. I see it, yeah, pretty much.
Please tell me you didn't steal that hat from the Arcane Council vault.
Sure did. They weren't using it, trust me.
Alright. Alright. Okay, so wait. Are you gonna make all of us invisible, or are we going in disguises?
Pequod, well, Banksy had a good idea a couple days ago. We're gonna go dressed as superheroes to disguise ourselves.
Right, okay. And, well, the disguises are pretty easy to come by. You can just either polymorph or steal some.
I see. Dad bought them already.
Oh, okay.
He's been looking forward to beating up Jiren for years.
I bet he has, and now he has a real big reason to do so.
It's gonna be great. Icy looks as Tommy comes over with smoothies, or more smoothies, a second round. As back here, Ash, you're still in the kitchen waiting for Suletta.
Whew. He's gonna look down and see about how long it's been.
Saris looks over. She'll be here. Don't worry. It's. She's coming, Ash. 25 minutes. She'll be here.
I trust her. It's just. Well, you understand. Just scary.
Commander Integra, there's nothing to fear but fear itself. And of course, Malcolm.
I was gonna say, didn't you tell us that back in the Headhunters, but I think the Malcolm part came after.
True, or Cornstalk. I've seen Cornstalk parading around the apartment lately.
Ah, Cornstalk. At least that one was enjoyable to be around. I got fed.
Commander Integra, I didn't know Nicole had such a mastery of the arcane arts, so when she first started employing Arnaki, Cornstalk, I thought I was going crazy again.
Trust me. The only reason I didn't go through that is because I heard them chittering about it.
Her and Pequod, thick as thieves.
I'm so proud of her. You've seen how far she's come. She's grown into such a nice young girl.
Commander Integra nods her head. I remember when she asked me if I was on menopause the first time we met.
She called me an ancient Clint Eastwood knockoff that day.
Saris, well, from her perspective, I could sort of understand.
at her now. One of the most powerful beings to ever exist. A good leader. Has a family. I mean, I'm so very proud of them.
Ash, you hear somebody walking up behind you.
He's gonna turn around.
It's not Suletta, it's Sasha.
Oh, Sasha, how are you doing?
Good, Ash. She rubs your shoulder slightly and sits down up here, petting Rocco, pats her lap. Rocco jumps up on it. Oh, heavy dog.
Good boy, though. We were just talking about how far Icy's come.
Sasha nods her head. She's come a long way. I think we majorly screwed up last week. We need to focus on, I think, protecting her more. But we'll talk about that another time. You look terrible, Ash. She's looking right at you.
I know. I'll be better. I'm gonna before I go to bed, trim and brush and everything.
It's bad when even Lorelai's concerned.
Oh, she is.
She said you look like you got ran over by a truck.
I feel like I did.
She nods her head.
I don't know. Maybe I should just, I don't know if I should even go. Maybe I should just try to get over it.
Sasha, where are you going?
I'm gonna see if Auntie Suletta can get me to the bunker to talk to Mum.
Saris nods and pats Ash on the shoulder. Sasha, it's probably a good idea.
What do you think I should do?
Sasha, well, you weren't acting or looking this way before the Lazuli incident. Now you are. I'd say Lazuli's the problem in the equation, so I would go. If I were in your shoes. What exactly are you so upset about, really?
Oh, it's hard to say, Alright. I'm gonna just be honest here. I'm upset that she just left again, and I couldn't do anything about it. I never could. I don't understand. She had everything she said she ever wanted. The same as I did, and then she left, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. There's nothing I could do to fix it. It just is.
And she doesn't even know about Hunk and Davine yet. Sarah speaks up, at least last Icy mentioned.
Yeah, that too.
Commander Integra, she's probably still under the assumption that they'll come crawling back to the bunker.
She said that, so yeah.
Blaze and Hunk like little lost puppies, which I don't think will happen now.
No.
Hell, even without Davine's intervention, Commander Integra looking up at Globin and Milkman, I don't think those two would go back.
No, I doubt Dad would, with or without Davine, and I know Blaze wouldn't. He said so.
Well, there you go. Sasha's gonna lightly gesture for Rocco to get off her lap. I'm gonna go see Towns. I'll cook some dinner here tonight, but before I go, I wanna ask you something, Ash.
Yes.
What's Suletta's first name? Suletta? Do you know Lazuli's first name?
He's gonna think, and his eyes get a bit wide for a moment before he shakes his head. I don't.
She will slightly smirk and, yep, and walk out as Saris. Oh.
That's my fault, isn't it? Just like me forgetting birthday. It's on me that I don't know that, right?
Saris, I don't think it's your fault. How are you supposed to find out somebody's first name if they never tell you?
I could have asked. I don't. Oh, God. She never told me.
Ceres, I doubt Julius even knows. I don't. None of us do. Suletta knows, but probably not a good time to ask, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Sasha was just trying to make a point. He pats you on the head lightly.
Point made.
Suletta comes in with Memory Ann in her arms. I've been summoned.
Hello, Auntie.
Good afternoon. She comes up to you guys.
He's gonna pat Memory Ann on the head. Hello, little one. I wanted to ask you something.
Sure.
I want answers from Mom, Laz, whatever. And I was hoping you could get me in there, because I doubt I still have the password to that door.
Oh, I'm sure it's been changed.
I'm sure.
Well, I know her litany of passwords. She's not all that intelligent. And even if she's used a new password that I'm not aware of, I think the bunker could still be overridden given it was made by EarthGov. And I should have the rank to override it. So, yes, I can most likely get you in the bunker. However, if you wish to go, you will not impede my weekend time, Ash. So we will leave now.
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's now or never. Or you wait till next week. Your choice.
No, looks at Ceres. I'll go.
Ceres nods, smiles slightly. Suletta take her, hands Memory Ann to Ceres. Suletta will take a ranger dropship and get you down there. Though she comes to the door, turns and looks at you. You're probably not going to like the answers you get. You think quite highly of her, that's why you're acting this way. Truth tends to be stranger than fiction.
You're
What's
right.
in your head is fiction.
You're most likely right. You always are. I just...
Well, I know my sister very well.
You do. I just need to try to understand. I don't get it.
You're entitled to answers. I'll take you to see her. Brush your teeth before we go. Your breath is horrendous. It smells of cigars and coffee.
I will. And thank you, Auntie. Is it okay for me to continue to call you that?
She looks down at her wrist computer. Of course. You have 5 minutes. I will not miss my weekend. Unlike my sister, I have duties that are stressful that I must attend to all weekend. So, chop to it.
Yes, Auntie. Wouldn't dream.
Ceres, brush him good, Ash, please.
I will. He's gonna kiss her on the head and then just run off to fix his teeth and his hair quickly.
Boo. Back down at the restaurant, Tommy has set down some more smoothies. He's walked away, and as he talked a little bit, put the smoothies down. And Icy, as watched him leave, has polymorphed her one eye to be as lazy as his, looking at Julie.
You see, it just isn't the same when you do it, because it just doesn't make as much sense.
What, Julia? I can't see until you're so.
You know, I believed Tommy the first time he said that to me. I just can't.
She snaps her eye on polymorph. I didn't believe him the first time, but the more I spent time around him, yeah, he's kind of magical in a weird way.
Well, past the spell that Master Yen and his master put on him, yeah, I think he has at least some kind of latent magic going on with him.
Icy nods her head. Some type of remote viewing or foresight that he doesn't have mastery over. If you read his mind right now, he's thinking about Carter's wedding. This Carter. She holding him.
He looks over at Carter. So he's thinking about that. He's only, like, 8 months old.
I see. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you read the Saint Minds, he's thinking about protecting you and your family. Nice guys, if you ask me. Pequod looking over at both of them.
Yeah, they're nice. They're gonna be protecting us and our kids because they're our guardian angels.
I see. Banksy, let's go talk to Tommy. Banksy, alright. Gets up, carries Soul or Laz over. Icy does the same. They start talking to Tommy. Pequod watching them, just shaking her head, laughing. Probably asking for Davine's directorial debut.
Oh, probably, knowing them.
Oh god, look, Icy's polymorphed her eye and she's looking at Tommy and Tommy's looking at her.
The battle of lazy eyes is going on right now.
I think that's one battle Icy will lose. I don't think there's a lot, but that one I think she's probably lost.
Somehow, some way, she's found one that she's gonna lose.
Pequod, check this out. Looking over at them with a smile. Pulls out a piece of paper with 3 poorly drawn squares connected by line.
He looks at it and looks at her. What's this?
Yeah. I should have taken pictures, but she's smiling over at these two. Well, 4. Here. She types on her wrist computer, shows you a web page for a land development plot. She beachside property.
Yeah?
It's huge. Growing up an only child is lonesome, Julian. When this is all over, I've already bought this, Julius. With our money, not Dad's. Don't worry. But I'd say each square is a house. You could have one for Hunk and Davine, and oh God forbid they have kids. Oh my God. I think Nicole might die. Looking over at Ice.
Yeah, I think I might faint and she might die.
You could have one for Banksy and Icy and then our house. Growing up, like I said, looking over at them, the only child is really lonely. I'd hate to give it up again when it's all over.
Yeah, having family, my sister, my mother and father nearby. Plus, letting all of our kids, if they have kids and if mom and dad have kids, I think it would be good for them all to grow up together.
She pulls out a pen, draws a square. There's enough room if Suletta wanted to live there too. You can put a gate around it. I can't draw, Julius. She slides the paper over to you. You can it could be a gated. Yeah, that's my pipe dream anyway.
He starts drawing 4 houses with an S, a P and J, an I and B, and then an H and D over them all. I think it's a wonderful idea. We'll call it Rainfall Lane.
Pequod nods her head. It'd be easy to get a street named after us. Trust me, I know a guy or two.
Because of course you do.
She's gonna rest her head on Julius's chest. Yeah, I'd hate to give. I actually very much so enjoy the rainfall weekends. The first one I thought was kind of weird, but yeah.
He puts his arm around her and leans back. These are probably the best years of my life. And I get to share them with the family I love very much.
We can keep those two around. She gestures over. Davine, Hunk, Suletta. Well, my parents will be around, but just because we beat the cult, my dad will still be in office for a while.
Yeah, probably.
I want the kids to grow up with the family around them. Like I said, Julius, it's really lonely. You can have all the money, toys, games in the world. Nothing really beats this.
He nods. Human interaction is very important. Human interaction just with someone your own age, I guess is the right thing I'm saying.
Pequod, yeah. Somebody you don't tell to put their big boy pants on.
I'm sorry, okay? Banksy with his fortune cookie, and then you just making me do it out of no. If it was my children, I would have been just fine. I guarantee you. But it had to be 457-year-old Ash.
Pequod, that's gonna be a saying with the kids when they get older. Put your big boy/girl pants on.
Oh, those poor children. He looks over at Soul. I am so sorry.
And when they ask why it's just a family saying, I'll be sure to tell them, well, it was said to Uncle Ash in a dire moment and really helped him through.
If that really helped him through, I would be more worried if it didn't.
They all come over, Tommy. Oh, okay. Now, Julius, there's something you wanted to ask me about?
Oh, yes. We were wondering when we are making in production of The Room, if Davine could help you out as an assistant director.
Well, that was just what we were talking about at the bar, me and Nicole here. Absolutely, Julius. Absolutely. She can be assistant director. Here's the way I see The Room going. I will direct the sex scenes with Naked Ash, because something tells me Davine does not want to see that. Do you think I'm wrong in that estimation?
No, I don't think you're wrong.
I will direct those scenes Davine offset, lunch break, something like that. Maybe she in her trailer. Every other scene, I will let Davine direct, but I will be there to make sure she does a good job. To be honest, I've never directed a movie before, so me and Davine are on equal footing. So Davine will get full director credit as far as Tommy is concerned. I will be assistant director. I see grin. I don't understand why. Davine want to be movie director nowadays?
There's been a few ideas floating around. She never really liked being in front of the camera, so she wants to try out being behind it.
Tommy, very good. I assume it is these Arnake movies I hear so much about. I see, yep. She's gonna direct Cornstalk vs. Arnake, Adoption Horizon, just to name a few. Arnake Busters, They Adopt. Tommy, oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed.
So Malcolm is going to be replaced by Arnake, is that what I'm hearing here?
Oh, hopefully. I never really liked the idea of my kids growing up in the Malcolm era. I would actually rather them grow up in the Arnake era.
Tommy, I agree. I think that is for the best. I see Malcolm will still be there as Cornstalk and maybe some Malcolm cameos, but for the most part it'll be Arnake taking center stage. And I'd like to pump old lady Denaria up. Pequod.
I take it you're gonna be playing her?
Malcolm. That's all she said.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Old lady Denaria. Well, yeah. Old lady Denaria, Arnake, and a little Malcolm here or there. He is a funny guy, but he was evil.
Yes, he was basically the exact opposite of you, Tommy.
I know. If I would have known what he was doing to you two boys, I would have found him myself and defeated him, and brought him to justice. That was Texas Ranger many years ago.
Thank you, Tommy.
I had this show called Walker Texas Ranger.
Did you know? What was it about?
It was about me being Texas Ranger using Kung Fu to defeat enemies.
Were the fights choreographed or just improvised? Like, did you actually perform Kung Fu on people?
Well, they were mostly improvised, you see. I don't really know Kung Fu. So, what I would do is quick editing cuts and mostly just shots of my hand going into people's body parts.
Right.
I tried to do spin kick once and throw my hip out. Never again.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the spin kicks.
It was
Trust
a good
me.
show.
I'm sure what? I'll have to check it out.
It was based off a show a long time ago. Some guy named Chuck Norris. They wanted to reboot it, and a friend of mine got me starring role, Julius. But only 5 episodes ever produced.
Right, and they're difficult to find, I assume.
I might have DVD copies if the family would like some.
I believe I speak for the family when I say I would love to see these.
That's how I met Brandon Law. He was choreographer on set.
Right.
Which, needless to say, we all know he is not the true master. So they all start laughing.
Well, he puts his hands up. He can remain the true master of Steubenville, Ohio. I really don't mind that.
Steubenville is where he reigns champion. Oh.
Yes. Steubenville, Ohio. Let's see.
Things are coming to a head with Sandra, Julius. You will have to take her down very soon.
Yes, sir. I'll keep that in mind. I'll be waiting for the call.
I see. What if Zanzibar beats up Sandra? Tommy, who is the Zanzibar you speak of, Julia?
The giant drake thing that you were scared of when we first met back up.
Oh, drag! Yeah, well, if Zanzibar want to do it, then as long as Julius is there to make sure the job gets done, that is fine. Either way, we need the Saint back down in charge of Cadillac Company very soon. He can't hide here forever. So I think very soon we will employ same tactic we did with Greta Thunberg. We bait the Saint out, and then drag plus Julius finish her off. And if Ash is feeling better, maybe Ash can shoot her. Banksy.
Of course, Tommy. We'll get Zanzibar ready for combat.
Very good. He pats your head. Never trust a crackhead and never do drugs. Any of you. I'll be disappointed in all of you if I find out you do drugs. Do you understand me?
Understood, Tommy.
He starts laughing. Very good. I'm going back to talk to the Saint. I see. Well, David will be the director of the...
He leans back in his chair and looks over at Icy. Never do drugs, Nicole.
I see. Oh, God. Wonder what he'd think of me if he found out I used to smoke. Fiqua, have I so disappointed in you?
I am disappointed in you, Nicole. I expected better out of you.
Banksy slides close. I see. Yeah, Commander Integra had good taste.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Shifting gears. Dun, dun, dun. To Gateway. Punk's carrying Davine. They're here on Gateway. Currently walking past Gondar's office.
Davine's just whistling, looking around, with a sort of mischievous smile on her face.
Hank walks her up here, looks down at her. What are you giggling about? Friggin' old lady Denaria and evil Ash. Points up to the post.
Oh yes. Ash as a robot. That was a Scar as a robot. Sorry, that was a choice that was sort of well fitting at the time.
Well, I'd say, given his monotone voice, it's still pretty well fitting. As he comes over here, gets to right about here, carrying Davine this way.
She puts a hand on his face. Could you stop here, dear, for just 1 second?
In front of this place?
Well, here. She'll hop out of his arms and drag him over closer.
Oh! What are we doing here exactly?
She looks into the doors, sees Lanai in there. Perfect. And she reaches up, presses the button, and takes his mask off.
Oh, it comes off. Hug. Oh!
And she kisses him like it's the first time she ever has.
He's gonna let her. He takes the kiss full tilt. Pulls away slightly. What are you doing?
She nods over to the door.
Lanaya is staring up. Looks like her eyelids twitching. And Davine can read her lip because her mask is off. Bitch.
She looks back at Hunk, giggles.
I see.
She nods and gives him another kiss and puts his mask back on.
Oh, hold up. I mean, when in Rome, he's gonna lean in and start sucking her face off real good. Agent O, what the hell?
As he's doing that, she just gives Lanaya a good thumbs up.
Oh! He's gonna pull away from the kiss, put his mask back up. Feel better.
Much, much better.
I suppose I should probably just. He takes her legs out from under her, carries her. That just seal the deal here.
Perfection, Mark. Absolute perfection.
Very good, love. He's gonna carry her this way, and they'll start shopping with the old lady. This poor Lanaya has come out. She's just glaring down at Davy. Agent O, get back in here. Drags her back in. Tints the windows of the door. Hunk looks over his shoulder. I think he tinted the windows, dear.
Well, hopefully they're not tinted later on.
Oh, we'll be doing this more often, I suppose.
Yes, we will. I've learned something from Lorelai. Really drive a point home.
He starts laughing. Yeah, I'd say you're doing that. Probably a good way to start off our Monday mornings, I guess.
I think it's a wonderful way to start off our Monday mornings.
All right. Sounds good to me. As Ash and Suletta have arrived here. Familiar place to Ash.
Oh my.
Suletta, don't have a stroke. Arms crossed, walking forward.
He's gonna follow behind her. Last time I was here was when we were looking for her last time.
And how did that go for you?
We got her back because of Julius, not me.
Right. Well, she gestures with her hand. There's the password console. Go ahead.
He's gonna try and put it in.
Comes back. It beeps loudly. Beep, beep, beep. Access denied.
That's what I thought.
She's just staring at it.
I expected this. That's why I asked you for help, Auntie.
To let it move.
He'll move.
He goes, starts typing in random passwords from Lazuli's past. You hear it. Beep, 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 beep. She starts shaking her head.
Thank you again. I know you don't want to be here.
You know there are motion sensors in here. She points back to the cave entrance. So she's most likely aware that we're here doing this, and she hasn't manually opened the door on her end. If that tells you anything.
It tells me more than enough that she doesn't want us here.
She nods her head and just keeps trying. I'll tell you what. When we get in, don't mention anything about Davine and Hunt. Not to protect them, but I want you to see how she acts when she thinks she is still in control.
Oh, okay. Anything for you?
Well, you should see your mum at her finest.
Think that's a good idea? I need to know.
So that, as I said, she, forget it, just starts using her rank to override the bunker. It's still EarthGov property. Elevator starts coming up. As I said, I don't think you're going to like the answers you get.
I don't think I will either, but I don't think I can really have peace until I hear them.
Suletta steps out of the way as the elevator comes up. Gentlemen first into the prison complex.
Very well. And he'll step in.
You're riding the elevator down. She's got her arms crossed and eyes closed. Nervous.
Yes, I am.
Why?
I don't know. I just maybe it's because I know what I'm about. Maybe I just know what I'm about to hear and don't want to admit it.
Be sure, yes, as the elevator is getting closer to the bottom, just be sure to get it all off your chest.
I will try, although I've never been good at getting a word in edgewise with her.
If you have to scream, scream. As the elevator door opens, and you're here. Welcome home, Ash, as she crosses her arms and stands over you.
He's gonna walk and look around the bunker.
Well, how's Ash feeling?
A wave of nostalgia hits at first when he's looking about, but the more he looks at it, empty and just looking like no one's there, that nostalgia turns into almost just apathy, and then just into not quite a depression, but just feeling down.
Diletta, hands on the counter, looking around. We're on camera. She knows we're here. I can get us into sub-level 2 if it comes to it. She speaks up.
Very well. Looks up at the camera. I know you know I'm here, Mum. I just want to talk.
Silence. Diletta groans lightly.
Very well. Let's go find her. Gonna start making
Diletta's gonna walk here.
his way. Looks down at the pic. Is the picture of their group during the Archfiend incursion still there?
Nope.
Interesting.
All the pictures has been removed. She had pictures of you guys from back in the day hung up around too. All gone.
Interesting. Very well. He's gonna walk out to look
And
around.
as you go there, you get a hand right on your chest. That's far enough. Back up.
Okay. Back up.
Or I'll gladly make you.
Try to impose.
What do you want? She walks in, arms crossed.
Just want to talk.
She's glaring at Suletta. Go ahead and talk, Ash. It's all you're good for anyway.
Right. Why? Really,
Why
why?
what?
Why leave again? Seriously.
Suletta's gonna walk this a ways so she can stare right at Lazuli like this. With her arms crossed, Lazuli. Because I can.
That's not an answer. You'd have gotten on my case if I gave you that answer.
Leslie, I don't know if I would have, honestly. You presume. I don't know if I would have. You're a spellcaster's lapdog now, Ash. She claps her hands lightly. Congratulations.
Well, technically I always was, considering I'm looking at one.
Leslie, I don't have to call on my powers to do my fighting.
Man. You still are. I don't have to. I'm a spellcaster, so are you.
Your point, Ash.
Why throw everything away? You had everything you said you wanted. Why?
Why not? I don't have to take orders. I don't gotta listen to Lorelei. I don't gotta deal with Julius and the Rainfall bunch. Here, this is my home. I make the rules. Gateway isn't a home. Gateway can't support a family. No matter what you tell yourself before you go to bed at night. Congratulations, Ash. You're a ranger. You've done it. Proud of yourself, little boy. Now you answer to Lorelei.
I answered to someone who has earned that rank and fought through hell for it? Sure, yeah, I do. I thought that's what we wanted for me. You said you wanted me to be a ranger.
Oh, people can be wrong, Ash.
Right. Okay. So you feel that way about Icy, too?
I have no problems with her. I just am not going to train her. She doesn't need my training anymore anyway. She beat me, so.
And
But no, what benefit was there to training her beyond some physical condition? Otherwise, she's Hunk's daughter, and I'm more than accepting of that.
maybe I'm misunderstanding, but isn't Ki all about control and balance of one's mind and body? I think
Correct.
that probably would have been very helpful to a young girl who was mentally lost in the world and didn't know who she was. May even have prevented the explosion that nearly killed her and us a few months ago.
Lazuli looks right at you. She isn't my problem, just like you and Julius weren't my problem.
No. We were only...
I get to pick and choose who I take in. That's my right.
You do?
If she wasn't Hunk's daughter, I wouldn't really want anything to do with her. But she is. I've been accepting of her, and I'm happy to have her around.
Okay. So, Julius is a spellcaster. How do you feel about him?
She throws up her hand. Julius is gone the wrong way. I'm disappointed in him.
Disappointed that he's working hard, climbing the ranks, providing for his family?
Providing for his family, that's good. But I guess making more money, but he doesn't have to make money. He's married to Rico's daughter.
Oh, so mooch off his wife, then.
I'm sure she'd let him if he wanted to. I'm not saying he should, but there's no reason to climb the ranks and deal with people like Lorelei or answer to a council of mini Loreleis. She looks right over at Suletta. He can be who he wants to be.
And he wants to be a man who works hard and is the best he can be. Yeah, it's
Well,
funny.
then clearly he missed some of the point of my training.
How? He actually has centering now. He's not in a constant state of turmoil in his head.
Are you sure about that? I mean, given how much he's on Rainfall Weekend, I'm surprised he can even fight.
Why are you so stuck on that?
Why are you here bothering me?
Because I love you. I really do. You know, doesn't matter what you do or what you say, I'll always see you as my mother. Because you're the first family I had, and I owe everything I have now to you. I really do care about you.
She does not say anything.
I just wanted to understand. I don't get it.
How hard is it to understand, Ash? Look around you. Use your brain. I know it's small, but try to use it every once in a while. I don't take orders here. I own this place now. I can do what I want here. I can be where I want here. And most of all, I don't gotta be around the apartment. I don't gotta deal with Davine or the Rainfall Weekends or any of that, even beyond the rainfalls. I don't have to answer to anybody.
You have the keys to the kingdom that you rule alone. And at that point, what's the kingdom worth?
I have my son here, and I assure you, Hunk and Blaze will be here in time.
I can't say.
You don't need Hunk. Your squad doesn't need Hunk. And Blaze is better served here.
Well, I can't say for Dad, but Blaze won't be coming.
But that's what you think, Ash, I'm sure.
We will see. But you keep mentioning the Rainfall Weekends. What is that? Is that anger at him for doing them, or is that jealousy?
He will squint at you. I don't have to answer anything to you, Ash. I gave you guys a place to live, foster your relationships that you fucked up and failed multiple times at. I fed you. I gave you a place to party like obnoxious little fucking turds. I don't owe you anything, Ash.
All that. 8 years. Family. We called each other. Worthless just like that?
Well, some people like to make it worthless.
What have I done? I'm here trying to talk to you. Trying to... I know you don't want to come back. I know you won't. But I just don't want to lose you. Maybe I'm not an important part of your life, but you're one of the most important parts of mine.
You were always a little too emotional for your own good there, Ash.
Maybe I am.
What do you see in them up there at the apartment? I mean, really. You're just a trigger puller. You're nothing. You'll never be anything compared to most of the people on that squad. You and Sasha, you're trigger pullers. One of you's good at pulling the trigger from a mile away like a coward. You're decent at pulling the trigger from medium range and close range. But ultimately, they don't need you.
First things first. No, she is not a coward. I've watched that girl rush headfirst into things that could shred 90% of people. And second, Johnny Rico's a trigger puller, and he's one of the most famous, powerful, incredible soldiers to ever live. Blaze is a trigger puller. Sure, I can't do what they can do, but I could damn well help them. And also, what do I see? I see my brother. A man that I
It's
have
not like he
fought-
spends a lot of time with you nowadays, is it? Sure ditches you on the weekend. Look at yourself. You look like you rolled around in horse shit.
Yeah.
He here helping you? I don't think so.
Family may grow apart, but family is still family. Or, looks at Zuletta, is she not your sister?
Lazuli narrows her focus to you.
You keep
Don't
mentioning
use her against me, or I'll make you regret it.
you're using Julius against me in the same fashion.
Well, I have the power in the equation, Ash. You don't.
Ah, yes. Do as I say, not as I do.
Doesn't say anything.
You know, you can be angry about the weekends if you want. The facts are, it could have been you going on them the entire time.
Oh, please.
You think that's not true? Do you think that Julius, if you asked, wouldn't have gone out with you anywhere? You know, even with... You know the only reason that they aren't here with me right now? I can tell you right now. It's because they're worried you'll have a vendetta against Sol and Carter because they can use magic.
She squints at you. I don't know how I feel about those two.
Your grandchildren.
They're not my grandchildren.
Yes, they are. He
If
sees-
that's what you say, I'm allowed to think what I want. Try to force me to think your viewpoints again, and I'm knocking your teeth out of your mouth. You won't get up from a punch from me. Maybe Nicole would, maybe Julius would at this point. You won't. You're a weak little man. That's all you've ever been.
Maybe.
They are not my grandchildren. If I can't read mana plane, anything like that. I never studied the arts. I didn't want to. If they're really going to be powerful spellcasters, then they're not my grandchildren.
And
Just like Nicole would never be a daughter to me. She's Hunk's daughter. That's fine.
And so that brings a fun question. I can't read the mana plane to that extent, but what if little Julius had a powerful connection to it right now?
Well, he's my biological son, so I would overlook it. For him, because I birthed him. There's a difference. You wouldn't know anything about it. Your wife can't even have kids, so you'll never know anything about it.
You like going for the low blows, Mom.
Well, I go for the low blows because you come here and disrupt my day. And then you try to use my sister against me and turn your contrite family reasoning and logic against me when it's not going to work, Ash. It's simply not going to work. I don't give two shits about the apartment or the people in it or the family. I really could give two shits. If I have to listen to Lorelai, take orders from people like her, one day I'd probably have to take orders from Nicole. I'll be damned if I ever take an order from you. So, I don't want to take orders from her. She looks over at Suletta.
You called Julius an idiot for thinking exactly that way.
Well, I'd say he's more of an idiot nowadays.
Because he works hard and takes orders. You know, even if we don't need Dad, the things at play are more dangerous without him. Wouldn't you want everyone having that best shot of keeping this bunker in existence?
Fine, then when it's over, I'm sure he'll be back.
Really could have, with how heavy things are, really could have done with the help of one of the most powerful people to ever live.
I fight for myself, Ash, not for Rivka.
Wouldn't fighting against this be fighting for yourself? I mean, yeah, technically it's helping EarthGov, but you are one of the people who lives in it.
From where I'm standing, I think we'll probably be overlooked here, all things considered.
They didn't overlook a square inch of Gallia.
I don't care, Ash. She shakes her head. I'll take my chances. Trust me. I don't care about the planet you came from or what happened there or whatever the Ranger General showed you there. I was briefed, but I didn't pay attention. I don't care. I've been through enough. Julius has Davine now. You have your miscreant family. What do you want? What else do you want, Ash, besides me to come back, which isn't going to happen, to be frank.
I don't know. Would have loved to have my mother, but seems I can't have that.
You have Integra, Ash. You'll be fine. Be a big boy.
Yeah. Right.
Be a big boy. Put those big boy pants on.
He really does take after you.
Who?
You just echoed exactly what Julius said earlier today.
If you could stop mentioning his name in my house, that would be appreciated.
Right. Because unlike me, he talked back.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Right.
Anything else, Ash?
No, just that before I go. You said Gateway ain't a place. He's gonna start moving towards the door. You said Gateway ain't a place to raise a family. How is alone in one of the most isolated places in the universe any better for raising a child?
She puts her hand up. Looks pretty good to me. Nobody here. No Lorelai's here. No Davines. Pretty quiet place. No orders. No reprimands. Don't have to deal with anybody. Except intrusive, presumptuous little shits who are only good for pulling triggers.
No friends, no siblings, no
It's not like
cousins.
you have any of those anyway.
Oh, I have all of that. No warmth. No going to play outside. No going to go with your friends, no going to have any of that growing up, no growing up in isolation in a cold hole.
It's pretty warm in here, thank you. It's a crisp 81 degrees.
Not
Besides, you
temperature-wise.
didn't dislike this place when you were in the Headhunters. You mooched off of it. You loved it here instead of freezing your nuts off in Raven Rock.
No, I did. Because of the life that was brought to it by the people who were here.
Oh, she groaned. Yes, Ash. Whatever you say. Stick to your ideologies and philosophies and your small romantic love talk.
I think I will.
I'm sure it'll do a lot for you.
And I'm sure staying here won't do anything for you.
Trust me, I'm better off here now than I was on Gateway the past couple months. Julius only ever came down to see me once anyway. So, as far as I'm concerned, fuck him. Fuck the rainfalls. Fuck everybody in that apartment. Most of all, fuck Lorelai. It's a crying shame Rico bends the knee to her, honestly. A crying shame. But this is where you say something like, well, she's powerful and strong and wise and filled with wisdom and yada 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 yada. So it's pretty easy to read, Josh.
Not at all. Actually, he's strong. Strength of character, the strength of a man to be able to look at someone you may not agree with or like, and bend the knee and do what your responsibilities are. I'd say Rico is a stronger man than Lorelai. Is that not the strength of a man? The willingness to do what's right and do yours and fulfill your responsibilities whether you love them or hate them?
If that's what you think. I'm not looking to get into philosophical debates with some runt who traveled through time.
Right.
You were so pathetic when you came here the first time. You were so pathetic when you walked in to my training ground the first time. And no matter what I did with you, you stayed pathetic and weak. Sobbing about how you're afraid of you losing your family and yada yada yada. Please. At the very least, Julius achieved some power, became strong. You'll always be the weakest link, trust me.
And yet the chain remains unbroken, because there is more to strength than just physicality.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
You have fun sitting alone all weekend. Oh, well, you have Saris, but yeah.
And you have fun sitting alone here.
Well, the difference between you and me is I will. We both know you are the pathetic one of the two of the three of us. Family. Please, give me a break, Ash. He walks here.
I'm sure you'll have fun, or at least that's what you'll tell yourself. Because you don't want to admit that you do want to go back there.
She turns around. No force on heaven or earth could ever make me want to go back to that part. Or Gateway.
He'll make it to here for, again, because you don't want to admit it to yourself.
Get out of here, Ash. And she disappears down the hallway.
He's gonna stop and start to shake. Can we go?
Suletta, you don't owe that woman anything. Looking where she walked off, you really don't. You are a moron. She gave you a place to live and stay, but Saris you earned on your own. Commander Integra's love you earned on your own. Julius's admiration you earned on your own. Stop thinking you owe her anything. Because that is how you end up. She's going to come up here, start typing on the elevator, repeating her mantras. And I'll be honest with you, she turns around, all you do is stand and shoot. If I am living artillery and you stand a couple 100 feet away from things and pull a trigger that is mostly ineffective against some enemies you encounter, like that man in the black armor last week, what does that make you? Because I am sure I could pierce his armor given enough time.
I know you.
I don't think there's anything you could do. She steps out of the way so you can get on the elevator against an enemy like that. So, you don't owe her anything.
I don't. It's hard to admit to myself, but I'm sorry.
Thinking you owe her something is only going to hurt you in the long run as she comes into the elevator, as it is right now. You don't owe anybody who treats you or talks to you like that anything.
You know, I repeated what she said, and I know you don't take apologies, but I am sorry. I look at it now that what you do is an art form that I can never really grasp. There's something so human about it.
So that at one of the earliest tests that we go through as spellcasters, before we're even chosen to be trained, is a simple question. Do you enjoy having these abilities? Most spellcasters who achieve high levels in the arcane arts, Nicole, myself, Lorelei, Ebenezer, I'm sure Master Yen, I'm not sure about the other two members of the council, but I'd be willing to bet most of us would rather have not been born with these powers. It's not easy growing up with these abilities. It's not easy being... She puts her hand down, 5 foot tall and a runt, even if the boys like Banksy do like you. Lucky for Nicole. But it is not easy. There's a lot of pain involved. Growing pain, mental pain.
I saw it with Icy. I'm sorry. I never understood that until now.
Well, you wouldn't. And you sure as hell wouldn't understand it if you listened to. She gestures back as the elevator door is closing, a woman like her, who you do not owe anything. The people you owe are still back at the apartment. Blaze, Hunk, the rest of them.
And standing next to me.
Of course, but either way, I'm not up for this discussion. We're going back to Gateway.
Okay. God. I never understood just how much she deludes herself.
Perhaps now you do. And when the time comes, you can serve her the divorce papers. Maybe it'll bring some closure to you.
I don't get why I shouldn't, but I still love her very much, Auntie.
Suletta shrugs and does not say anything as we go back to the apartment. And the Rainfall kids have made their way back. Ash and Suletta are on their way. Pequod looks around. Oh, I don't think Ash is back yet. She comes up here. Get rid of Suletta. Oh, wrong people. Pequod's got to look in the kitchen. Ash is not back yet. They still have memory on.
No, I don't think he is. And it looks like he took Suletta with him.
Pequod, oh god. Is it bad to say I'm curious to know what happened?
No, well, curiosity is a natural human emotion. We all feel it. I don't think it's bad.
She nods her head. Looks around. We could go in the kitchen. Wait for...
Yeah! Yeah, we can. Honestly, he probably needs our support right now.
Pequod turns to Icy. Just read his mind and tell me. Icy, oh, no, but I don't think it went well.
Yeah, well, I can't say I'm surprised.
Boom. Hunk and Davine, Hunk carrying Davine coming around the corner.
Davine, as Hunk is carrying her, has the bags of groceries in her arms.
Hunk, oh, what are you kids doing?
Well, we just got back from having a couple smoothies at Tommy's. And we were talking about Ash.
Oh. Here, dear, let me set you down and take the bags.
She hops down.
Take these and put these on the ship. I'll be right back. He's gonna carry them up. Maxie, yeah, Ash.
She looks at Icy. What happened, Istrom?
Ash went down to confront the Major. And for what little I can sense, she's like closing one of her eyes. I don't think it went well. I'm sure he'll tell us when he gets back.
Oh. Yes, of course.
Probably not what he was hoping for as Hunk comes down and... Yeah! Nope. Probably not.
I can almost guarantee it at this point. Davine chuckles. She looks into the kitchen. And he took Suletta with him?
I see. Yeah, he needed her to get into the bunker because she changed the password on poor Ash.
Julius scoffs as Davine nods. Right. Well, hopefully she's back soon. We should go in there to talk to him, right?
Hunk, yeah, we should, we got time. Looks at his wrist computer. Time before rainfall weekend. He's gonna come in the kitchen and start patting his lap as Integra and Saris come sit next to him. But he's patting it for Davine.
Davine goes and sits in his lap.
Commander Integra, take her. You looks good.
She'll hold him, look over, or hold her, look over at Hunk. I do believe it does.
I see. I hope they have a kid. That would be amazing. Think about it. Pequod, are you more excited about them having a kid than you? I see. Kind of. Thanks.
Yeah. Julius leans down next to Pequod. For the credit says she's out for like a week.
Pequod starts chuckling. She leans in, kisses your cheek. She's already hired the videographer company for their wedding.
Oh, God. Well, she's on top of things, I suppose.
We're not paying for it. EarthGov is. Towns is good at leaving paper trails.
Zap again, I'm guessing.
Scar. She starts chuckling.
Oh, poor Scar. As he walks into the kitchen and pats his lap for Pequod.
She comes in with Lazuli. As Icy's about to turn into the kitchen, and you hear her, uh-oh. Ash is on his way. They just made it back to Gateway. Sarah said, it probably didn't go well.
Nope, probably didn't. Yeah, she probably yelled at him about something stupid. And then he kept on talking. And then they left.
Now. Ash and Suletta appear here. Only Ash is she's walking behind you with her hand on your shoulder. How is Ash doing now?
Right now, you can tell he's just swarming with emotions. Anger, sorrow, frustration, and almost some relief at having gotten some answers. It's just... You can tell that he's conflicted, I think is the best word for it.
Suletta's going to lean in. with her hand on your shoulder, walking this way, nods at Zanzibar. I'm sure others will have questions. Be sure to tell them how Lazuli feels about their children.
I will, as much as I don't want to.
I'll make you a cup of ginger tea. Try not to cry.
Well, having to repeat some of what she said, I'm sorry to say I can't make you that promise, Auntie.
That's fine. Just don't cry into the tea. It's very expensive. It's my brand. I keep it here. I don't give it out lightly. She pushes you forward.
Of course. Then he'll step in. Hello,
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone.
I see. Hi, Ash. Pequod. Oh, Julius, look at him. Hi, Ash. Banksy, sir, stands up with Carter in his arms. Oh, Jesus Christ, Ash.
I'm fine. He's gonna come in and just sit down. I'm alright.
Suletta looks down at Davine in Hunk's lap, smirks at her, and goes to make Ash a cup of tea.
You all know where I was.
Yeah, we guessed.
Ask away. I know what's coming.
Hunk. Oh. He just puts his hand on Davine's thigh and starts rubbing it. Julius, anything you want to ask?
Julius
Haven't told
Shrug.
her about them. If that's a question.
No? Okay. Fair enough. I mean,
Yeah, fine by me. I don't care either way. I got what I want.
And I'm happy
He-
for you.
Julius leans back. I mean, it's the one question I have on my mind. Did you tell her about Carter and Soul?
I did. And she said they're no grandchildren of hers.
Suletta's spoon hits the cup when she's stirring the tea. Just groans lightly.
They're no grandchildren of hers. She doesn't want to hear your name, Julius. I'm a weak-willed lapdog who's worthless dust in the wind. An idiot? I mean, what else is that? Is that it? He's starting to shake as he says it.
Saris puts her arm around poor Ash.
What else is there to say?
Not much. He just looks out the window and holds Pequod closer to him.
Commander Integra, but why can we not say the Julius name thing? She adores Julius.
Not anymore. He's a spellcaster's lapdog who's an idiot for choosing to live the way he is, the way she told him to.
Commander Integra looks at Ash and then back at Suletta, who gestures towards Davine and keeps stirring the tea, even though it doesn't need to be stirred anymore.
Jealous of somebody assuming a maternal role that she herself should have assumed.
Poor Commander Integra with her one eye, mouth agape, looks at Davine and back at Suletta. What?
She's jealous of Davine.
What? She says it again. I hear you, but I don't quite. I mean, make me a cup. As Suletta starts making.
Davine shakes her head and puts her hand on Hunk's. I only did what I thought was right, and you know what? It was right. To be a better mother, there's nothing wrong with that.
She's jealous because you went through the hell of improving yourself and have gotten the rewards for it. She just wants the rewards.
Commander Integra, you are his biological mother. There's a connection there that goes deeper than anything a substitute. You understand what I'm trying to say, Davine. I'm just How stupid.
I would have to say quite stupid. I. She shrugs. I don't regret what I did for a second, and leans back on Hunk's chest.
You shouldn't. Look, look what you have right now. You have everything. I say it so much, but it bears repeating. We all have everything anyone could ever ask for, don't we?
He's gonna take his mask off and rest his chin on Davine's head. I'm glad you don't feel bad about that, because you shouldn't. She's being a dumbass. Which isn't surprising. He kisses Davine on the head.
She looks up at him. Yes, perfect wording.
I mean, I figured the first time she left, I figured it had to do with you, Julius, kind of thing, but I never got an answer because I didn't ask, because there's no point in asking because you're not going to get an answer anyway. So,
Well, she still thinks you and Blaze are coming back.
she can think that all she likes. Soletta comes over, gives Commander Integra her cup of tea, then Ash and sits down.
He's gonna hand on her shoulder. Thank you. Take a sip. She can. She's a fool. She got quite cross with me when I told her she doesn't want to admit that she wants to be here. Maybe I was off with my judgment, but that's the way I see it. Am I wrong, Auntie?
Soletta, I believe you're correct. Yes. But she is as a child. She took her ball and went home because of. She gestures her hand at Davine and other things. Mental illness plays a part. Though I will never know a diagnosis. Hunk, yeah, I mean, that was something I never tried to push her to do either, because what's the point? So, yeah.
You know, somebody mentioned that she is much like Julius was. But I see another thing in her. I see a lot of myself in some of the things she's doing. I mean, look at me. I had to train for years to be able to cast anything. I have no talent outside of picking up guns and shooting. Like you said, Auntie, I'm a non-factor unless I have a big gun. And I'm next to, looks at Julius, one of the most talented and incredible fighters in the universe. And yet never once did I have a jealousy for you and your ability to excel and pick up friends and just be incredible. I don't get the jealousy she has for, looks at Suletta, you, and looks at Davine, you.
Soletta, in this case, I think our jealousy has always been there. Her jealousy towards me, and I can't say I was ever quite jealous of her, because I knew if I really wanted to be physically strong and fit, I would go to the gym and work out. I don't want to look like that. Our jealousy, I think, will always be there. We worked very hard together to have a better relationship. When you and I first met, Julius Pequod, long ago, I had come down to see her on her birthday. A few years before that, we hadn't spoke in 15 years prior to that.
That makes sense. I don't understand it. Being jealous of and...
Saris, what exactly about Davine is she jealous of, though? I don't get it. I mean, yeah, Davine's here. He points at Davine, but she doesn't really know the real reason to be jealous. You know what I mean? She points at Hunk and smiles. Hunk chuckles.
No, but Davine has children who desperately want to be around her, people who desperately want to be her children, and looks at Icy. She wants that, I think.
Icy, I would like to be around Major Lazuli if she liked me, but she doesn't really care for me, so why would I want to be around her?
She says she is accepting of Hunk's daughter.
Exactly. I could read her mind a while ago. Why would I want to be around somebody like that?
Oh, she didn't really have a response when I told her that. I asked why she wouldn't train you, and she asked what could it have helped. And I told her, well, maybe training in Ki could have helped you find centering and move past issues you had. Maybe it could have prevented the explosion we had. And she didn't have a response to that.
I see. Maybe it would have given me the confidence to not be an idiot and talk to people.
Maybe.
Hunk, trading like that builds character, which is why I wanted you to do it. Master Yen and the other members of the council back then told me it was pointless because you're physically conditioning yourself when you don't need to. But I do think going through her training does build character.
It does.
That's why I wanted her to do it with you, but she didn't want to, so yes, whatever.
It does. I mean, it helped me find a resolve I didn't know I had.
Commander Integra, ha! Snaps her fingers. She's jealous of Rainfall Weekend. Hunk, you're just picking that up now.
Yes, she is. And I don't know. The way she said it, I think she's, even though she won't admit it, I think she's jealous of them and looks at Soul, Memory, and Carter. Soul, Laz, and Carter.
Icy leans into Suletta, whispering at her ear. Suletta, yes! She did say it. Icy, oh god.
Say what?
Icy, I was reading your mind a little bit. She really said not to say Julius's name in the bunker.
In her house, yes.
Hunk, well, she'll never have to say it, because he'll never be there. So, there you go.
Goddamn right.
It's for the best. Why would you want someone around who would hold a grudge against your children for the circumstances of their birth?
Pequod sticks her 2 fingers into her eyes, starts squeezing them. Oh, it's so stupid, if you ask me.
Very stupid.
Pequod, well, Laz is named after Suletta. Suletta, all things considered, I'm prepared to be a Rainfall.
Well, we'll just tell her that it was one of our favorite stones.
Suletta nods her head. Good choice.
No point mentioning her uncle, because I, don't...
Hunk, Rainfall through and through. I'm taking her name. He kisses
Fair.
Davine's head.
I think I may have taken a name I shouldn't have. Because, she doesn't seem to think I am one, so... So, you can see at this point he's starting to break down. Why have it?
Pequod looks at Julius. Oh.
Well, Ash, it's pretty simple to get it changed back to Valorious. That's a non-issue. Don't worry.
It's what it represented. I thought I'd actually found someone like that for me. And it turns out I hadn't. And that, perhaps it wasn't for the best that a Sherion Valorious was gone in that regard.
Julius Rainfall died on Gallia, but Julius Rainfall now is here. You could just say that with Sherion Valorious. You don't need to change your name for an old self to die. You know that, right?
I thought there was value in it. The Valorious...
I see. We're defined by our actions, not by a name.
It's true. But that name, Valorious, it just... I don't know, it has no value to it to me, because all it really has represented is pain. But at this point, I think that the Lazuli name last name represents nothing more than pain.
I see. You think your birth parents would think that about their last name?
I don't know. I don't know.
They
I-
died. My parents gave me up. That's why I didn't care about my last name. They didn't want anything to do with me. Your parents died, probably trying to protect you.
At this point, he's full blown, trying not to, but crying. I just wanted to forget. I've accepted it and moved on. I just didn't want to think about it. About that place.
Well, you don't have to, Ash. If your name reminds you that much of that place, change your name to something else, yes, but you don't need to take up someone else's last name.
Well, I think Valoria sounds way cooler than Lazuli. No offense, Banksy says, and Suletta, none taken, trust me. None taken at all.
Well,
I could have killed her.
I'm sure you could have.
I was just angry. I mean, she spoke to him as if he was a dog. Like, she gestures over to Rock.
I think less. I don't think
probably
at this
right.
point I'd matter to her.
Well, I don't think any of us really matter to her, Ash. Unless we can give her something. Which we won't anymore.
Pequod, we probably stopped mattering when we decided to prioritize somebody's mental health who is important to us over her. Wow. We're terrible people. Oh, and the fact we gave birth to 2 children who are spellcasters.
Oh,
3?
how
Because
dare
she's
I?
a blood hunter, no?
Yes, she'll have blood hunter abilities. She naturally has cursed blood. I can't not put her through that ritual, sadly.
And God forbid we decided to prioritize helping Davine when she was, I won't speak for you, Davine, but not doing well, yes?
Oh no, I was quite bad.
Saris looks at rubbing Ash's back. And if you look at it that way, Ash, maybe now you can understand why Sasha and I feel the way we do.
I can't blame you. Maybe
I mean,
just...
if Julius had treated Leslie terrible, if she had asked and asked and asked to do things with him and Julius said no, no, no and blew her off, maybe it'd be a different story. I could sympathize with her, but that's not how the cards played out.
No, it's not. And the more I think about it, the more I feel that I latched on to the wrong person. But I think you do have one more thing to give her, Julius. That's what you are giving her. A lesson.
What's that?
A lesson. She won't learn it, but you're giving a lesson.
He shrugs. Good. That's all she'll ever get from me again. Davine looks around and up at Hunk. And she didn't treat you well, so I don't really like her very much either.
Hunk's gonna take Davine's face just by one hand on the cheek and kiss her. I don't either, so trust me, I've got what and he's gonna wrap his arms around her need.
She'll nuzzle up closer to him.
I think I just need to keep telling myself I owe her nothing. I owe you all everything, though.
Suletta, and likewise they owe you. But yes, you owe her nothing.
It's hard to get through my head. It really is.
I see, thinking about all the fun times with her is probably hard. Like you're thinking about Jupiter Falls right now and all this cool stuff, but it didn't amount to anything in the end.
No, it didn't. And maybe she did help lay the foundation for the fighter I am, but
Suletta
my
stands
work
up.
built that.
Suletta stands up. Exactly. Anybody could have trained you to shoot your little guns, throw your little grenades, use that ridiculous eye patch robotic thing you wear. Anybody could have taught you that. Julian, on the other hand, only she could have taught Julian what he learned. Either way, she was not responsible for Julian learning what's it called, Julius?
Motion form.
That was Malcolm, whether you like it or not, Ash. Whether you like it or not, Malcolm put him in the situations that resulted in the flight or fight response from what little I know about it to cause it. Jiren, as much as I hate the man, pushed him to come to some understanding to the point where he's irregular, in a sense of irregularity, tapping into it.
I feel
Yeah. I owe her the ability to limit break. Granted, that goes without saying. Everything past that, I I owe Malcolm Chance pretty much just as much as I owe her.
Hunk, I taught you how to shoot automatics, Ash.
you did.
She doesn't do guns, so.
You did. And I am very grateful. You see how often I use them now. I don't feel any way about that, Auntie. It is what it is. There's no point not to admit it. It's the truth.
The best analogy I can say, Suletta, standing up, looking at her wrist computer, checking the time. I told General Lorelei this years ago when we were talking about you two. She wasn't quite aware of who you were, what you would become. She knew your names because she sent Sasha off with you, I think at that point twice, if memory serves. My sister was coddling you in the bunker, allowing you to stay there, hang out with your future wives. My sister was leeching off of you. Perhaps someday you'll see it that way. Your eyes will be open to Sharia. She is a leech, an emotional leech. Doesn't mean I don't love her, doesn't mean I hate her. This is what she is, and she will never change, Ash. She's beyond our help, she's beyond my help, and I no longer care about her. Now, she looks at her wrist computer again. I'm going to prep the ship. We're leaving in 5 minutes. I have to work all week at the Marauder Academy. I look forward to my weekends. I will not waste time talking about that leech any longer. Give me
Okay.
Memory Ann. I see
Dave-
gives her Davine, excuse me, gives her Memory Ann.
Yeah, no. Davine gives her memory in.
She's going to leave.
Thank you. Again.
Sarah's making a grimacing face. Leech.
She's not wrong. What meaningful emotional connection can you get in that bunker? And that's not an insult to Blaze, but look, what are we as people? Humans, elves, half-elves, whatever. What are we? We're social creatures. We need more than one person, even if sometimes we don't want to admit it.
Commander Integra, I do feel sorry for Hunk. Yeah. Well, once the papers are served, I'll get weekend custody. So, or if a case can be made that she's not fit, I'll take him full time.
I don't think, even if you can't get full custody, I don't think he'll stay there either.
Well, if he's smart, he won't. It's no way to grow up.
He's your son, he's got to be smart.
Definitely smarter than her.
You know, she said something very telling. She mentioned that she was ashamed of General Rico, because he bends the knee to Lorelei, and she implied that I was going to say that it's because of how physically strong and wise Lorelei is. But that's not why, right, Pequod? That's not why. He does it because that's what's right.
Pequod nods, and my dad likes Lorelei.
Even
Not from a not just a physical standpoint. I mean, they're friends. Sure, she's yelled at him a few times, like she's yelled at all of us, but she's a good guiding hand. Unless, of course, you're eye candy. And she's thinking about eating you up. She rubs Julius's stomach with her.
Julius chuckles.
But even if she didn't, even if they weren't friends, even if they had a relationship like we did with Colonel Chance, would he follow her orders to the letter?
Of course he would. Pequod speaks up. Of course he would.
Because he has character. He's a man. He's strong, right?
And the best person to lead, I guess, our team in this endeavor to beat whoever they are is her, not him.
Exactly. And, maybe there is a way I'm stronger than her. Who would have thought?
I see, I think so. She's gonna walk by to go up to the ship, pat Ash on the shoulder, it'll be okay. And then her head recoils. Jeez, you are thinking about Jupiter Falls a lot.
Well, happy times. Very happy times. And thank you.
You're welcome. Just give it a few years, she'll be an afterthought. And then you'll be starring in good movies.
Oh, really? Good movies?
Yeah, Arnaki versus Cornstalk.
Oh. Am I to assume I'm playing Arnaki?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. I mean, you'll do great.
I'm gonna go make sure Siletta doesn't take off without us. She seemed angry. She started with Soul running up the stairs.
Yeah, we should probably get going too.
Banksy, she did seem annoyed.
Wouldn't you be? A person
Banksy
you're...
picks Carter up. Go ahead.
Someone you're angry at drug you along to see your estranged sister that you don't want to.
Commander Integra, I think she was mostly just angry about Lazuli.
I can
As
imagine.
Banksy leaves.
Sorry for putting a downer right before your guys' weekend.
Pequod, no, it's... I'm just actually angry, Ash. It's not a downer. Just the fact she gestures towards the door because the two little ones have been taken away. I would never hold anything against baby Julius. I don't, even if he grew up to hate me, I don't, yeah, for some reason.
How could you? Look at her. Look at them. They're the light of the world. They're children. They're a gift. How could you be mad at them? I love the little ones. I don't
Pequod
get it.
holding Lazuli, I'm just angry, if anything. I mean, she was kind of like a mom to me, for sure, but yeah. They didn't do anything to deserve it, and me and Julius never did anything. Sure, I guess we weren't the quintessential good children to her. She shrugs, but ultimately, besides providing us a place to not freeze to death and be miserable, and some money and food, I can't say I ever saw her as a mom.
Julius stands up, picks Pequod up as she's holding Leslie. When you either adopt or somehow have kids, Ash, you'll understand. You'll put your feelings below theirs, their safety above yours. They're more important to you than you are to yourself. So if someone hates my children, or doesn't like them, or they're not grandchildren to her because they can cast spells as little or as many as they can, I don't like them.
Pequod and I was a complete idiot. I blamed Julius for the first time she left, and I am sorry. She's gonna look right in Julius's eyes. I know I did. I yelled and screamed, but she was just being a dumbass.
I blamed myself. And you know what? I'm a dumbass myself.
No, you're not. And if you are, you're mine anyway. She's gonna kiss Julius on the lips, no matter what Lorelai thinks
Yes, ma'am.
or wishes.
She probably wishes a lot as he starts carrying her out towards the ship.
Pequod, stay strong, Ash, as they're leaving.
I will try. And yeah, I can't blame you for feeling that way.
Hunk's gonna look down at Davine. Ready to go?
She nods, but 1 second. She hops out of his lap and walks over to Ash and gets on his eye level. Being jealous about someone is hard to understand when you're not looking from the inside out, because jealousy is an illogical emotion, Ash. Remember that.
Will do. Thank you.
She nods.
You're a
Hunk.
good friend.
Hunk puts his head out as Ash says that.
Thank you, Ash. And she'll pat his hand and go stand next to Hunk.
Hunk, Ash, don't worry about her. This place is better off without her. If she's that jealous of... I mean, it's like Sarah said, Ash, she doesn't even know about me and Davine, and she's that jealous.
You know, Julius doesn't know her first name, does he?
Hunk, no, he doesn't. I know it, but I'll let you find out on your own, because if you never do, then you'll remember that.
You know, I felt guilty for forgetting Mother's Days and birthdays. You know, I can't think of her celebrating mine or Julius's birthday with us. It was always the people at the bunker.
Hunk nods. She threw money at you. That doesn't... Pequod's parents are rich, and they threw money at her, but they love her. They love her to death. I mean, her dad put her through some hell to build character. They love their daughter. Lazuli threw money at you. And you took it as an illusion, and you saw the facade. Smoke screen, probably a better word. He's gonna pick Davine up of love. Just like I did. I fell in love with what I thought was what I wanted. And then it took a couple of years of being unhappy. And then I bumped into this. He carrying Davine and kisses her head. The mask came off, and it was a long time coming.
And I'm very happy for you.
Thank you.
You deserve it.
We all deserve to be happy. She threw her happiness away. Let her go, Ash.
I'll try. It's just... I will. It's just hard.
I can understand.
It shouldn't be, but it is.
You got Saris and Integra and all the bunker oh god, not the bunker. The armory folk and stuff like that here. Do something with them tonight. Go out, hit the town, get off the station, do something. Try to take your mind off of it. Don't drink, but do something. Take Jennifer out.
Yeah.
Jennifer always tells me she wishes she was a rainfall. He looks at Davy.
Davine inhales through her teeth. Maybe we can get her a scarf.
Hunk, yeah. As Sia, she comes out here. We could. I mean, she should be a part of the academy, but we'll get her a scarf. Don't worry about it. I'll pick one up.
Yes, maybe all of the faculty members will have to wear scarves.
Hunk looking down at Davine as they're walking up the stairs. I gotta be honest, sweetheart. I thought he was gonna call you mom again. That's why beads of sweat coming down his forehead.
I had faith. If he called me mum again, I think I would be having more nightmares.
Let's get the hell out of here. He's gonna carry her up the stairs, and now Ash is here. Sarah's probably decent advice from Dad.
He always gives good advice, doesn't he?
I don't know where we can really go, but Commander Integra petting Rocco.
Maybe it's just... Well, as he said it keeps circling in the back of my head. Why not take the kids to Jupiter Falls?
Jennifer comes in. I want to say goodbye to the. Oh.
Hey, Jennifer.
I wanted to say goodbye to David. Wow, Ash, you look terrible.
Feel terrible.
What's wrong?
Just... Oh, you know, everything... You never got close to Laz, but it's hard. What's going on? It's, thinking you knew somebody and realizing you never really knew them.
Well, Davine's way cooler. She starts making a sandwich.
Yes, she is. It's just hard for me. Laz was the first mother figure I had in my life, and it's hard to reconcile the fact that she wasn't what I thought she was.
Davine's a lot like my mom. Keeps making a sandwich. My mom likes to act all tough and rough, but when I saw Davine after Snarf and how hurt she was, it made me realize she's a lot like anybody else. Just like my mom when she got upset or hurt. She became human, relatable. Then I just started to think she sits down with half a sandwich, she was really cool. Because I would never put on that gear. At least, not drugged.
Oh god, that gear looks... It isn't, because it's well built, but it looks like a death trap to me. I'd kill myself trying to use it.
If you mess up, make one mistake, you're going into a wall at like 80 miles an hour. That's death. She bites the sandwich.
It is. And yet she does it fearlessly.
Saris, do you want to go to Jupiter Falls?
Why not? It's a nice place for the to take the young ones out, the kids out. Good music, good food, a shop stocked with many of the mobile suit kits that Jennifer likes. We could do worse, right?
Saris, you have to be a captain rank to get into Jupiter Falls. Remember captain or higher?
It's true.
Commander Integra, I have an idea that might get us in.
Oh?
If that's where you want to go, I have an idea. Jennifer, sounds good. We're done with work for the day.
Yeah, let's, if you guys want to, let's go out.
Saris, okay, we can go to Jupiter Falls, I guess. Commander Integra, I'll round everybody up. We'll need Rolly for my ID.
Okay. Works for me, Mom.
She goes up this way. The rainfalls have made their way to the beach. Now the kids are getting the groceries and stuff like this. Hunk, there is a sign already here. He's got Carter hanging off his hip, straddled, and he's hitting the top of the sign with a hammer into the ground.
Davine is watching him very intently, like watching his hand go up and down, hitting the post.
Suletta walks up to it. No Arnaki allowed. As he keeps hitting the post.
Davine shakes her head, walks up to the post. Yes, we had this idea. Maybe if we put up a sign, it would quite possibly prevent or dissuade the kids from pulling Arnaki pranks.
I, all things considered, would prefer not to see Arnaki. I've seen and heard enough of Asherion myself.
Fair enough, sister. Fair enough. She tilts her head at Hunk. You put the other thing on the back, didn't you?
He spins it around. I always keep my promises to you. And it says no cord stock allowed on the other side.
Very good. She walks over, gives him a kiss, and ruffles Carter's hair.
He's going to hand Carter to her. Integra was right. You look good with a little one. Real good. Starts rubbing his bottom lip.
She grabs his collar and pulls him in close. Yes, I do. Maybe you should help me out in acquiring a child.
Oh, don't worry, I will. You don't have to ask me twice.
Good, very good.
Suletta, what's all this ruckus I heard about happening? Something happened in front of SIS's main office door. This hunk and grabs Davine's hips and pulls her in. Yeah. It wasn't my idea, but I enjoyed it. I endorse it.
Davine laughs. I'm just driving my point home.
She learned from Lorelai. She learned her lesson. Suletta and walks inside. Setting memory end down.
She looks up at Hunk. Alright, I should start getting the kitchen ready.
Are you gonna cook?
Oh, you know it, baby.
I think I'm gonna maybe try to get us a sex fisher. Just us.
Davine pulls him in even closer. You read my mind.
Put Julius to work. You can catch him off the shore. It's hard, but you can put Julius to work.
He's a capable boy. He can do it.
He's the best son. Best son I've ever had.
Best son I've ever had.
Way to take her and guide her inside. In here, as the rainfall children exit the ship. You see, He leans in. What does that say? He walks up to the side. No Arnaki allowed. Icy walks up laughing.
Julius, holding the bags, walks up. God damn it.
Pequod, if they think that's gonna stop us, they've got another. As Banksy turns the sign, Icy, no cornstalk allowed. I don't see anything about no old lady Denaria.
Or Pinocchi.
Pinocchi.
Perfect.
Pequod, I'm really glad to be off the station. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that was kind of a downer. Ash is... Yeah.
He's not doing well. I wish there was more we could do, but... He shrugs. One day at a time type thing?
Pequod, knowing how Ash takes things, yeah.
He sighs. We will need to get rid of this sign, though.
I see, absolutely. We'll just send it right into the ocean.
No. Because then... we should have more of a use for it. Maybe one of these nights we have a bonfire.
Banksy, I like s'mores. I see, me too.
S'mores with a bonfire with the Arnaki sign it is.
Sounds perfect to me, Pequod, looking at the side. I see, but we'll leave it up for now. Let them think they have power here.
And no polymorph this weekend. Make them truly think that we're learning our lesson.
AC nods her head. Pequod, before we go in, huddle up. And Banksy looks, oh, right, comes in. Pequod, when the time comes, Icy leaning in, you're all leaning in, and we tell Hunk it's time, we gotta go get dessert. That's when you kick in the plan, Banksy. Great. Can't wait. Icy Suletta's here, she'll help you.
Yeah, you got this, just don't read any fortune cookie.
The tongues of dying men, followed by Big Boy Pen.
If we ever have a combo move, me and Banksy, that's the Wombo combo right there.
Pequod, is that how you're gonna kill Tewaz? Have him read off a fortune cookie and then make him put his big boy pants on? Did you see Ash's face? It was like Malcolm had told him to put his big boy pants on one time.
Julius thinks for a second. Oh no.
I see. Oh no. Don't tell me Malcolm actually said that to poor Ash.
Oh, I just quoted Malcolm Chance to Ash.
Put your big boy pants on, Ash. Globnock is willing to hear you out.
That's exactly what he said.
I say, oh dear God.
He, at one point, Ash had gotten a new gun. He had purchased it himself at this firearm stand in this colony, right? He purchased it, and Globnock took it, broke it in half, and Ash got pissed off at him, started yelling at him, and actually, like, hit Globnock, just clocked him in the face. I was sort of impressed by it, even. And then, a few days passed, Ash was locked in his room. Malcolm came in, and Ash, that was so immature of you. You need to learn respect and responsibility. Please, put on your big boy pants. Globnock is at the table and he's willing to hear you out.
Pequod, Jesus, Julius.
I'm sorry. It was the only thing to come to my mind.
Banksy, yeah, the squad and I were trying to think of ways to cheer him up, but it's not easy. He looks at Pequod, and Pequod, I know. It's always been kind of hard. There's some nights back at, I told Icy this a long time ago. Icy starts laughing. There were some nights at Raven Rock when I'd wake up in Julius's bunk bed, turn over, look across the room, and just see this old dude sleeping there, and I legitimately got scared for a few seconds. And then I realized it wasn't a vagabond, it was
Yeah, it's always been... It's sort of a disconnect, I think. He is, 10 years older? So there's a bit of a disconnect when it comes to comforting him for me, I think.
Banksy, do you promise not to tell Ash? Pequod, uh-oh. What do you have to say? He looks at Julius.
I'm your sergeant, man. You can come to me with anything.
I see, this is one of my favorites. Banksy, yeah, she knows it. So when Jiren first told us we'd be training with two new people that we'd never met before, he told us Julius, and we knew Julius's name. He purposely kept Ash's name in the dark from us and told us that the other individual in the duo hadn't been chosen yet. He then said he wanted to bring a man who was like a grandfather figure to him to meet us. He had white hair, talked with a British accent, and he said this man was in his dying years and would love to meet young Spartan children. And then he showed up with you and Ash, and we thought Ash was basically a Make-A-Wish grandpa. The first day we met Ash.
Oh, God.
She starts cackling. Yep!
I mean...
So Nicole is the only one outside of the asshole Jiren and Crimson Squad that knows this. That's why it was so awkward. Pequod, I vaguely remember, is that why you guys were all gingerly shaking his hand? And Banksy, that's why Nightfall asked what terminal illness he had, and Ash just looked really confused.
That honestly explains so much.
I see, I hate Jiren, but that was a pretty good one.
I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Pequod, yeah. Yep. Yeah. When I first met Ash, I honestly thought he was Commander Integra's husband or something. I see.
I first met Ash in a tavern, and I thought he was just some old guy trying to get a good drunk going on.
Try to get a hooker.
Maybe that too.
Oh, poor Ash. As Davian's gonna go into the kitchen to get things ready if that's what she wants to do, and Hunk's gonna come out. What are you kids doing out here? Just standing like the sign?
Oh yeah, it's a wonderful sign, Father.
What are y'all laughing about, Banksy?
Um, our so it was actually a funny joke that Jiren told at one point.
Banksy, you could tell Hunk and Suletta if you want.
Oh, of course. So when Jiren first told Banksy and Crimson Squad that they were getting 2 new trainers, that he had mentioned me, Julius, and then he had said that the other part of the duo was not chosen yet. He also said that Jiren wanted Crimson Squad to meet a grandfatherly figure to Jiren, someone he looked up to who had white hair, talked with a British accent, and shot guns.
Oh, God!
And then they met Ash.
Oh, God! Icy, think back, Dad. Remember when Nightfall asked him what terminal illness? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Remember how gingerly they were shaking his hand?
Oh, God. Banksy speaks up. Yep, that's why Dozer went and said he'd be back. He was going to find a walker. And came back with the walker, and at that point, Ash was already shooting guns, and we were all really confused because he was masterfully handling fire. Hunk, it's just more of a reason to beat the shit out of Jiren later today.
Yeah, right.
That's a good one. As much as I hate Pinhead Larry, that's a good one.
It's pretty freaking funny.
Hunk, alright, so here's the game plan. We're gonna go fishing, Julius. Come on. Banksy, you too. Banksy, what? Fishing.
Huh? Yes, sir.
We'll fish off the shore. We're not going out on the boat. I want to stay close to the house today because But anyway, go grab the fishing poles. I'll meet you down on the beach.
Yes, sir.
He's gonna go inside. Icy will go in. Pequod will. Oh, I'll be out in a little bit. I'm gonna set up your drawing table. I got my guitar here. Yeah, she'll give Julius a kiss on the cheek. Tonight you can draw by the beachfront, and I've been practicing, but it's still not very good.
He rubs her cheek. It'll be great, having you there serenading me while I do a drawing of you. Sounds like the perfect night.
She will give Julius a big kiss. Whew! Make that exact noise, and her eyes cross for a second before she walks inside.
Julius rubs the back of his neck. Gosh, she's a good kisser. And then walks over to get the fishing poles.
Banksy walking with you. How long did you dream about getting kissed like that by her back in your headhunters days as he picks up a fishing rod?
Oh, let's see. The first time I kissed her, it was about 3 months in, so 3 months?
Was it everything you hoped for?
No, everything I hoped for and more.
Nice. How much you want to bet we're catching sex fish?
Obviously. Hunk doesn't just tell us to go fishing without a sex fish, you know what I'm saying?
That is true, as he grabs 2 rods and starts walking this way. You guys will go down here. You see Zanzibar with the hat. Set up. I'll get 1 more fishing rod. And boom. You set the fishing rods in the sand. I'll get the Hunk is coming out. And he has that same bait from the sex fish a couple months back. He got a couple pieces. And he looks down at both of you. All right. You know what this is?
The bait for the certain type of fish that we all enjoy?
Do you want one? Do you want some, I should say? There's no shame in it. Banksy gingerly puts up his hand.
Julius nods. Who wouldn't?
Hunk, pass it down the line.
He starts passing it down.
Banksy fixes his rod. You know how to fix yours, Julia?
Yes, sir.
Good boy. He starts fixing his, takes the bait back and puts it in one of his pockets. Gonna have a good weekend.
Goddamn right we are.
Cap it off, beat the shit out of Commander Shitface.
That's gonna be quite fun.
Here, Julius. You too. He looks down at Banksy and hands Julius a beer. I only really like to have a drink when I fish. It was one of the few things me and my stepfather did together that I enjoyed.
Julius tosses the beer up and down a couple times. Yeah, I only like drinking when. Honestly, I only really like drinking when I'm with you, Dad.
It was the same way for me with my stepdad, though we didn't get close. Rectified that in adulthood. But, yeah. He let me have my first beer when I was 16. You know, he's the one who actually told me about the sex thing.
Smart man.
Yep. Showed me them in a book. Told me if I was smart, I'd buy property where their natural spawning grounds are, and the rest was history, as he puts a thumb over his shoulder back at the... That's why I bought this place.
And it's a good place with good fish.
Banksy nods his head. Hunk, take off the helmet, relax. Banksy, no, I prefer... I take it off when me and Nicole are in private. Hunk, Jesus Christ. Leans into Julius, she did fall for me.
Julius starts laughing. Yeah, she did.
Besides, my armor is always changing. I lost my helmet the other day. She learned to polymorph it. This is my Spec Ops get up to distract Davey. Hongo, you have fun with that.
Oh, he'll do great. He'll do great.
Read her a fortune cookie. I heard you're great at that. They were laughing about it. Thanks here. Oh, the tongues of dying men.
Of all of the fortune cookie things you could, do you just have like a pile of fortune cookies in your pocket?
Yes. Me and Nicole like Chinese. We went out for lunch the other day. That was the cookie. I pulled out the wrong one. What could I say? And then I looked up and there was just ash. Oh. Hunk, I gotta be honest, I was afraid he was gonna call Davine mom again. I was getting really worried.
Really? Well,
Yeah, but I think Davine told him something that actually hopefully helps Ash. But knowing Ash, I don't think it will.
Yeah. Maybe not. I've never been one for wisdom or quotes or anything like that. Davine has always been better. When I was really young, she would tell me things when I was angry or really depressed or something like that that always managed to cheer me up.
Banksy's gonna retract his thing around his mouth, take a sip of the beer, cast the line out. Put your big boy pants on. Not good at quotes. Hunk. Yeah.
Yeah. I swear I'm gonna be better for my children. Just sometimes Ash is weird to comfort like that.
Hunk nods. Well, ultimately, as I said, I don't think we can really help Ash. But you get a maelstrom of emotions going around like that, what that woman's doing to him. And he looks worse now than he did before in the morning when I saw him. And legit thought it was, our knocking, not to keep making light of that. But he looks worse. That woman, I'm sure she knew where to hit him where it hurt.
I'm sure she did.
Banksy shakes his head as we appear at Jupiter Falls. And Ash has brought all the armory folk.
Well, Mum, you said you had a plan?
Commander Integra looks back and nods. Saris looks at Ash. You sure this is gonna help you?
Better than just sitting in the apartment, right?
Yeah, I guess. But Commander Integra, nonsense. Come this way. The Marines stop her. Ma'am, no civilian. They're scanning her with their wrist computer. no civilians on the station, and they look over at Ash and Sarah and the Spartan kids, the two boys that are here.
I'll trust Mum.
What are you doing here? He looks over, Lieutenant. He's scanning you with the wrist computer.
Mum, what are we doing here?
Commander Integra, this is an entourage. Can you young men not tell? You fine young men. They're both looking at her. This guy, entourage for what? She steps back. The galaxy's first Millipedia movie star as Rolly walks. Oh! This guy, holy shit, it's Rolla! And Rolly, that's right! And this guy, but you're still a civilian. Rolly, I love it here. I'm a big fan of the ice cream. I come here to watch movies all the time with General Rico's daughter. She's part of my entourage. She said we could come in. This guy, if you promise to autograph some Melkiana Jones posters, we'll let you guys in. And Rolly, absolutely, just come see me after I get some ice cream. And open the station. Rolly, come on! And goes in.
Well, that was impressive.
Commander Integra, part of knowing your family is knowing how to utilize them. Walks in, lighting a cigarette.
Well, have fun, everyone. Come on.
As Ash and Saris are walking away, Jennifer, what are we supposed to do here besides get ice cream and buy mobile suits? Scar, I don't know. I think Ash is losing his mind. But you definitely hear them say that, Ash. Here you are, Ash.
He's gonna look around. It's been a while.
Saris, yeah, it's been quite a while. Commander Integra, the three of you walk up this way.
Well, would you look at who's there?
Saris, who? Rangers?
Isn't that Ebb?
She looks over. Oh crap, it is! She waves. He doesn't notice because he's busy talking with his pipe. He looks good.
Let's go over and say hi. If you both are alright with that.
Commander Integra, absolutely. Sarah, sure.
You gonna walk up? Well, funny meeting you here, sir.
He turns around, blowing smoke. Ash, my boy!
Master Ebenezer.
Just talking to some rangers here. They nod at you both, Saris and Ash. What are you guys doing here? He comes up, shakes Ash's hand, but when he grabs your hand, you see him blink twice.
Day out.
Are you ill? He leans into you.
No, just dealing
happened to you?
Dealing with family, sir. You must have heard about the Major.
Vaguely. He puts his thumb up to your eye and kind of with your eye bags. Look at my eyes. They're doing well.
They are.
You look horrible.
Yes, I do. It hasn't been easy, sir, but getting out with some of the kids on our squad and in our armory, letting them have a nice day out. It helps.
Right. Yes. Saris, we used to come here with Major Lazuli all the time. Ebenezer. And you chose to come back?
I thought it'd be a good place to take them. I mean, it's something I just felt right, sir.
Well, as long as it doesn't dredge up any bad memory.
Not bad ones, sir.
Good ones only, then?
Good.
Tell me some of the times you came here.
I believe the first time we came here was celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Julius and I being in Earthgov.
Saris, yeah, we sat, like, over there, I think. Does Ash look over there?
Yes, he does.
You see a vision, like a flash, almost PTSD, of the young you and all of them all those years ago sitting at the table. Baby memory and the word.
Yeah, we did. That was where we sat.
Ebenezer looking over at the table. Good times.
Good times.
Beats the hell out of the Majestic. Playfully punches Ash in the shoulder.
Well, I'd say anything beats the hell out of the Majestic.
Yeah, I would agree. Though I wasn't there for the full 2-year duration.
Just long enough to, save my life.
Speaking of saving lives, I hear SIS is getting close to Vamp.
They are. I haven't
Yes.
heard anything from them in a while. That's incredible. Good.
It's all deep sixed. I'm sure you could ask Agent. I don't even know about it, son. The council doesn't know about it. I think Lorelai, Rico, and the agents they have on the case are getting close. Not even, what's the young man who dates Sasha, is her name?
Towns, sir.
I don't think he even quite knows. I think Owen and Lanaya are taking this job on personally. Sarasa, that's a relief. But honestly, I think I have more pressing matters. Ebenezer looks at Ash.
I wouldn't say that. There's nothing more pressing than making sure you're safe.
Ebenezer, this is where you founded your relationship with the young Saris, yes?
To an extent, yes. This is one of the first dates we really went on, wasn't it?
Commander Integra, if you'll excuse me, looking at Scar, who's just standing around looking confused with an ice cream cone. As she approaches Scar, what the hell are we doing here? You hear him say that?
Oh.
I thought we were coming to watch a movie. Commander Integra, no. Just eat your ice cream, Scar.
Right,
I
Yeah.
have SWOTOR to be playing, Commander Integra. I know. Just relax.
yeah. This is one of the first dates we went on. It was the beginning of Mom starting to accept me being near you, right, Saris?
Saris nods. Great times. And we came here a lot with Major Lazuli. But the big one was the first time, I think. And then after we won, well, excuse me, not we. She puts her hand on her chest. Ash, Julius, Icy, Hunk, and Laz won the Earth Cup games. We came here and had a nice night in the bar. Somehow Leslie got them to open up the bar, the dance room, the club. Ebenezer, really now? Puts his pipe in his mouth.
Yeah, she did. It was wonderful. Probably, to this day, one of the moments in my life I look back on the fondest.
He's walking over, guiding you in, looking around. Yes, they only open it in the summer months, and well, it is getting close to summer. It will be open full time, but honestly, it's hardly ever gets used. I personally think they should lower the rank requirement to non-commissioned sergeants and above. What is the point?
Well, I mean, really, how many captains and above are there that ever have time?
Exactly. This station was a big booming place long ago, but once Gateway started to build and build and build and build, I mean, why would you? Besides the ice cream, which I even enjoy, but why would you come here? You come to get an ice cream cone every once in a while and leave. And besides, that penguin woman has made so much money off some group of people who come to watch Oh.
Yes, us.
That penguin woman is now exporting the ice cream, so you can get it ordered. You can order it and it'll be delivered to you. Mostly, I'd say thanks to Rico's daughter, I'd assume.
Yeah, her and Julius, yes.
Good for her. Good for the three of them.
Good for them. They're doing exceptionally well. Davine too. I'm sure you've heard some of the news about her and Hunk.
He shuffles the pipe in his mouth. Yes, I'm happy for them.
I am too. I've never.
I hear through the grapevine from the Ranger General, so
It's good. I've never seen Dad so happy. Can't help but be very happy for him.
I am still stationed on Master Yen's planet. I still have much Malcolm stuff to go through. I'm on layover here. I was out with a Ranger squad taking down Malcolm leads on some show where he... whatever. It's
Ah.
classified, but I know you won't talk.
Of course. What is it now?
He pulls up and...
Oh, God. I thought he gave up on that garbage.
Ebenezer Malkin Glob, and apparently he was portraying a teenager, and there was some old woman portraying his little sister. Very strange dynamic to the show compared to what we normally got from Malcolm and
Yes,
his lusting for the beautiful Davine.
it was. And that young girl was Denaria.
I figured as much, but yes.
And, yeah, I believe the plot was two now stepbrothers whose mother and father married, and now they're forced to be brothers, and they don't like each other at first, and then grow to like each other.
I have seen about 13 minutes of the first episode. It's all I needed to see. But who played the parents?
I believe... I believe he forced poor Eloquent Scar to play them.
Is this a production you actually weren't involved in?
Oh, no, I played the crazy man with anger issues who worked at the movie theater that one of them worked at.
It's the picture. Something tells me they were probably real anger issues.
Oh, there were. I believe he called me Crazy Ash.
He chuckles and shakes his head.
Malcolm keeps you working, doesn't he?
He does, keeps me busy. I won't complain. It gives me something to do. At first it was overwhelming, but we've sifted through most facets of his illicit businesses between game consoles, and we've been all over it before, so...
Well, look on the bright side, you don't have to constantly pray that you told the general anything that happened that could get you in trouble, because you've had elite troops coming to arrest you repeatedly.
And lucky for you, as he relights the pipe, the Ranger General protects you.
She does. You know, I used to think she hated me, but now I think that's not the case.
He nods his head. This is where you came after the EarthGov games, eh?
Yes, it is.
Yelling at Commander Jiren across the map.
I was an idiot. It worked, but at what cost?
It was quite funny, if you ask me. I remember those games. I think the heads of the council turned that day, though bear in mind I was not on the council back then.
Well, it led to me being put on that squad with everyone else, But, well, like General Lorelei said at the time, why would the Rangers want a brat who insulted those games like that?
He nods his head. Live and learn.
Here I thought I was just taking any advantage we could, but that's not how Rangers fight, right, darling?
Sarah nods her head. Ebenezer, the guards at Master Yen's temple. There's many elite guards, military police, but the guards at Master Yen's temple are quite fond of Malcolm. The Malcolm clips, if you will.
Oh, really? So you have to live with that 24/7?
Yes, oftentimes when we share lunch in the commissary down there, I hear the favorite clip down on Yen's planet is sometime before my time on the Majestic, you got into a fight with Tewaz, and Eloquin walks up to Malcolm and, well, here he plays the clip. Eloquin coming up to Malcolm. Malcolm, Ash has a broken spine. Legitimately, this was a calculated shot. We need to go back to Gateway Space ASAP, or there's a high probability the man will never walk again.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes!
Malcolm. Malcolm. And then Dr. Eloquin walks away, as you can see here.
Right. Yeah, we never went to Gateway. Well, you know.
Yes. It is the favorite clip down there.
I can
Not
imagine.
not laughing at you, but just Poor Eloquent's reaction. Look at the poor woman's face.
Poor thing, look at her.
I tell you, I trained Malcolm. I never saw him that happy in all the years I knew him.
Nor did I. Well, except for the one point he thought I'd died on a mission, but that, you know.
Yeah. Or after Chance's platoon.
Or Chancinator, too.
He groaned.
But I'll take that over. He would scream about the most random things.
There's currently an investigation going on. Malcolm apparently, well, it's classified, but apparently there was somebody named Sylar who was after him. We believe it's some UIR member. Maybe a deal gone wrong. Sarah Sylar? Speaking of,
Oh, God, really? He wrote down that was going on?
Ebenezer, well, he didn't write anything down, but we have clips of him fearing. Here! He plays a clip of Malcolm waking Ash up, telling Ash to patrol the ship because Sylar is afoot.
Ash, wake up! Please! I need you to get up. Sylar is among us. What are you talking? Looks at his wrist. It's 3 in the morning, Malcolm. Sylar's here, Ash. Who's Sylar? He's here. He's whispering proverbs in my ear again. Something.
Sarah's proverbs?
Proverbs. I was sitting, doing my work for the day, looking for new ways to get components, and then that bastard whispered in my ear that it's something about a hand axe instead of an anvil. He's plotting against us. Now, you can take your pistols. You can take any weapon from the armory. You can even use the void shotgun. Just patrol outside my door. Whatever. Okay. Getting up.
Ebenezer nods his head. Go ahead. Keep watching, young dear. Sarah's...
So there's someone whispering proverbs to you. Yes, Sylar, that fur-bold bastard.
Ah! Ebenezer pauses the video. This is the interesting part. Furbolgs exist. They're very rare. Have you ever seen one?
No, I can't say I have. Have you, Saris?
Saris, yeah, I have. On a frontier planet in Ebenezer. Exactly. Many of them live far out in the galaxy. Some of them prefer to serve EarthGov, and there are a few among EarthGov's ranks, but the vast majority of them are druids, and they like to live far out wildscape planets, and if that's what they like to do and they have the money to get there, so be it. They live in small colonies. They're wonderful people. Nicole trained under one. Her perfected restoration spell that I'm sure she's garnished around you was learned from Master Yen and one of these furbolgs.
Now that I think about it, I have met one. Wasn't there a furbolg on the old Alpha 9?
Ebenezer, there was one on my squad, not the old Alpha 9.
That's what I'm thinking. I apologize. It's such a rare thing to meet one.
Well, they're mostly peaceful individuals. Pacifists, if you will. And like it or not, in EarthGov, you may have to draw a weapon on an enemy. You know what you're signing up for. Some of them do join up, but the vast majority prefer to live out free in space.
Yes. Well, the furbolg.
We have a drawing of... Malcolm did a horrible drawing of this Sylar figure. We found that.
How sinister. He just looks like a furbolg.
Seriously, he just looks like some chipper old dude.
He just looks like he'd be nice to sit and relax with. I mean, is that a flower in his hand?
Ebenezer nods. Apparently this is Sylar, and all we can assume is he's some UIR member that a deal went wrong with between Malcolm and him. I have no idea beyond that. Here, I'll play you another clip. He plays another clip of Malcolm mumbling to himself, frantically pacing around the bridge of the ship, mumbling about Sylar.
I don't know, that Furbolg, that druid bat bitch. He's out of the keep. He's speaking to me again. I won't let him do this. I will send him back to the keep where he belongs. No talking. He's worse than Ash. Proverbs and proverbs instead of backstory. It's no difference. They're both annoying bastards. I will end that bastard.
Here, I'll play you another clip. Apparently, he saw Sylar, and you see him do a battle cry and run at nothing, because there's nothing there. Perhaps it was a side effect of the curse. Go.
There you are, my old nemesis Sylar. We meet again, finally, on the field of battle. One of us shall stand, and the other shall fall. Have at thee.
And as you can see, as he puts the video and picture away, Malcolm ran headfirst into a wall, and if we fast forward a little bit, there is poor Julius carrying Malcolm back to his room.
Uh-huh. I think Sylar was a figment of his imagination, sir.
Could be the curse. It's being looked into, but if it doesn't go anywhere, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, if we ever do find this Sylar, I'd love to meet him and shake his hand for fucking with Malcolm Chance.
The only thing I can assume, given some of these clips, is perhaps Malcolm crossed paths with this Furbolg on one of his many incursions onto independent colonies to push his crappy grills or MWF show, and this person left an impression on him, given the fact he said he's worse than Ash.
Well, again, I'll have to buy him a drink, because to be worse than me to Malcolm Chance is to be a very good man, I'd say.
Sarah starts laughing as Ebenezer pats your shoulder, but out of the corner of the eye, you see everybody, young Icy, everybody sitting at the table, and you and Sarah's dancing here. Pequod and Julius dancing over here.
Turns and looks. Blinks. I'm assuming once he blinks, it's gone.
Still there?
Good memories. Good
Sarah's,
memories.
what? Looking over your shoulder. Ebenezer, huh? Looking over this way.
And shake his head. No, nothing. Just brings back good memories. Ones from her that I'd rather remember. There's a
And
lot.
you see Lazuli with a big smile sitting on her face here, looking at Julius and Pequod.
Bittersweet memories, I suppose, now, of what could have been.
Ebenezer looks around the room. Yes, I suppose. He shrugged.
Can I ask you for advice, sir?
Of course.
Have you ever seen something in somebody and grown very attached to them, only to find that what you thought was a facade, what you thought you saw was a facade, and that you really never had any real connection?
You see him think for a second, takes the pipe out of his mouth. I can't say I have. I wish I could say, so I had some advice to give you. But I can't say I have. Even, with Malcolm, there's regret there that I was not able to pick up on what I would call the underlying evil. But no, not to that. I was very lucky. I came from a good family that raised me correctly. They didn't ship me off to EarthGov as Nicole was. They didn't look at me as a problem to be dispensed. I grew up very lucky. Many people do not.
Gods, that's right. That's right. You know who I'm referring to, don't you, sir?
Well, the Major, I would assume. I know you and Julius were close with her.
Very.
The Major is a complex woman. I enjoyed my time with her. I know she had her issues. I never pressed to learn about them, just because what point would there be? I don't think I would have learned anything. Um, she did treat me with respect. I think I was probably one of the few spellcasters she did, but ultimately I think she only treated me with respect because she knew she could probably handedly beat me. And to this day, I'm sure in a physical engagement she could walk all over me. And I am perfectly okay with that. But any spellcaster she can't, as her sister, Nicole, some others I can think of off the top of my head. Ceres, Lorelei, Ebenezer, yes.
She despises, even if it's deep down.
Ebenezer shrugs. We're all allies in this. We're all in EarthGov together. We're allies, not enemies. There's no reason to be jealous of one's abilities over the other. Hell, a 22-year-old girl is stronger than I'll ever be. I don't care. I'm happy. You know why? Because one day I'll get to retire. I'll get to be done with the council, done with Malcolm, and if we look back at Master Chance and everything he directly and or indirectly caused, I'm sure Nicole won't make the same mistakes.
No, I don't believe she will. You know, I would be lying if I said there weren't times where I felt a little jealous of what you can do, what Ceres can do, what Julius can do. It's incredible, sir. But where does that get me? Focus on what I can do. I mean, what you can do. I can pick up a weapon, pull the trigger, and destroy something. But you can create. That's something incredible. That's
Life is all about perspective. All about perspective. Imagine, if you will, you're sitting on a balcony and you're bound to a wheelchair. You see a man driving down the sidewalk as you overlook, riding, I should say, on a bike. You would probably see that and wish you could ride that bike. And that man riding that bike sees somebody drive by in a sports hover on Escalade. I know they're popular around your parts and your family. That
Yes.
man struggling, pumping, and pedaling that bike probably looks at that Escalade and says he wish he could afford a car. Life is all about perspective.
the grass is always greener.
I think Major Lazuli probably doesn't see things like that. She's very lucky, very fortunate, and EarthGov has bent many rules for her. They will not anymore. She has, to my understanding, doomed herself, in effect. And if you can't rationalize your perspective on things and try to put yourself in other people's shoes and see it from their point of view, you are as a child. He shrugged.
As a child, that's the way everyone has described her, and one that I think is fitting. Because, do you know who she is acting like? The delinquent child that Julius was when you first met him.
And as she was when she was, to my understanding, though I was not around, first passed through basic.
You know, I get feeling inklings of jealousy or things like that. I just don't get sitting on them and letting it fester, because what does it get you? I could sit and fester with jealousy of you or them, but why do that when I can just work to be better for everyone around me?
He shrugs. I'm sure I have felt jealousy in the past. Everybody does, but I don't know.
You didn't let it consume you.
Nope. And whatever she's jealous about doesn't matter to me. It's her problems.
They are. You know,
She is a very strong fighter, but as a person, she is very weak. And if you're a weak person, you will not maintain a strong front to be a strong fighter. This is just fact.
The mind... The body can't sustain itself if the mind is breaking.
I would say so.
You think she's gonna lose that which she values? Her strength?
Oh, I know. Not I think.
And that will be the ultimate consequence, won't it?
He shrugs as the vision gets stronger and stronger. It's been here the whole time. You hear laughter now. Now you're starting to hear conversations, laughter.
Perhaps Ceres, perhaps I should schedule an appointment with Country.
She looks at you confused. Why?
Because looks at Ebenezer. I can trust. I'm seeing things again.
Ebenezer looks around the room confused. He's looking.
You can read minds, right, sir?
In contact, yes.
He'll put his hand out. See what
He
I'm
reads.
seeing.
Oh. He takes his hand away.
I'm seeing that day in here.
As you say that, you hear Scar. I still don't understand what the hell we're doing here. Jennifer, yeah, we got ice cream. And now what do we do? Buddy, I don't really know. Frost, oh, we got more mobile suit models, Jennifer. That's great. Gives him a hug. But why did we come here? And Sarah, I think we know why we came here. Rolls her eyes.
Yeah. We did. I do. I'm sorry.
Ebenezer, have you thought about maybe going somewhere you don't think about your ex-mother?
That's a good idea. I think that would work. Maybe I should let them pick.
He nods his head and walks out here. Saris, come on, Ash.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just come on. Let's go check out everybody else.
Yeah, let's go.
Back down at the beach. You three are out here fishing. What's Davine doing?
Davine is cutting up some vegetables right now. Just some garlic, shallots, that kind of thing.
Siletta, what are you cooking for us tonight?
Well, back in Gallia, where I first learned to make it, we called it Sam's Coney Stew because it was... The boy who made it was named Samuel. But it's rabbit stew, basically.
I look forward to.
Yes, I haven't made it in a while, so it might not be as good as I can make it, but I'll try my best.
Oh, trust me, I'm sure it'll be fine. By the way, Siletta, I have seen what I need to see. I'm going to have my name changed to Rainfall. No more. It's time for the Lazuli line to end, if you ask me. Pequod. Oh. I see. Well, Ash will still be one, maybe. Siletta, if he so chooses, I don't care.
Davine sets down the knife, walks over, and hugs Suletta from behind. Thank you.
She hugs her. She's gonna turn around and hug her back. You are much like the sister I always wished I could have had. Not one that hated me and despised my existence for being born more attractive. Oh, and the fact I can freeze things.
She pulls back a bit. I would never despise you for being able to freeze things.
But you despise my household because you ruined it.
I'm sorry.
Pequod, is that what really happened? You guys got into a fight. Icy starts laughing, pointing at you two, Davine and Siletta.
Yes. Yes, we got into a fight. A fight that I won.
Siletta, that's what she thinks. I let her off easy.
It's what I know. Thank you very much.
Some of us weren't using the full extent of our ability.
What, do you think I wasn't going easy on you?
Ha! Siletta turns around and waves her hand up in the air at Davine. Trust me, I let her off easy. She was being stupid, refusing to believe anything I said. Lanaya. Pequod Lanaya? I see. Uh-oh.
Davine puts a finger up to her mouth. Shh! Don't. Shut up!
Oh, it's just the girls and the children. The lie she told about me saying Hunk loved Lanaya, it was a lie. It was her the whole time.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
Isn't
You're
that
always so
right,
mean to me.
Davine? Isn't that right, Davine? You found out the pistol's name today? We made contact. I can read that mind of you.
Oh.
How stupid did you feel?
About as stupid as you are normally. And she flicks her forehead and goes over. Starts cutting them.
Siletta starts laughing. I see Lanaya. Pequod Lanaya and her
Davine peeks it back around the corner. Don't you two dare start doing that!
They both start laughing. I see. She was really mad about Lanaya, Siletta. Oh, you have no idea. Trust me. I believe she said something to their. Oh, Lanaya's probably sitting in my lap. They start laughing louder.
Davine puts both her hands on her hips, comes back around the corner. Do you guys want me to make you food or not?
I see. Yes, please. Pequod fighting back laughter. Suletta, she was acting so irrational. I was waiting for her to say, Asharion's probably sitting on my lap.
Oh, no, I would never say that.
Mum. Suletta looks right at Davy.
She goes back a bit. Next thing I know, you're going to be polymorphing as Arnaki yourself.
I have been taught. I'm waiting to be taught cornstalk.
Oh, and I bet you are just eager to get going.
Suletta starts chuckling as Pequod. Oh, by the way, Davine, not this weekend, but we have to start going over scripts and stuff. Tommy's agreed to let you be the full director on the room. I see, that's right.
Oh my! That is a very big honor?
He'll be there to help you. And Scar can even be his director of photography. Everybody, it's like our testing ground. He's even letting me and Pequod do rewrites on some of the scenes.
Oh, that's wonderful. She squints a bit. In one of the first scripts he gave us, there was like a sex scene with Ash.
I see. Tommy said he'll direct those and we can go to lunch.
Oh, thank God.
Pequod, what do you think of this one? Icy and I just got done watching Jaws. Suletta, oh my God, is that old woman to know?
God. I quite enjoy Jaws, if you didn't know. I think that's a wonderful idea. Anaki pulling people underwater to adopt them.
I see, exactly. And, I mean, it's not like he's tearing people apart. Pequod, so we'll skip the PG-13 or R rating and make it basically like a kind of horror, but PG movie so we can make even more money for... Yeah.
Yes. Have... The music in that film always stands out to me. It's quite good. But instead of the dun 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 dun, it's adopt.
They start laughing. Pequod, you know, you should take a cue from Lorelai. I see, that's right. Puts up her finger, and they both look at Davy.
Which cue from her?
I see, well, Dad can star in the movies too. Pequod, and you're the director, so you can have him do whatever you want, Davy. Just like Lorelai's gonna request shirtless scenes of Julius and misted, wetty, sweaty chest Julius.
I could have Hunk completely shirtless for the entire movie.
I see, you can do whatever you want. You're the director. They have to listen to you. And if they give you trouble, the producer, that will come in. Pequod, yes.
And it'll be set on a beach, so it'll make sense. Hell, even if it didn't make sense, I would probably still make him wear at least a mesh shirt.
Pequod, don't think you've seen Big Trouble in Little China, but Monday we'll have some free time. We're already starting to script out Big Arnaki and Little Adoption. And see, this is a prototype image with you. Some of the movies I think you would want to star in, or at least Icy thinks. Icy, the love interest with Dad.
Oh, of course, I would want to be the person playing his love interest, no one else.
But in the movies where he doesn't really have a love interest, or we can write the love interest out and I can just play Old Lady Denaria, we have to sit down and watch They Live, because we've also have some rough drafts of They Adopt. Suletta, oh my god. Grabbing her stomach.
Yes, They Adopt. So I take it Julius is... This is one of the movies that Lorelai has requested Julius to be completely shirtless for.
Pequod, well, I think all of them she'll want him to be pretty much shirtless in, and to be honest, I do too, so it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We even have a fight scene planned, like the actual movie. We'll show you the actual movie if you haven't seen it Monday morning, but we can get them all hot and sweaty in the alley. There's a scene where they have like a 6-minute fight scene in a garbage alley. Pequod starts biting her lower lip.
Davine starts to do the same. And she shakes her head. I have to go. I have to go cook.
Yeah, have fun. Pequod's...
Davine doesn't move for a little bit, just staring at Hunk in the poster. She shakes her head again. God damn it.
Pequod puts the poster away. Down at the beach, Banksy has caught a sex fish, but the lion is dead for you.
Lucky bastard.
Hunk, one's enough. We could just make sushi rolls out of it. And Banksy, yeah, of course. I'll share.
Good man. Good man. He looks at his line and then looks at Banksy. So, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with, the way Spartans work and everything, in, the hierarchy of everything. Is there, room for movement within Beta 5, or do you branch out and go to, the Marines or the Rangers or things like that, like with headhunters do?
No, once you're through the Spartan Academy, you're a Spartan through and through. I mean, you can be attached to other squads, like you guys had my uncle and Nick attached to Sigma, but there's not enough of us anyway. To get the augmentation process done, you have to have a certain type of Most of the people on Crimson Squad, somebody in their family were Spartans at one point, because of the genetics.
Got it. So, are you good with where you are right now, or would you want to branch out?
You see him stop and think for a second. I think before meeting Icy, I would have wanted to. Now I'm pretty happy where I am. Hunk, good.
That's what I like to hear. He hits his shoulder lightly and leans back in the chair.
I honestly wanted to join just to get off the damn farm. I didn't want to be a farmer. Uncle Carter was pretty cool growing up.
Yeah, what was he like? I only knew him on the ship.
Yeah, kind, warm, caring, but a good teacher. He taught me how to shoot, not Ash.
He chuckles. Carter was a pretty good shot.
Yeah, he got the killing blow on Malcolm. This Hunk, thank God.
God bless him.
Got the killing blow on Malcolm and had good taste in women. Hunk speaks up.
Well, yeah. He was before you, and he looks over at Hunk. He was probably the best man to my mom. He was a good man. If he wasn't a good man, I wouldn't have named my child after him.
Hunk nods. They were Rico's best and brightest. essentially you and Ash back in the Headhunters for Integra. So, yeah, Rico wouldn't have a bad man as his right hand man.
You know,
Banksy, does this mean I'm gonna be Pequod's right hand man? And Hunk, yeah, probably. Oh. Oh god, you see him start to tremble. Oh boy.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just think, you and like a Dozer Flavor or someone having to help my wife out with basically whatever she wants.
Yeah! Hunk recasts the line. You'll be guarding Snarf's workshop facilities, random restaurants she buys to accrue more money for Julius, like that deli she bought down in New York. Yeah, trust me, it'll be a good job. Banksy, yeah, just some of the things she's asked people to do. Poor Tao.
Oh yeah. Yeah, poor Towns.
He legit actually had a heart attack. Hug, I know. He. I talked to Contry. He had a mini heart attack and a stroke that day.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The Medi injections in his armor are what kept him going. Banksy. Oh.
I really need to thank that man more for keeping my wife alive.
Hug, I remember when he told her next time I'm just gonna tattletale on you to fucking Lorelai. Starts laughing. Banksy, yeah, I remember when she told us, Crimson Squad. Well, she was talking about the man on fire and how Julius, beat him, and I think she was trying to teach us a lesson into not doing something stupid. But basically, she just ended up saying, I never ask anybody to do something I won't do. So if I ever ask you to do something crazy, just do it. And we all said yes. Bam.
Well, there really isn't much you can say after that.
Is it actually true you guys stormed Sword Base?
Oh, God. It was like the one other time that I really showed my anger with her. She was.
Did you see the signs that said no trespassing? Keeps laughing.
We saw him, alright. We landed right next to one. It was right there. Big old lettering, no trespassing. And then she jumped over the line.
I'm shocked she got Ash to follow her.
Well, I can't remember correctly, but I think it was more I went, so then Saris went, so then Ash went.
Some of the guards at the academy were the guards that used to be stationed on Sword Base, and they would always talk about that day. And then, she just ran into the base anyway once the doors open. Hunk, yep, I got ripped a new one for that one, and I had nothing to do with it.
Sorry about that.
They assumed I gave her the coordinates. Meanwhile, the little devil hacked her father's computer.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Resourceful.
Resourceful, smart, and beautiful as always.
Not that I want her to, but if she did apply herself to be a fighter, she'd... Watch out.
Yeah, she put that delegate from Mars into... hospitalized her for 3 months. Wire jaw, everything.
Banksy, yeah, that was... Oh, he groans. I don't know what was worse, that or Towns beating up that guy in the bad cosplay.
Well, Towns had a...
Say goodnight, vamp.
Towns was doing his job. That's all I can say. But the guy was in a Dracula costume. Like, those fake vampire teeth and the big red collar and everything.
Banksy, I guess that's what vampires look like in Gallia?
Yeah, pretty much. They were pale, big teeth. I think the ones in Gallia actually were affected by garlic and stuff like that.
Makes sense. That guy got dicked on.
Yeah? Yeah, he did. Poor guy. Just imagine you're dressed up as your favorite comic book character, and then you hear from behind you, "Time's up, vamp," or something like that, and you just get clocked in the face.
Didn't he throw him into a what are those things? A gaming cabinet? Yeah. And then it set on fire, and he proceeded to copy Davine and put his knife into the guy's front teeth.
Oh god.
I did the paperwork on that one to Lorelai. I think Ash did too, because Ash and always does his due diligence. But yeah, Lorelai was not happy.
No, I don't think I would be either.
I remember her face. I told her first about the cosplayers. She said something like "better safe than sorry" when it comes to Sarah. Then I had to break the news about the delegate.
Oh god. Yeah, no, I think that was like one of the only times I was legitimately like almost scared of my wife. Not necessarily scared, just like, oh shit.
Honk, I personally think she was at her scariest when she was pregnant.
Julius just stays silent and looks at the ocean.
Just seeing her pound around the apartment, Banksy, with Lazuli and Honk. No, I was there when she was pregnant with Lazuli. Yeah, she was just mostly depressed, bad times. But with Carter and Soul just pounding around with the big stomach hanging out, it was like a wrecking ball coming towards you. Pissed off at you, just storming right at you.
Julius has to stifle a laugh. Yeah. So, I don't think you were around, but one of the most popular things you could hear in the apartment during that time was my name being screamed at the top of her lungs.
Okay, that is exactly why I think she was most scariest back then. Banksy, how often would she scream your name?
Oh, every day, bud. Every day.
Yeah, she'll probably... She still screams his name every day, but now for the right reasons, if you know what I mean.
Goddamn right.
Hug starts laughing. APC, Vertibird, their bedroom, the laundry room. Don't matter.
Don't matter, don't care.
Banksy, well, with the sex fish sushi, she could be screaming it sometime this week.
Now you're talking. He leans back in his chair and recasts his line.
Hunk, limit breaking is something they just recently got into. So, a lot of room to grow there. I'm sure there's going to be another kid or two.
Yeah, she said she wants at least one more. I don't know if now is the right time or even in the future, given certain us trying to grow our careers, get into more leadership positions. I don't know if even then is the right time, but sometime in the future I would love to have another kid with her.
Hunk, probably after she takes office, if you will, and Banksy and Crimson Squad become her elite hitmen.
The elite hitman is right. If she ever tells you to go after a certain delegate, don't. Okay?
Banksy, I kind of have to follow her orders even now.
If that happens, at least tell me first so I can try and stop you guys.
Hunk, don't worry. She shipped her off to the butt end of the universe. Nobody will ever see that bitch again.
Yeah, probably not.
Hunk's gonna recast his line. Yeah, I'd say it's smart to wait a while. I mean, Lorelai wants Davine to open an academy with the gear. So.
Oh, really?
That's right. Banksy, yep. I heard about that. It was Lazuli's, and yeah, that failed offer they tried to give that idiot. That she spit. You know, she actually spit in Lorelai's face. Banksy. Oh.
And she's still alive?
I think Lorelai likes to put up a facade of it, I'll kill you if you cross me, but she's pretty nice, all things considered, in my experience.
Yeah, she's quite nice, just don't piss her off, kind of thing.
But either way, they want your mom. They want mom to take over.
He nods. That's awesome. I hope she said yes. Have you told her?
Yeah, she said she'd like to, and we can even pick where the academy will be Earthside, so we can be close to the kids after everything's said and done. And Lorelai pretty much said, you know, after we win, which we're going to, the squad's gonna stay together for a couple years just to make sure everything's copacetic, and then everybody's gonna go their own way. So
He nods. Yeah, I mean, Pequot just bought some beachfront property recently, so.
oh, what a surprise! You gonna develop it to put more money in your bank account?
No, actually, she's making houses. For me, her, you, Davine, Banksy, Icy, and then if Suletta wants to do it, which I have a feeling she will, her and Marianne.
I would like that. Banksy sounds good to me. We just have to put up a gate. Hunk big gate.
Yeah, big gate.
With one of those cool, like, opening gates that open up instead of down, and you have to have the button in your car. Banksy, that sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're probably gonna call it like Rainfall Lane or something like that.
Rainfall Lane sounds good to me. Hunk looks at Julie. It's beachfront property?
Beachfront property.
What we should do, actually, we should hire a trawler boat, if you will, to try and catch enough of these fish, as long as the waters can sustain, and Pequod can maybe get like a. Yeah, we need to have those fish reproduce on that beachfront property, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Banksy, you writing this down?
Yeah, sure. He starts typing on his wrist computer. Limit breaking, arcane breaking, that's good too. Yeah, they could do that.
Oh, God. So that. Yeah. I mean, I remember the one when we were on the beach last with the sex fish. I looked through the vertebrate window and just saw a gigantic arcane explosion, so that's what that was.
Banksy nods his head. Arcane breaking is kind of similar to limit breaking, except in like women when they have, you know, when they get to that point. I saw Lorelai do it the other day when she was looking at a picture of you. Just
you get
an eruption coming out of her office, and
gotta be fucking kidding me.
no, yeah, it's the truth.
Oh God, that woman's lust for me is sometimes worrying at points.
Oh God, if Gondar was dead. Thank God he's still around. Jesus Christ.
Then there would be no stopping her.
She'll steal her kiss one of these days, don't you worry. The Ranger General always gets what she wants, Julie.
I don't doubt that somehow.
Look at it this way. It's the best bargaining chip in the universe, and we get her Fireman's Julius Ranger calendar like it's being proposed, and I think she'll love you forever.
I'm sure she will. I don't think we would ever have to ask for leave again.
Banksy, and when Sasha takes over the Rangers, you could just walk in and take your shirt off and see what happened.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to get shot in the face.
Heck yeah! If not shot, at least fucking beat to the ground.
Yeah, that too. She could.
I wouldn't cross her.
I don't think anyone should.
Who do you think? Hunks is reeling the line in. Who do you think wears the pants between her and Towns? Banksy.
Well, from my limited knowledge, and when I say limited, I mean limited, Towns has told me she does call him daddy, so that's pretty much all I know.
But Towns isn't assertive. He's just kind of like, just there. He asks what to do in combat situations. Like, what would you like me to do? Poor Ash. I saw him pointing down at some guy last week. What do I do, Ash? Pointing at the guy. And Ash had to tell the guy what to do. He ain't the assertive type. And they're so private,
I honestly, I couldn't tell you, honestly, because someone who doesn't seem assertive can be assertive in certain situations if you catch what I'm putting down. But then there's Sasha, quite possibly one of the most assertive women I know.
Hunk, I know it's a little creepy, but curiosity kills the cat and all, but maybe we could, spy on them one of these days at Tommy's restaurant. Banksy, that sounds fun.
Oh, God.
Yeah, just listen into the conversation. See who wears the pant, see who orders the food when Tommy comes up, see who bends the knee to who. And maybe it'd be good for Ash, something to do besides fucking, whatever the hell he's doing right now.
I mean, if we are gonna do that, we should make it a bit interesting. And he rubs his fingers together.
What do you want to make a bet?
Oh, we're making a bet.
All right. I mean, I'll put a 2,000 on Towns. If she calls him daddy, then Towns probably calls the shots.
Julius lets out a long whistle. I'll take that money. I'll take that bet, yeah.
So you think she's the... Okay. What do you think, Banksy? Banksy, I'm with Julius. Alright, fine, and we'll get Ash in. Maybe have a boys' day, the four of us. Do something with Ash, because we're gonna need to do something if he's... Ash currently reminds me of when he first came back from space, and, where he'd always be sitting around sobbing and stuff like that. That's what he's starting to look like. So maybe a boys' day spying on Sasha and Towns.
Yeah, that might help.
Banksy, yeah. Sasha, Towns, we do something with Ash. Honestly, I'm surprised Sasha and Ash would never got together. Oh.
Ugh.
I don't think that would work.
Yeah, no. Julius stops talking and just shakes his head.
I think she'd beat Ash to death.
Sasha doesn't seem like the type of woman who would be able to deal with Ash, especially when we first came back. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, poor Ash. He would have been... What did they always call him back then? A lump. He would have been in his lump state, and she probably would have had her boot to his goddamn throat.
Oh, God. Only God knows at this point.
Maybe we could have Ash call her mom. Wait a minute. How do you know Towns... How do you even know that she calls him daddy?
Oh, okay. So remember when we were spying on Frost and Jennifer?
Good times?
Yeah, good times. And we were both in the kitchen. I had said something about Arnaki, and he told me to cut off comms. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Me and Ash were watching something. Oh, Tommy was losing his mind over the place being haunted. That's what we were watching.
Yeah. So during that, he was telling me about his encounter with Arnaki, and that Arnaki had called him daddy, and that Sasha was the only other person to ever call him that.
Jesus Christ, give me a break.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, well, maybe he does wear the pants when the doors are locked at wherever they go.
Maybe. We'll have to see. We will have to see.
We're gonna spy on him. We'll do it the Tommy way. I know they go and eat down at Tommy's a lot, so we'll figure it.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy actually asked me when I came in for, you know, talking time with the others, who are you gonna spy on today, Julius?
Well, we have used Tommy's restaurant for we interrogated Banksy there. Banksy girl. Yeah, Tommy's a good guy. We owe him.
Yeah, he's quite literally my guardian angel, so.
At this point, yeah, I think he is. And you got the saint to watch over you too.
And my children, he's made that clear.
Banksy the saint will be at your wedding.
That is a weird thought that I.
Do you think he'll have the trash can lid shield with Jesus' face on it? Yeah, he'll probably be in full attire.
Bathrobe with a big cross on it?
Any other woman would never have it, but something tells me Pequod will be so excited to see him marching down the aisle.
I mean, Pequod is the one who puts up his artifacts, so.
Surprised she didn't try to bring back Sandra the goddamn alley walker.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised on that one too, that she didn't at least try to convince me.
Banksy, well, never do drugs.
Never do drugs, Ricardo. I would be very disappointed in you.
Hunk, more Tommy advice, I assume.
Yeah, more Tommy advice.
Think about it this way. That guy is gonna be directing Dude Ash. Banksy, we're gonna be going on lunch when that happens.
Yeah. Lunchtime for that.
He's putting up billboards all over the country. There's one up in my old hometown for the room, and Ash's face with the lazy eye is on the billboard.
Oh, God. Well, hey, advertising is no problem, I guess.
I suppose not. Is he alright? The fish aren't fucking biting. Let's go inside. We've got what we came for.
Yep.
We can serve it as like a garnish with the meal Mom's cooking up.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Let's go. Miss Banksy, I'll put the fishing rods away. He collects them. Banksy's walking away. Nice. Tries to imitate Scar. Let's go. You guys will go inside. Ash has made his way back to the apartment. You're greeted by Zap, Scar, Blaze, Jennifer, and Rocco sitting down. Saris has walked ahead of you. You're slow and staggering in, and she just kind of left you in the dust. So,
Okay. You look over. Hey everyone, how are you doing?
young sire.
Hey uncle, how are you?
Very good. Come, join us.
He'll walk up. What's going on?
Oh, just sitting out here having a good time, relaxing. We was watching some TV. Heard you losing your mind, Dad.
Oh,
Jennifer, they didn't hear it from me. She starts walking away.
No need to be coy, it's fine. I'm not losing it, it's hard.
Blaze, sit and relax.
You'll sit down.
Scar, yes, it was a lovely trip to Jupiter Fall. We basically went there to have an ice cream cone. Blaze, oh.
I'm sorry for dragging you there. I should have just taken you somewhere you actually wanted to go.
Scar, I didn't mind going. I don't know if it's healthy for you to be returning to these places. You look horrible. Zap, you look terrible. I agree. You look worse than baby girl did a few months back.
I do, don't I?
Blaze, oh, just a little bit. I don't know what baby girl looked like back then, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. God.
You need to stay in shape, Ash. Stay handsome and healthy. You're going to be in our movies.
Yeah. Yeah. For the movies, you're right.
If not for the movies, then just for You can't go into combat like this. Of course, I guess you did last week, so somehow you pull through. You flick the switch. Blaze, yes, he did.
It's not easy, but when the rubber hits the road and there's nothing else I can do, I'm not gonna put those I care about at risk because I'm upset.
Zap, you know whose rubber never hit the road to help you? Lazuli.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. We went into battle together once, and it was her vendetta.
Blaze, I remember. Splashed poor Julius with Archfiend blood.
Yeah, got it in his mouth, which is why the Forge gave him an Archfiend symbiote.
Whatever happened to that?
The General has it along with Valor.
I've heard that that's what he got through hearsay, but makes sense. Yeah, I don't think he necessarily needs that anymore.
No, I don't think so, but much like a wide variety of weaponry, I can't say I don't wish we had access to it. Just in case.
Blaze nods. It would be his choice whether he'd want to use it.
I agree.
I don't know much about Major Lasley's fighting, as I could never achieve it being a robot, but I know it would have harmful effect.
It would. It feeds off his life force, the thing does. And they said that if he were to go Mushin while it was on him, it would kill it.
Blaze, I would suggest it be returned to the Archfiends. Perhaps something you can look into. Perhaps you could garnish a favor from them.
Perhaps. Perhaps. That's for the best. It was helpful though. It saved our skins a few times.
Scar, it sure did. I remember seeing some of the combat footage. Omega Trista. And it was helpful to have him lift things around the ship, though it took a toll on him physically.
It did, because it was...
He degraded a lot quicker than you, physically.
Because it was always taking a little bit from him anytime he used it.
Well, he always had to wear it, because God knows what Malcolm was going to have him lift around the ship, or what predicament Malcolm was going to get us into. Well, you guys into.
Yeah. I do.
And I don't think he really knew how to take it off.
I don't think he did. The only time I saw him take it off was, well, when other people removed it from him.
Scar, I believe there's a way he could have learned how to if he, got to come back to Gateway.
There's a lot that could have been done if we'd come back to Gateway, though.
Scar nods.
Well, I don't know. I'll be fine. I just have a lot to think about.
Blaze missing the Major?
I don't know. I was, but after today, some part of me still wants what I had with her back, but the actually intelligent part knows that I never really had it to begin with.
Blaze nods his head. Oh.
I still love her. I really do, but...
Said some hurtful things?
She talked to me as though I was some dirt. Worthless to her. And you know as well as I, she knows what buttons to press to really hurt one.
I am glad I did not accompany you then. Did she say that hurt the most? As he's gonna sit down and start patting Rocco over here.
Aside from
Who
just...
shouldn't be here. He's not petting Rocco. Never mind. Go ahead.
Aside from just... telling me I'm an idiot who never mattered to her. One that hurt the worst was her going straight for the throat. I mentioned that that what would she do if Julius, her little Julius, was a spellcaster? And she deflected, saying, well, I wouldn't understand because Ceres is barren, so I'll never really get what it's like to have a flesh and blood child.
Zach, Jesus Christ.
And it hurt.
Taking shots at your wife, too?
That's why it hurt. It hurt not because of what she was saying. It's why she did it. She was having trouble getting to me with just attacking me, so she had to attack people I love, too.
Blaze, I cannot say I've ever seen her do that, but I believe it. Given her level of jealousy towards certain things would be my guess, and yes.
And while doing that, she got mad at me for using her relationship with Suletta as a one-to-one comparison to mine with Julius.
Blaze, similarities, to be sure.
Told
Not anymore, I'd say, but yes, at the beginning.
told me not to use her sister as a weapon and then can turn around and use my wife as one?
Scar, ouch.
That's why it hurt. And I think something Hunk said has been swirling around and around in my head ever since. He said he fell in love with an image of her, or what he thought she was. And I think I did the same.
That, well, you needed a mom, probably when you met her, and yeah.
I did.
Blaze, she always favored Julius, though, I would say.
Of course she did.
I think
Why?
Ash was part of the package, to put it harshly.
I understood that. I did. I guess I just wanted something like that so badly that I overlooked the fact that she never really saw me like that.
Did you tell her about Hunk and Davy?
At the request of Auntie, no, I did not. Not yet.
Ah, waiting to twist the knife in the dark.
She said she wanted me to see what she was like when she thought she was in control.
And? Did you see?
I did. Someone who cares only for herself. And,
Blaze.
and thinks everyone else is subservient to her. Or, if they aren't, they should be thrown away.
Blaze, I am happy for Julius, and Nicole, and Hunk, and Davine. I wonder if... How exactly did you come across Davine? Nobody has ever told me.
I forget the name of the planet, I'd have to go through my notes, but it was a planet we had actually gone through to look for Ebb. Back when Malcolm was still doing the mission we'd been given.
He starts chuckling. This must have been at the very beginning.
It was. And we went there, and there was this small colony that people had vanished from. There was a large direwolf there that one of the hunters there had as a companion. And it just took to Julius.
It was Davy.
It was Davine. We didn't find out for a few weeks. But it was her.
And she traveled through time with you then, successfully.
Yes. But she just...
I wonder, I don't wish it, I just wonder if how things would have been different if Davine was never found. How deep her issues go. How much of it is Davine and how much of it is having to follow orders or whatever is bothering her and Suletta and so on and so forth.
I think Auntie Suletta said that no matter what happened, it would have bubbled to this point eventually. Because Mom isn't willing to admit that she needs help and is weak in some fashion.
Davine exacerbated. Unwillingly, it's not her fault, but yeah.
Davine's willingness to admit her own weakness and to grow garnered her that relationship she has, yes?
I would say so.
Mum wants that relationship she has with Julius. She wants that. I think we can agree.
She was always very fond of Julius, yes.
She just wasn't willing to go through the pain to obtain that pleasure.
Scar. Well, to be honest, I could understand, but Davine gave birth to Julius.
And? No offense, but that doesn't mean that Mum couldn't have had that relationship. Blood matters. But the saying how everyone always says, blood is thicker than water. There's a second half that rarely gets said, and it is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the blood of the womb. Because, in many ways, the bonds we choose to make matter more than just simply being family. Choosing to remain family with somebody means more than just being born that way. At least that's the way I see it.
Scar, very good point.
And despite all of their issues, rightful issues, you could say what you want, but they had every reason to have the issues they did, Davine and Julius, with what they went through. Choosing to work through them and choosing each other, that's why they have that relationship. Not because they're mother and son, but because they chose to be.
Blaze, well, from what little I know, I disagree. But you're entitled to your opinion.
I suppose.
The impetus for their forgiveness was, from my understanding, most likely Davine's guilt doing what she did to the child she bore. What
Yes.
would you know? Lazuli doesn't have that. Lazuli used Julius. It's what she wanted. I don't think she ever could have had this with Julius. I think you, once again, are putting Lazuli on a pedestal.
I'm saying the only reason I'm saying she could have if she'd have been willing to actually grow up. That's what
Do
I
you
mean.
think even then?
I'd like to say yes, but yeah,
How
it
would you
dep-
know? You've never seen a grown Lazuli.
That's true.
He just looks at you. Wouldn't you? I would say she's not completely grown up, he air quotes, but she's bore a child. She was married. She had everything she wanted. Wouldn't you say that's grown up in a sense?
In a sense, yes, but the willingness to throw it all away for selfish reasons is not.
Blaze strokes his robotic face. Yes, I'd agree there, for sure. I do think, in some senses, procreation it does create a bond that can't be replicated. All animals exist to procreate. You are an animal. I am not. I wish I could be, but your species is based to. The basis of your existence is to reproduce and procreate and continue your genetic line. It's imbued here. He taps his head. Not that I can, but. Not that I want to. But. I don't know if Lazuli ever even really looked at Julius that way. That deep of a bond. Perhaps it can be achieved. I wouldn't know, Ash. But. Julius came along. I think she saw herself in Julius, and. I think a leech is a harsh way to put it. I've been told that's what she acts like. But perhaps they're right when they say that about her. I don't know.
I think they are. She wanted that feeling, and she got it. She did what she had to get it from us. Him. Like you said, I was part of the deal.
Scar, you weren't part of the deal. Blaze, he was. Trust me.
She didn't like me. It took, was it, a year for her to really take any shine to me, Blaze?
Blaze, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less.
Is what it is.
Blaze, I'm really not sure. I think she did enjoy your company. But to see you in the same light as Julius, I don't think you ever had a ghost of a chance.
I know that. I wanted it, but I knew it never really could happen.
Well, you still want it. Unfortunately, she won't be willing to give it.
No, and I think I really understand that. Really understand that now.
Scar, I heard Integra told me. She said something like, "Don't mention Julius's name in my house." Blaze, oh,
Yes.
grabbing his chest.
Yes, she did.
Zap, you got a problem, Blaze? Blaze, oh no, it's just a reaction that's programmed. Either way, that's not good.
No, it's not. I think she's ready to fully cut herself off from everyone except little Julius forever. And I think if she does that, she'll end up losing him too. Eventually.
Blaze, oh, I would agree there.
And even after all she said, I still don't want her to die alone in that damn bunker, but I don't see there to be any other option for her. I can't stay there 24/7, nor do I want to.
Blaze, I'm honestly surprised you stuck around. Not for what she put you through back in the day, sire, but she would train Spartans, Rangers, and physical conditioning. Her training with Julius was different because he took to it. He did the breaking of the limit, so to speak. Zap. Either way, I know she. Yes. I think you were most merely tolerated in the early days.
I think she was trying to get rid of me in the early days with the training she gave me.
Probably.
Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was just a desire to improve. Maybe, I don't know. I couldn't quit. I don't know. Resolve is the word I like to use for it, but I wasn't gonna quit that training. How could I expect Julius to do something I myself wasn't willing to do, right?
Blaze not.
I just kept going there, even though I think she was trying to hurt me at times.
Blaze, she can be rough. Her reputation precedes her for a reason.
It does. And I really did see results. Why wouldn't I keep going? Then I just started to take that shine to her.
And she was there when you needed her, and yeah.
She was.
And she let you reforge your pistols, and so who knows? Who's to say?
Who's to say? But I think I got so focused on the first mother figure I had that I probably missed a better one.
Blaze, the command.
Mom, yes.
Yes. Well, the bunker was nice back then, given your accommodations at Raven.
It was. And She said that to me today, too. That I loved it there. And it wasn't just that it was nicer, it was the people there. Her and Icy and Hunk and Sasha. Pequod, Julius, Saris, it was... With all of those people living there, it was... Or it felt like a home. It felt like a whisper of what this would come to be. Looks around the apartment. But strip all of those people away, and what is it? It's a hole in the ground. A dark, cold hole.
Scar, at least you'll always have the Lazuli last name.
No. I won't.
Blaze, Suletta's informed me she's going to change her last name.
It's for the best. And, after what I heard today, I don't think she sees me as one. And I will not insult her by keeping it.
Is that probably for the best?
Probably. So, not tonight. I'm exhausted. I don't want... And I think it'd be better if I actually got a night's sleep. Right? Before
How
I
is
went-
Suletta with you?
Short. I think
Right.
she's still angry. But I feel like I can actually mend that relationship.
What the hell you do now, eh?
It's not... I suppose it's what I did. Back when I first started training with Mom, I picked up and parroted some of her feelings on spellcasters. I don't know. I repeated them, and I what was my frame of reference? I believed some of them. It was stupid. I look back now and laugh at much of what I said. But I said it. And I hurt her. Because I had unknowingly imitated one of the worst qualities of Mom.
Blaze, well, perhaps the shortness will become longness, sire.
I hope so. And if it doesn't, it's all well and good as long as I can have some form of a relationship with her, if she'll let me.
Blaze, I wouldn't push the subject matter yet, but sure, yes.
Yes,
There's always hope.
there is. Because if I had... She told me something, and I keep repeating it. I owe Mom nothing. But I owe Suletta quite a bit. Despite how she's feeling about me, she still is willing to help me.
I did not think of things like that. Blaze stroking his chin again. That is a good point.
She has more of a justifiable reason to walk away from me. Yet she doesn't. Meanwhile... Well, we've already been talking about the meanwhile, I suppose.
Is that, I mean, sounds like your mind's made up, but at the same time you look conflicted. Or maybe you just have gas.
I don't think it's the latter. My mind is made up. But it's a conflict because I know what I need to do and I know what I'm going to do, but at the same time, he's going to put his hand over his chest deep down here. I still desperately want that illusion to have been true.
Blaze. Scar, well, look at it this way, Ash. The apartment's really not lacking without her.
No, it's not. I have all of you. good friends, family. What more can a man ask for?
Was the password changed? Blaze speaks.
Yes, to the point that Auntie Suletta went through a dozen passwords before giving up and overriding it.
Blaze grow.
It's fine.
Ugh.
Although, I can't help but feel that I'm going to end up in that bunker one more time.
For what reason?
There are things that now that I understand, there are things that need to be said.
Blaze, you will probably not feel better until you get everything off the. Puts his hand on his chest and then goes down. Proverbial chest.
No, I don't think so. I think I've left things unsaid with a great many people that I can never say them to. For once, I think I deserve closure.
I would agree.
It's not going to be easy, but the correct thing to do rarely is, right?
It will probably be a two-way street of closure, if you ask me. Once she finds out about Davine and Hunk, that is the end of the major. Does she really think they gonna come crawling back like dogs?
She literally said that they'll come crawling back like lost puppies.
I mean, maybe if they was stuck at Raven Rock,
Maybe.
but they ain't no more.
No, they aren't. We have Hunk finding something truly beautiful in you, Blaze. Friends, family, a purpose, right?
Blaze, even if I was stuck at Raven Rock, I would not return. I'm sorry.
No, that is fair enough. At this point, I don't think I would.
Not after what I'm hearing.
No. Actually, one more hurt, and it wasn't hurting for me. It was the pain of how that would feel to others of what she said.
What?
She said that Saul and Carter are not her grandchildren, because no grandchild of hers would be a spellcaster.
Scar, make sure you don't tell Julius this.
He already knows.
Nice job, Ash. Is that
He deserves
Blaze? Exactly.
I'm not going to keep anything like that from him.
What if it ruins the weekend?
It won't.
Blaze, I doubt. I doubt it's ruining anything for the rainfall.
Those people together, that family, they come back from anything. They're good for each other. They're very good for each other.
Blaze nods. I'm sure maybe it cemented a thing or two in certain individuals' minds, but oh, stupid.
It is.
It's a good thing I wasn't born a biological entity or a spellcaster. God, she never would have had me in the bunker.
No, she wouldn't have. And it's always, now that I've really thought about it, it's a massively hypocritical stance, is it not?
Blaze nods, yeah.
She's willing to benefit from them in battle, and she is one. But how dare they give her orders?
Or be born?
Be born. And all for what? Jealousy? Right. Everyone feels jealousy. But it's an intrusive thought, right? You think about it and, yes, it'd be nice to have that. But what I have is better, or as good at least. She let that intrusive thought gnaw at her and grow until now she has a vendetta against people for something they had no control over.
Blaze sighs.
And at that point, is it not a form of I hate to say the word, but is it not bigotry?
That, uh, yeah. Scar, why do you put it like that? Kind of. Blaze, I think it's a form of bigotry when you hold it against a 16-year-old confused young girl. So, it was bigotry long before the twin.
Yes. 16-year-old confused girl whom you could have if you had been an adult, could have very much helped.
Well, she chose not to. Like
She
an
did.
idiot.
She did. And you know, I think I am an idiot in a great many ways. A great many ways. But I'd never throw away what I have here, not in a million years. Not for anything. Not for all the magic or key or gold or power in the world. And she threw it away for nothing.
Blaze, yes? And she'll never have it back again now. Julius has been told this, I would assume.
He has. And I don't think she will. And I don't think even if she was training people again, I don't think she'd ever have another chance at having it.
Blaze shakes his head as that dumbass. And we switch back to the. Julius and Hunk are in the house. Banksy comes up to Davine and sets down the sex. Got one for you.
Thank you, dear.
If you could just serve them up like sushi rolls or hors d'oeuvres sometime this weekend, Hunk asks. Not tonight.
Don't worry, I got you. I got you all.
He nods and leaves the kitchen, comes, sits down on you. Hunk's gonna go check on Davine as Pequod and Icy are mumbling about movie scripts to Suletta. Banksy's just trying to listen in. Pequod, there's tons of other amazing movies we could do. You ever see that movie 2012 where the world ends? Icy, oh my god, the day after adoption? Suletta, oh my god. The Omega Man, I Am Legend, I Am Adoption.
Oh, God.
Banksy, what?
Independence Day, Adoption Day.
All the girls look up at you. Oh, wow. Icy and Julius could reprise Jeff Goldblum again.
For the second time in the same kind of movie.
Banksy, sounds good to me. Suletta, there are so many wonderful movies. You could even do Jurassic Park. Arnaki Park.
A cage full of Arnakis running at you, asking to adopt you.
Pequod, that sounds horrifying. Get over here. To Julius, to me.
He walks over to her.
She sits down on Julius's lap. Icy holding soul. Rainfall Productions is going to be amazing.
That it is.
The Godfather, the Adoption Father.
You know, how would that one work?
Gilletta, I have no idea. I'm sure we could all write it out and make it work. Citizen Kane, Citizen Adoption.
The rosebud was an adoption paper.
Pulp Fiction, Adoption Fiction. The Wizard of Arnaki.
Oh, God. The Wicked Witch of the West? East? Is Arnaki.
I see. Oh man, they drop a building on Arnaki.
Arnaki's just like loafers instead of the crystal slippers.
Oh god, Lena can't control herself at this point, laughing. Raiders of the Lost Adoption Paper.
Oh, God. That first whole scene is just. It's not even like Hunk or me as Indy. It's Arnaki trying to steal adoption papers from a temple and then getting crushed by a rolling boulder.
Icy's writing them all down. Pequod, yeah, we're gonna, usher in the age of Arnaki.
Better than the Age of Malcolm.
Icy, I would prefer Arnaki vs. Cornstalk to be the first movie. Suletta, yes, something tells me that would be an excellent film.
Julius looks over at Suletta. You gonna appear in them, Malty?
Suletta, yes, I will have an extras role here or there, a supporting character. I would prefer behind the scenes work. I'll help Nicole with the script. Icy nods her head.
Yeah, sounds good to me. You sure you don't want to help Icy out with old lady Denaria appearances?
Suletta, I wouldn't mind, actually. I've been taught Cornstalk is next on the list. I see grinning at her. Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Suletta, if I need to be polymorphed, or I'll do the polymorphing. Whatever helps. Lord of the Adoptions.
Lord of the Adoptions.
Pequod 2001, an Adoption Odyssey. The black monolith is just a gigantic pen.
Instead of How 2000, it's Arnaki 2000, and it's asking the astronaut to adopt him.
Daisy.
Will you adopt me, do?
This is gonna be great. I see writing down every movie title. So yes, we'll keep busy.
Yeah, it'll give us something to do after all is said and done.
Something to look forward to beyond this Davine Academy I've been told of.
Yeah, I was just told about that. Sounds badass.
Pequod Davine Academy.
From what Dad was telling me, an ODM academy.
I see, yeah. Davine's gonna train fighters like her. And it makes sense if you think about it. Pequod, yeah, taking Lazuli's spot, and Suletta, yes.
Yep. And hey, it makes sense because we only have one blender, and he does quotations, blender on the battlefield right now. Can you imagine like 5 of them going across?
I see, no, that would be a lot better than not having them. Yeah. And it would be a good way to keep Snarf's memory alive if he can't be brought back.
Yeah, that's also true. A big... Oh god. Not monolith. You got me thinking about 2001. An adoption odyssey. A big shrine or remembrance thing for him in front of the ODM Academy.
Pequod, I can hire a designer to have it made. Sculptor or whatever.
Yeah, sculptor.
Pequod, look, Julius, here's Lorelai's contract, by the way. She signed off to be our executive producer. And star in some of the movies. She requested she star in some of the movies. The more I think about it now, I understand why she wants to make cameo.
Yeah. Julius starts reading through the contract. Okay, so you see this line right here? Who put this in? Did Julius Julius must remain shirtless in every scene that I appear in and every scene that I oversee while filming?
Pequod, she did. It was one of the conditions to get her to sign the contract.
Of course.
I see. Wait till you see the script for the Matrix knockoff we're gonna do. She's gonna play the Oracle, and she's gonna take a cookie and rub it on your abs and bite it, she said. She said it would add to the dramatic effect of the scene. So let her...
I am confused as to how that works, but if it's for a movie for you guys, I'll have to do it. Who am I playing in that movie?
Pequod, Lawrence Fishburne's character, Morpheus. Or we assume that Hunk will be playing Neo, given the direct.
He doesn't talk to the Oracle while she has the cookies.
Icy, yeah. You're just gonna be standing there shirtless. Because, yeah. Awkwardly, probably. Because that character isn't in that scene if memory serves. And Banksy, he's not.
Well, if it's for the production company,
Icy probably be the best cookie of her life.
it'll probably be about as good as a note and drawing written by me that was held against my abs for like 10 minutes.
Pequod, look at it this way: we hardly ever have to ask for leaf anymore. Cornstalk paid dividend.
True, and, if we ever get in real bad trouble, fireman's calendar.
We have to start taking those pictures soon. Sasha's got us a set of Ranger battle armor. Not stolen.
Good, good. We
Pequod,
could,
by the way, you surmise that Malcolm insisted Ash put that armor on?
yeah, if I'm remembering correctly.
And so did Ash, because Ash is smart?
Yeah.
Pequod starts playing an ad-lib clip of Malcolm and Globnock talking about Ash walking into the Ranger wing of Fleet with the armor on. Go.
Globnock, there he goes. Do you see what's about to happen?
1 second, 1 second. Malcolm gets so excited.
He's about to get his shit kicked in, man. It's gonna be awesome. We won't have to.
Keep going.
We won't have to worry about no Ash anymore.
They'll see him for the grave robber he is. I mean, he did rob that grave and take armor for himself.
Yeah, man. He totally did. As he high fives Malcolm.
It's going to be glorious. Look, he waltzed right to the Ranger General's door. Oh, let's park up here and watch the fireworks. It shouldn't be too long now. I've heard that she's very fiery when she's angry at someone.
Yeah, man. Man, I wish I had some popcorn. Why is she? She just put a hand on his shoulder, man.
Yes, I don't... Wait. No, she's having him take the armor off. What is... Why is she just letting him take the armor off? Why?
Maybe so she could kill him easier, man?
Why is she just talking to him? No! You stay here. I will see to what's going on here. As he starts walking towards the door, and it cuts.
Pequod, you were right. So was Ash, as per usual, when it came to Malcolm. Banksy is doubled over laughing.
Yeah, I mean, Malcolm did try to kill him a lot, so it would make sense that he insisted that Ash wear it to the Ranger General. So it was sort of obvious.
I see. If it wasn't such old armor that had been marooned on the planet, Ash would have known better. But since it was so old and out of date, yeah.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think anything of it. I saw it and I was like, Ranger armor, but it looks so old and decrepit. Who would want that? Apparently, the Ranger General.
Pequod, Ash wasn't in her good graces from the get-go, probably. I mean, she seemed civil in this clip, but yeah. Then again, she let him use the forge, but
I mean, that doesn't mean a whole lot when it comes to me and Ash, at least. She let me use the forge, and well, I was me back in the day.
True.
Yeah.
I see. She let me use it after I beat Lazuli. So thank God you did. I see. Wow, you're bitter. Soletta, how can you tell?
I don't know.
Is it that obvious? You should have seen the way she spoke to Goofus.
Was it
Pequod Goofus? Oh.
was it really that bad?
I came this close to ice. I just wanted to throw an icicle into her eye.
Well, I'm almost disappointed that you didn't, but at the same time, sort of glad that you didn't.
Banksy,
Okay.
I have never. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say. Go ahead. Trust me.
Well, I'm glad that you didn't because you would have probably gotten some kind of court martial.
Though my parents have been gone forever, they would never have forgiven me. Been gone for what seems like forever.
He nods.
Banksy, so I was going to say, I have never seen somebody who sounds so similar every time they heard something. In this case, Ash being harmed. This is a clip from what looks like some alternate dimension where he sees Ash get his hand chopped off by this big bug.
Yes!
I see. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We were fighting basically one of the deities of the cult, and it had psychically cut off Ash's hand. I was focused and didn't hear. I'm sure my mom heard it. She was protecting him in dog form.
And then Banksy's fast forwarding through some footage. Then the big bug thing just like grabs him, bites him, and tosses him around. I see. What was that?
That was his death rattle.
See, it sounds like he's vomiting.
So one time, Ash hit him just, because I hit him many times, Davine hit him, Ash hit him this time, and he had said something along the lines of, "No, you've infected me with the backstory. I am not long for this world." And then he did his little death rattle.
See, let us stop.
I'm sorry. I'm just telling you what happened.
Suletta, the clip of him claiming Ash was a gaming racist is something else.
Oh yeah. Ash is a racist, a gaming racist.
Pequod, you should have seen my dad's reaction to. They call them eloquent clips, basically, because it's eloquent doing her job as the doctor on the ship, walking up to Malcolm and informing him of Ash's condition, and they all play out this almost the same way. This poor lady, here, eloquent approaching Malcolm with a clipboard, her gloves still on. Malcolm, I've replaced Ash's hand. Listen to me, Malcolm. We need to get this man back to Gateway Space. I beg of you. Malcolm just stares at her. If we don't get him back to Gateway Space, the nerves in that hand will probably fuse forever, and he'll never be able to get a biological replacement. EarthGov will cover a replacement for him here and now. If we wait too long, it will be absurdly expensive. It would cost in the millions of credits, and EarthGov would not be able to cover something like that. Arcane Strike Council squad or not. Why do I even come to you?
Yes!
And then she just storms off. It makes me sound the same every time.
Yeah, poor Eloquent.
He was very happy when a Cherion got it. That man is so happy.
It was the best moments of his life, I think.
I saw the clip of a Cherion defending him against power armored soldiers standing next to him getting shot left and right, and Malcolm just standing there cheering and fist pumping into the air. And then he gets clotheslined, and that's the end of Malcolm for that fight. But yeah,
And then he went on an entire tirade about us having to focus targets, us being bad at our jobs. Yeah.
Icy. And then, a couple days later, if you follow the chronological order, this clip happens, and it's Malcolm having another IBS attack. Go.
Julius, yes, where is your
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you, Malcolm? Are you okay?
Oh, just shut up. And he bolts to the bathroom, and you hear, "Oh, you bastard! You've given me IBS."
He death rattled in the back. I see. All things considered, if people actually didn't get hurt, that ship would have made a heck of a sitcom.
Yeah. He leans back in his chair. Sitcom. Golden Kernels.
Hunk hears this coming out. What's it? Golden what?
Golden Kernels. It was a sitcom that Malcolm did. He made me, Ash, Scar, and himself dress in drag and do a Golden Girls episode, basically.
Be quiet, please find this. I see. I'll find it. Don't worry.
He just sighs heavily. We never did another episode because me, Scar, and Ash all threatened to kill him. And shortly after that came Free Colonel, which, you haven't seen it yet, but certain things happen.
Hunk, honestly, I only want to see it. I've heard he falls off the fucking mountain. That's the only reason I want to see it.
Yeah, he falls. Survives, but falls. Multiple times, actually. But the best one is at the end.
Hunk shakes his head, goes in here, comes up behind Davine, puts his hand on her shoulder. What are you doing? How's it coming?
It's going wonderfully. It should be ready quite soon.
You need a hand? Or you got it under control, Mama?
Oh, Daddy, I always have it under control.
Oh!
But actually, yes, if you can help me. I just need to cut up a few more carrots.
He's gonna come over, start cutting. The kids and I are gonna go get dessert here soon. You're doing all the hard work in here. The least we can do is go into town and get you some dessert.
Oh, well, thank you, dear. That sounds wonderful.
You wanna? What do you want? You call the ball.
She looks up. A blueberry pie for Icy.
Deal. That's what we'll get. We were talking down at the beach. Who do you think? Now I'll cover your bet. But if you want to get in on the betting pool, who do you think wears the pants between Towns and Sasha?
Sasha, obviously.
You think?
Well, at one point I put Townsend in an armbar because I was told to, and he said, well, Sasha's into that sort of thing, after calling me goddess, so.
Oh! Hunk, and I might be out $2,000.
Well, darling, I'll cover for you, don't worry.
Hunk, yeah. I had faith in Old Towns. The other thing I wanted to tell you out of earshot of the children, I know it's weird, but when we were down here spying on you guys, I think the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my life is when you were on the roof looking for Vamp, I assume, in the bikini with the aviator glasses, which I have a pair here. Surprise, surprise. And your gear all strapped onto you and your flip-flops and just boom.
Yeah, you like that?
I do. And your gear is here. I made sure Zanzibar loaded up the extra set, so.
Well, I'll make sure to, at some point, be on the roof, just so you can stare at me.
I'll be up there with you, not far. I will definitely not be 6 miles out in the sea this time around.
Yes, please don't.
He's going to lean in, kiss Davine's cheek. He's finished cutting the carrots. I'm gonna go get the dessert. What, you got like maybe an hour left on this? 45?
45, 30.
Okay, I'm heading into town. I'm gonna take the kids with me.
Very good. Have fun, be safe.
We'll be back in the blink of an eye as Hunk comes out here. Alright, kids, we're gonna go get dessert.
Julius, holding Pequod, stands up. Yes, sir.
Davine can hear everything. Icy, nice. Sets down Suletta, walks outside. Banksy, alright! It starts walking this way. Hunk, no, you're gonna stay. Banksy, oh, dessert! Right, and sits down. Like, oh, get out of the house, Julian.
Yep.
Pequod with Julius. Smooth. Looking back at the...
Yeah, that was not our best getaway.
Icy, don't worry. We just need to go behind the ship. I'll teleport us to Groom Lake, and then we'll polymorph. Or, Hunk, I have the costume. Oh, perfect. And I'll just teleport Zanzibar in with the stick and Monkey Boy.
Monkey boy.
What kind of dessert did she say to get? Hunk, shit.
Dude.
I think it was an apple pie for Julia.
Why an apple pie?
We'll just get one of every pie. She'll be none the wiser, right?
Yeah, just say you wanted to go all out for her.
I was so excited at the thought of punching Jiren in his fucking pinhead. Come on, let's get out of here. He's gonna take you guys. You guys will disappear for a while as Banksy and Suletta are just small talking and Davine's in the kitchen.
Davine continues to cook, and after a while, she tilts her head and walks out. I thought I heard your voice.
Suletta, the flaming shoulders are a nice look, though I'm sure they're shocking. Yes, he's still here.
She blinks a couple times. Icy didn't want you to come with her?
Banksy, I guarding the house from Vamp.
Why do you need to be guarding the house if Ceres is not here from Vamps specifically, darling?
Suletta, Vamp doesn't know that. Banksy, right! Wait, that doesn't make sense. Suletta, I know, but these things are complicated. Spartan.
Davine squints at Suletta. Right.
You know Nicole, she's protective of us, and you're protective of her and the kids and everybody, and who better than to protect us? You don't have your gear with you, and I am exhausted. She flips her hair. Oh, such a long week.
Right, yes, of course.
Davy notices Banksy does not have any guns because he's off duty.
Davine takes a step forward and looks over at Banksy. You it's weird. Are you good with CQC? My son and Hunk have taught you well, I assume?
Banksy nods. Yeah, but nowhere near as good as them. In time, for sure.
Right, yes. And she looks straight into Suletta's eyes. No, as good as them, but... And they left him with no guns. So why wouldn't someone like Julius or him or... Hell, why not just Icy as a whole? Stay and protect us. Not to drag you down, Banksy. You're a wonderful boy.
Banksy, oh, well, I think they really wanted to go out with Dad. And I'm the new guy around here, right? So, short end of the stick, ma'am. Not that it's a short end being around you two, it's just somebody's gotta My shoulders are very intimidating. That's why they're on fire, you see?
Yes, very nice.
This is my Spec Ops outfit.
She tilts her head. I see to that, I assume?
Yes! Yes.
Well, it looks wonderful. It suits you well.
Thank you. Whatever you're cooking smells excellent. I can smell it through the mask. Shaletta, yes, I look forward to eating it. We'll have to wait till they get back from dessert.
Yes, yes. It's obviously going to take 30 minutes.
Oh,
Get in-
probably less, Suletta speaks up. Banksy, yeah, there's a baker shop right in town. Hunt said somewhere there.
She looks over at Banksy. I don't think there is.
Banksy, oh, well, that's what he said. So I don't know the town that well. Suletta, it's there, Davey. Trust me. Wonderful
Right,
place.
Of course. I'll trust you both. She squints back over at Soletta. I'll trust you for now.
Suletta, whatever do you mean?
Plain dumb.
Suletta, playing dumb. You insult us. Me, the Spartan, he's here to protect us.
Yes. Because we need protecting. That's what Julius and Hunk believe, that us two need protecting.
Banksy, yep. It was Hunk who told me to stay and protect the place. Suletta and Nicole. Oh yeah, her too. And Pequod. And Zanzibar. Suletta speaks.
Zanzibar?
You know
What?
Zanzibar, protective of his girl.
Oh, well, yes, that's true. Zanzibar is quite protective of us.
Davian can see out the window. Zanzibar is nowhere to be found. He's not pacing around the premises as he usually does.
It's odd, I haven't seen him on patrol in quite a while.
So that maybe he went off to catch dinner. Banksy, he doesn't eat meat, remember? So that maybe he went off to eat some plants. Banksy, yeah, there's good foliage around here.
Yes, wonderful foliage. Wonderful foliage. She just looks between the two of them. Banksy, could you help me in the kitchen, dear?
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna come over, stop leaning on the wall, trying to look cool and not nervous.
All I need you to do is cut some vegetables up. It should be quite simple.
Sure. He walks this way.
She walks into the kitchen with him and keeps an eye on the pot. So, Banksy,
Starts cutting. Yeah.
what bakery or dessert shop or something did they go to? What is it called? I'm sure Hunk would tell you, just in case something would happen.
Tommy's Bakery.
Oh, Tommy's Bakery. I should call him to see if he does have one.
He's busy right now. Probably helping Ash. We were down at Tommy's earlier. He said he would go help Ash because Ash is very sad.
Right. Well, I suppose that's fair enough, but... well, maybe I'll call him in 10 minutes. He'll answer, mind you. He didn't seem very busy at 4 a.m. when Marianne accidentally called him.
Pixie, hands shaking with the knife, clears his throat to steady his hands and keeps cutting. I'd give it like 30 or 40. They'll be back, don't worry.
I'm sure they will. Oh, dear Banksy.
Yeah.
She walks up next to him. You shouldn't cut with shaking hands, dear.
Right, yep. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day since the weird sandwich thing.
Hmm.
Long day.
Long day indeed.
very worried about Ash, you know.
Ah, well, yes, fair enough. He is your commanding officer and a friend.
Yes.
She's just staring at him, trying her best to get like eye contact with him.
She can see through the visor. Direct eye contact. Oh,
Even-
how's things going with you and Hunk?
Wonderfully, wonderfully. I miss him every single second he isn't here.
That's great. I'm happy for you. He's great.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You know, it is a mystery to me why all three of the kids had to leave with him. I understand that if it was Julius and Icy, father, daughter, son time. But why would Julius bring his wife and Icy just leave you here? And don't say to protect us.
Well, you know, Nicole's is independent, and so is Pequod. But Julius, uh, maybe, maybe Julius just really wanted. Maybe Julius just really liked touching Pequod's butt. He was carrying her out of here. Remember?
Yes, yes, he was. And do you not enjoy touching Nicole's butt?
Ah, of course. But when she tells me to do something, I do it. And he nods his head.
Ah, very good man. Good man. It's smart to listen to your significant other. What's that saying? Happy wife, happy life.
Exactly. All things considered, given how things started, I'm pretty lucky, I think.
She nods and just keeps direct eye contact with him. And it's almost like she hasn't blinked in 3 minutes.
Getting hot in here.
Oh, I think it feels wonderful.
Well, that's good.
In fact, it feels so wonderful that she walks over to an open window and closes it. That doesn't even need to be open.
He watches the window close. Good kids you have, they want to make sure they get you the freshest dessert possible.
Yes, yes, wonderful kids that I have. And wonderful, wonderful boyfriend that I have too. I wonder, last time I checked, it only took about 5-10 minutes to walk into town. So what could they be doing for the other 20 minutes? Oh no, it would be 10 minutes. Other than maybe waiting for the pie.
The extra time is for traffic. You don't know how much traffic they're gonna hit.
Traffic while they're walking.
Foot traffic. Lots of it. Small town attracts a lot of tourists on the weekend.
In the evening?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I know the town very well.
Oh, really? Did you grow up near here, near the farm?
No.
Hmm. So did Hunk tell you a lot about it?
Yeah, and when we came down to the beach once, me and Nicole went around the town one day. A couple times ago.
A couple times ago. Well, Banksy. She pats his shoulder and squeezes it just a small bit. I do like these flames. They suit you quite well.
Pretty cool. It's against rules and regulations, but can't really say no, right?
Yes. Happy wife, happy life.
As she says that, Letta's making her way in. What's Davine about to do?
She was just gonna walk back over and lean on the counter.
All right, and we go back to the apartment with Asha. Only unfortunately for Ash, he's in such a I won't speak for Ash's state, but Blaze, Scar, and Zap have all gone to do other things. And Ash, you find yourself you've been sitting here alone for like 45 minutes.
It's one of those things where you just lost in thought and then snap back to reality and look around. Oh. Okay. And he's gonna head out this way.
You smell something good coming from the kitchen.
He's gonna stop in here. Hello.
Jennifer, hey Ash! Towns is giving Jennifer a plate of food.
Hey. Where's everybody else?
Sasha, SWOTOR time. I think Commander Integra's indulging in the cigarettes now that most of the children are gone.
Okay. Okay, good. Do you mind if I sit in here with you guys?
Towns, come on in. We got tacos.
Sounds wonderful, if I may.
Yeah. Towns is gonna go make you a plate of food, Jennifer eating her tacos. Sasha, I wanted Saris to cook, me and Saris to do some ranger cooking, but you guys were apparently at Jupiter Falls, so we just ordered stuff from Tommy.
Maybe tomorrow. I'm sorry.
No big deal. We're off station tomorrow anyway. Town's tacos are great.
They
Dale
are.
hated them.
I'm sure he did. He hated everything good, didn't he?
Jennifer, would Dale have hated me? Towns, yes.
Yes, probably. You're too nice and sweet.
Towns, Dale would have used you, manipulated you, and then probably sold you into sex slavery. Jennifer, Jesus.
Yeah, Gallia was not a good place.
Sasha, well, he's beheaded and gone.
Yes, he is. And I'm happy.
And so is Malcolm, not beheaded, but he's gone. Towns, I don't care what you say. They're the same person as far as I'm concerned. Getting more taco.
They may as
Sasha,
well have been.
whatever.
I agree, they may as well have been.
Of course you do. She looks at you.
You didn't have to spend a lot of time intimately with both of them.
Oh, and I suppose I'm lucky for it.
I'd say so. You got to be here doing work with the Rangers and Saris and the General. So yeah,
That's how the cookie crumbles, Ash.
it's life, right?
Suppose so.
Shit happens.
Sure does. As Towns comes over, gives you some tacos, then sits back down with Jennifer.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, long day.
Sasha didn't go well with Lazuli, I've heard.
No. No, I think whatever was there may be gone now.
Jennifer enjoying her tacos, looking at Ash. Sasha, how do you feel?
I don't know. I really don't. I feel upset and hurt by the things that were said. Angry about what she said about the people I care about. Relieved, almost, that I could finally somewhat understand her, and that I didn't cause this. 'Cause I knew I didn't, but you know how you can know something but not believe it, right?
You nod.
Really, I'm just tired of it. Tired. I don't know. Conflicted about everything, even though I know what I have to do.
Sasha, what's that?
One, I need to get back on the horse, as it were. Back to training, back to actually grooming myself, and back to just working for the group. Two, I'm changing my name back. And three, I need to work myself up to go back to that bunker and tell her the truth about how I feel and where she's headed.
Sasha nods her head. We're baby steps. mean, we're facing major league enemies with major league toys,
Yes, we are.
and she's going to hide in a bunker.
Yes, she is. And I mentioned that. Oh, she's sure her bunker will get overlooked.
Well,
If
Sasha, tell me something, Ash. You know, my parents weren't around when I was a kid. I had my uncle. I'm not interested in reiterating my backstory. But what I'll say is, I kind of always wanted a mom, dad too. And the dad thing, I don't necessarily see Hunk as like a father figure. That's fine by me. You can get by without these things if you want to get by without them. But a mom I always wanted. And then I met Lorelai, and for some reason she took a shine to me, and I had no idea why at the time, in her mysterious Lorelai ways. But Ash, I want to ask you something. You know, anytime, even back when I was a cadet, which I was told back then it was very strange, because most cadets can't just call Lorelai and get an answer at any hour. But gosh, Ash, she starts rubbing her chin. Any hour of the day or night I called that woman, she picked up. Anytime. Anytime she wasn't in her office, I'd send her a message asking where she was on Gateway, and I'd get a response back usually in less than 30 seconds. And if she was too busy to respond, she taps her temple. I'd get the answer here. So I wonder, Ash, was Lazuli even like that for you back then? She sure as hell isn't now.
not really back then. She'd pick up most of the time, but there were times where it would just ring. And I mean, when you just are in that bunker doing nothing else, is picking up most of the time really an achievement?
Sasha, I don't know. You tell me.
I'd say not in the same way that what you're describing. So no.
Sasha, I don't know. I never had many deep interactions with her. I did with Lorelai. Did you ever try to have any with Lazuli?
I did. And she
And
gave
how'd that go for you?
a few times. She gave good advice. I was told what I needed to hear, but it was more like I don't know how to describe it. It was just analytical, just telling me what I needed to hear. It wasn't consoling. It wasn't comforting a lot of the time.
It wasn't what a mom does.
No. Now that I think back, it wasn't.
What she did for Julius. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yes. More so.
Do you think if Julius wasn't even around, you would have even gotten to the bunker?
No.
Or taken on all these places and trips, and you were a glorified third wheel, whether you like it or not. Of course, this is where you tell me you already know that. But here you are, conflicted.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm conflicted. I know what I need to know. It just isn't. I, I don't know. I shouldn't be. That's the issue.
So, at the 11th hour, when you need her, and you call her now, do you think she'd answer?
No.
Well, geez, gosh darn, that's one good mom. Jennifer tries not to laugh.
Yeah. Integra would.
I'd say so.
That's the difference. And, I just need to let go. It just isn't easy.
Why isn't it?
Maybe I fooled myself into seeing something that wasn't there, but it was the first time in many years I had that kind of connection with anyone.
Connection implies two-way street.
Yeah. I tricked myself into thinking it was there, but I don't know. I can't describe it. It just is something I want, even though I know it's not possible.
She shrugs and takes a sip of her coffee. It's
You-
not possible because of her.
You're right. She's the one choosing to sever all these ties, not us. That's the fact of the matter. It's her choices and her leanings that have severed them. That's just how it is.
I'd say so, given what we know.
Yes, given what we know. You know who you remind me of?
Hmm.
The General, right about now.
Ha! She scoffs. I'm just trying to point out the obvious. I wasn't around as much as you guys, but everybody gives Julius a hard time for the way he acted, and yada yada yada. But she got away with acting like this how many times throughout how many hundreds of years?
Yeah,
I get why people gave Julius a hard time. I get it because they want him to not be like her. But ultimately, all she was, I think, trying to do was control Julius. I don't care really what people say about her mental illness or this or that. It all stems from Julius and Davine. That's just my opinion. You're not gonna tell me it. You're not gonna tell me it boils down to mental illness. I'm not gonna buy it. Maybe it's true, but you guys came back and then she vanished. Davine.
yes.
The rainfall weekends, then she vanished. Davine.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure mental illness is a factor, but when there's one common thread through multiple big occurrences like this, it's foolish to act like it isn't the main factor, right?
Right. And every time we've put boots on the ground, Davine's been there fighting. I know you don't have a problem with Davine, but she's been there fighting. Sometimes when clearly she glares over a town, mentally she shouldn't have been cleared to fight. But either way, she was still there. So
She was, and I'm going to be honest, she put much more deserved mental irregularities and illness to the side to do what needed to be done.
to slay the king of men. Towns, that was really cool.
To slay the king of men? And it was cool, wasn't it?
She wanted Julius to be in that bunker with her, live like her, probably tolerate Pequod's presence, but I guarantee you wouldn't have been invited. And nor would Saris.
No, I don't think so.
Have Hunk there and Blaze. That's probably what she wanted. She probably, in hopes of throwing this temper tantrum, hoped she'd get what she wanted. Or at least guilt trip Julius into feeling bad again.
Yeah. When in reality, she lost what she had. Her foolishness.
And to cut him off from his biological mother.
Yeah. Dang it.
I don't think it's childish at all, honestly. It's just pathetic. And shows a form of manipulation. Not that she's good at it, because she's not good with people. But were she good with people, well, she'd probably be a force to be reckoned with.
Probably. I mean, she didn't even have to try to tie me into knots, right?
All she had to do was throw money at Julius. And it worked. Because you were both poor. And you weren't going anywhere to get more money being associated with Julius. He dragged everybody down the drain in the Headhunters. Who cares? It's irrelevant.
You're right.
You really think she was trying to stop you to going on this Arcane Council squad and delaying? She delayed actively. Integra helped too, but at Lazuli's behest. You really think she was doing it? She has no foresight. She has no ability to know anything about what Malcolm was thinking back then. And odds are, if you and Julius weren't as close as you are, she would have happily shipped you off. Jennifer. Oh! Sure as hell didn't open the bunker door to you when Saracen and you were apart, Ash. Takes a sip of her coffee.
You're right.
How long were you separated? Less than 15 miles apart in Alaska?
Weeks at a time, months at a time, sometimes.
You really still believe she cared about you? She's squinting, looking at you with a big smirk.
No.
I think she cared about Julius in her way. But beyond that, I'm sure she had good intentions at some points in time. But yeah. You can have good intentions and do the right things, but be doing them for your underlying purposes.
Yes.
Didn't
Yes,
brag
ma'am.
about you at those family reunions. Towns, oh, come on, ease up.
She's right. I was always the burden that came with the golden child.
Jennifer, I could brag about Ash at my family reunion.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the golden child, that's a good way to put it. Too bad nothing gold lasts forever, because she sure doesn't think too highly of him now, from my understanding.
Because she couldn't control him.
Maybe she didn't want to completely control him, she just wanted him where she wanted him. So she could have him exclusively to herself.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. And she's throwing this fit in the hopes that it gets that back, and it won't.
Well, it worked last time. You chased after her tail last time, didn't you?
Yes, we
Went
did.
back to the bunker, Antarctica. You lived with Jiren. Sounded so fun. So much better than being around Pequod and Ceres, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Icy would have much rather been in the bunker stuck with you two than here. Teaching you what? How to cast some spells that are irrelevant because you're never going to be anything near any decent spellcaster. Good use of time, if you ask me. And the whole time you got to sit on your hands and hope Julius could beat Jiren. Which he did. Thank God. Must have been fun, Ash. Takes a sip of her coffee.
It's not fair.
A lot of good that did you. Did you learn to shoot better while you were down there? I don't think so. Or did you learn to meditate? Doesn't seem to be helping you now.
No. All it did was get me back in shape.
Yeah, that was a plus, but that could have been done. I could have done that. And it would have been more fun.
It would have.
Davine could have done that. And it probably would have been better than I could have done. So, yeah, she did that with somebody who was far more out of shape. So, and far less motivated. That being Hunk.
Yes, she did.
And she has no military training like Jiren did. Shocker.
You're right.
Icy could have done it. She doesn't work out much anymore since, but she used to love to work out back then. Hell, Pequod could have done it. Town starts chuckling. She was pregnant, but she'd make a hell of a drill instructor while pregnant.
I'm sure she would.
Ultimately, it served the right purpose. It gave Julius the motivation he needed, but once again, if it was all for Lazuli, old Sherion Lazuli was irrelevant in the equation. Might as well just erase you off the piece of paper.
Might as well.
Good woman. Major Lazuli takes a sip of the coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I really do.
She never took the time. She was here on Gateway once she knew what Julius was starting to tap into to try and take him aside. Sure would have been nice if he could have mooshined and chopped that, I don't know what you would even call that guy, tree trunk of a power armor wearing freak down. Would have been a lot nicer than seeing my husband get plasma rifled. Or boyfriend. We know. Towns chuckles. Icy get hit for the first time. I mean, this isn't a joke anymore.
No, it's not.
It's not a joke after last week. It's not the Majestic. I'm sure, you faced dangerous enemies and you came out on top. You got lucky. And I'm sure this is where you say, I know I got lucky. Well, clearly you don't. If you're worried about Lazuli and feeling this way and feeling sorry for yourself when, you saw that guy put Nicole down pretty easily. They controlled the hell out of Julius.
They did, and they're gonna learn from it in the future.
Uh-huh. Well, meanwhile, Lazuli sits in the bunker. Who cares if Nicole gets a plasma glob through her stomach? She's a spellcaster. Didn't even care about Julius. Did she even come to check on Julius? I wonder. Thinking back, Towns. Oh.
I don't believe so.
Oh, well, she cares about you guys a lot, I'm sure. How are the tacos?
They're good.
Tommy makes the best.
He does. You know what's going to be said because there's no other thing to say. You're right. Of course you are. It just is what it is.
I suppose so. You could do tons of fun things. Why don't you take the group back to Raven Rock? Show them around.
Yeah.
Pay homage to Lazuli as the peon you are to her. She winks at you.
Funny.
You're the one acting like it, not me.
You know, some part of me is always going to care about her. I can't turn that off. I can't make myself not. But I know I'm never going to actually get that from her. So, why try to?
Good question.
Because I was an idiot who wanted a mother, and was willing to take it from anyone who would give it to me?
Yeah. And look at it this way. Even better if they threw money at you when you needed it.
Yeah.
Or taught you how to order stuff off the internet.
Yeah. And, I don't need her. I don't. If I really do want a mother, I have one.
Maybe she'll come out of the bunker for your wedding with Ceres and Julius with Pequod. You should ask her.
Even if she would at this rate, I don't think we want her there. I know we don't.
Townsend would be pretty awkward, Ash.
I thought I owed her so much, but I never really understood how much I was being used. Maybe I did.
E-
Maybe I did.
e-
Just
Even if she did use you, as long as she treated you good and treated you like the son you wanted to be, then who cares? It's a platonic symbiotic relationship at that point. But she didn't even do that for you. She did it for Julius.
yeah.
And all she's done is, to my understanding, hurt your relationship with other people.
At this point, I think so. And I'm done with it. She wants to be alone in that bunker. Let her.
Well, that's where she's gonna be. She's got no money left.
And no way to earn it, 'cause she cut her job off forever.
Oh, she's banned this time around. Wasn't Lorelai either. It was Rika. Gone for good. Cha-ching, baby.
Even the depths of the good general has its limits. The
Yeah,
depths of his pity.
you would think Lorelai. It seems like something she'd do. It wasn't her. It was old Pequod's dad. Old Arnaki Slayer.
A final betrayal on him, of her to him.
Yeah, you know why? Because he was, from my understanding, from what Lorelai told me in passing, it's given everything that's going on, she's willing to go hide in the bunker and, leave us being us, the squad, to go up against what we have to go up against.
Meanwhile, Rico, in his it's been his lifespan has been expanded, but he still is a man. In his age, I think he'd be willing to get in that Marauder and go to war against this thing if he could.
Yeah, it could get him thrown out of his office, but I don't think he'd care. I think that's why he's gung ho to take on things like Arnaki and stuff like that, because the man's a soldier first.
There was something I said about why I went there to train with her in the first place. That I wouldn't ask Julius to do something I wouldn't be willing to do myself. And that describes General Rico to a T. He wouldn't
Yes.
ask any of us to do something he wouldn't do.
Well, Lazuli was never a soldier.
No. And she would ask people to do things she isn't willing to do.
I think she has. Didn't she want Julius to go to the family reunion with her because it was just too much?
Yes, she did.
Oh, well, yeah. And I'm sure he told her yes. So,
He was going to. We were.
were you invited? Excuse me? I don't remember.
I
I think you were. I hope you were.
I believe I was. Yes.
Well, you got to have the third wheel. Town's. Oh. Somebody to hold Leslie's drink for her, Ash.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was there for.
I'd say so. Given what we know now. Hindsight's always 2020, though. More coffee. As Towns goes and gets her more.
I don't know what I can even say, aside from it's over and I know it. What else is there to fight for?
Not her. That's for sure.
Exactly. I, this is worth fighting for. Everyone in this apartment, everyone who's down at that beach house, that's worth fighting for.
Down at the beach house, Towns sets down her cup of coffee, having a wonderful time, and I'm sure Leslie's boiling over knowing they're doing it.
Oh,
Wait till she finds out Hunk is gone. Towns, yeah.
And I think I'm gonna end up being the one to tell her.
Good. Tasha smiles. It'll probably be take it worst coming from you.
Oh, yes. The insignificant third wheel, being the one to let her know that all of her power is gone in a moment.
She nods her head.
It'll really sting, won't it?
Oh, I'd say so. The deeper she falls into the depths of whatever's going on in that head of hers, the more ineffective she'll become, from my understanding. Last week, when we were sitting here, you said you get something very unique with Lazuli, once again. Failing to see Julius is, in every way, shape, or form, better. Maybe he's not up there on a Richter scale to her, but he will be. I don't need to have elven foresight to know these things.
He will be. He already is stronger than her.
Now you get it. She nods.
And to be honest, despite my emotional weakness, I am too. Anyone in the apartment is.
We don't need her to succeed. We didn't need her the first go around. So,
No, we don't.
nothing would have changed. She didn't change any outcome. You still went to the Majestic. You still were in the Headhunters for 5 years because of Julius's attitude, which, as I've said, is irrelevant, but nothing changed. Without her, nothing changes. Except you spend more nights cold at the bunker. And I come down and we spend nights in the barracks instead of in a warm bunker. And you never meet Blaze. That's a big thing. But beyond that, you still would have met Icy and Nicole, so. Or Icy and Hunk, excuse me.
Yeah, we would have. Julius would have just learned to fight in a different way. It's about the only other noticeable change.
Who knows, maybe he would have ran into Davine and he would have became a better fighter through her, or just the predicaments Malcolm put him in. Either way.
I mean, what else can be said? She really didn't give us much in the long run, did she?
I think she gave you guys a place to congregate and money when you needed it, and for Julius, she gave him what he needed. But then when he didn't need it 110%, well, that became an issue.
Yeah.
All because some woman traveled through time with him and found herself in the form of whatever, a wolf or some type of beast, and God forbid he mended fences with her, and now they're doing well. What a crime. She stands up.
Yeah, how dare they?
Put it in a to-go cup, Miss Towns. Puts the coffee in a to-go cup. Jennifer, I'm taking notes.
You should. She's smart.
No, I mean on how she orders Towns around. Sasha starts laughing.
Well, one could say that also is her being smart, right, Sasha?
Sasha nods as Towns, I don't mind. She wears the pants. That's her coffee. She's gonna get up, take the coffee. Whatever you do, don't let it affect you. She's gonna come here, put your hand on your shoulder. Don't let it affect you past. Try to get over it as quickly as possible, Ash. Last week should go to show you that you guys lucked out on the Majestic. You're lucky to be alive, which is a sentiment you've echoed over and over and over and over. Yet here you are crumbling when we're probably going to face these guys more and more and more. Which means we need to reevaluate our strategy. We need to come up with strategies, and I'm going to start doing that. Teamwork.
Okay. You're right, and I will do my damnedest to build
Look at it this
myself
way,
up.
Ash. Look at it this way. You've stocked the armory up. We probably have one of the most insane armories on Gateway. Maybe not quantity, but quality. And that's what counts in an armory. Quality, not quantity. and everything you did to that guy did nothing.
The
So it's not about the armory, it's not about the weapons you run into battle with, it's what's up here. She points to her temple and how we work. She points back to towns and then gestures around as if everybody else is standing together.
together. You're right.
Unlike the Majestic, unlike Squad Sigma, and most importantly, unlike the undisciplined Major Lazuli. She didn't even fight alongside you guys when you fought Archfiend.
No, she went and had her one-on-one duel.
Exactly. The exoframe worked as a team with you. And Pequod from some type of healing jet. I don't remember the name or care. So either way, work whatever's bothering you out before the next time we hit boots on the ground.
I plan to. I plan
Good.
to have it worked out very soon.
Good. Me and Towns are out of here for the night. Jennifer gets up. I'm gonna go play some SWOTOR.
Have a good time, and thank you, Sasha. It wasn't fun to hear, but it puts things in perspective. Even more so than what she said to me.
She nods her head and taps your shoulder. Towns and her leave as going. Dun, 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 dun. The rain falls. You guys are out of sight of cameras or anything like that. Julius Pequod's butt, it looks amazing in this spandex suit.
And he is just staring at it.
Hunk, what's going on? What's wrong with you? He turns around to Julia.
I thank you so much, Dad, for getting her that costume.
He looks down at the costume Pequod, looking around, pulling up her wrist computer. Icy walking over here. Hunk, what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, is this your favorite comic book or something? As she walks up here, that spandex looks amazing on her behind, her whole body.
Julius just rubs his face, puts his hand under the mask, rubs his face, and takes his hand out. Her ass looks amazing, okay?
Goes to turn around and... Oh, what the... Get your head in the game. We're about to beat the shit out of Jiren. Come on. There'll be time for that later. You guys can keep the costume. Trust me. He turns around as she's turned around, looking at you guys, but typing on her wrist computer. I think it is a size or two too small. Jesus, that's tight.
It's perfect.
Can you breathe in that thing, Pequod? It's fine. Alright. Yeah, well, you're welcome, son.
Thank you, Dad. And he pats his shoulder.
He looks over at Icy. How the hell did you get taller? Did you hit your growth spurt? No, I polymorphed myself to be taller. Oh. Alright, well, now we just gotta wait for Pinhead. Pequod's gonna come back and stand next to Julius to come out. Where's Zanzibar? Icy, he'll be here, don't worry.
Julius stands behind Pequod and hugs her tight. Also, really? You chose Spider-Punk for me? Real funny.
Hunk, I thought it was fitting, given,
Yeah, I got it.
Pequod, I think it looks great. Putting her hands on Julius's arm.
I think your costume looks better as he holds her tighter.
Do I get to keep it? Hunk, yes.
Yeah, I'm keeping this costume, too.
But you really like it?
Yeah, I really like it.
Hunk, what's the damn game plan? I see, well, pump up Julius? And just let him beat the shit out of Jiren, then you could get some shots in. I'll get a shot or two in. Zanzibar will get a shot in, and then Pequod, I want to get a shot in. Fine. Everybody gets a shot at the asshole. Julius
nods. Everyone will get a shot at the asshole, including Zanzibar and Monkey Boy.
Jesus, Monkey Boy. His Hunks is just watching the outskirts of the base.
You really cloned Monkey Boy.
It was worth it.
You you at least couldn't have like cloned him with a bit more knowledge of sign language, so he says more than me eat orange.
I see. No, he needs to be authentic. I read his mind when they first gave me him. He was just thinking about Malcolm. I think he really liked Malcolm.
Well, Malcolm did start calling him Globnock, so if that's any indication of how much Malcolm liked Monkey Boy.
Pequod, is this thing tight around my butt? Punk, yes.
You know, I didn't even notice that. You should wear it tonight. You know.
Oh, sure. I mean, I look pretty damn cool at. Julius gets bloodlusted. Just precasting. Precasting, Julius. I see.
Julius's eyes widen under the mask, and he takes a step away from Pequod and stretches. Precasting.
Pequod, we're not gonna kill him, right? Hug, no. Just beat the shit out of him. It put him off active duty for a couple years. Pequod works for me.
Beat him to a pulp, but not totally to a pulp.
Hunk, just pretend he's hitting on Julius. Pequod.
Yeah, hospitalize him for 3 months.
Then he's some very attractive girl who's rubbing up against Julius, who isn't Lorelai. Pequod, that's a hard image to get on my head. The way Jiren looks.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe imagine him with long, luscious locks. Maybe that'll help.
I see, I could polymorph him into a girl, but then I think the jig might be up.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the gas mask might give it away, too.
Hunk, yeah, don't worry about it. It's nice and dark out here. We'll be fine. I'll turn the lights off in the eyes. And I mean, if you run him over with whatever she just did to you, he won't even notice. Besides,
Yeah.
you're Davine's son, so you get first dibs.
Right on, as he cracks his knuckles.
And speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jiren talking to this guard here. Surprised he's not with a hooker or an online chat room whore.
True that. We're gonna have to wait until that guard goes away.
What do you think they're talking about?
Probably some stupid kung fu movie.
Bastard.
Yeah, either that or some chick he's talking to on a chat room.
I see. He did like online chat rooms. I think Davine gave him the courage to start branching out.
And branch out he did.
Pequod, le na ya. Hunk, don't say that.
What's going on?
I see. Le na ya.
What?
Hunk, did you not notice Suletta's house was trashed last weekend?
I mean, of course I noticed. Just
Your mother thought I was in love with Lanaya, so her and Suletta got into an argument. They fought like little girls.
and they destroyed her house.
Memory Ann was the adult in the equation. As Icy starts laughing. Pequod, the 7-year-old, she's destined for great things.
Destined for great things like being an adult while 2 women fight over La Naya.
Suletta said Memory Ann got her own cereal. Then when the 2 idiots were done beating each other up, Memory Ann got them ice water.
She's a good girl.
Icy nods, very good girl. La Naya.
La Naya.
Icy, apparently Suletta said something like, if you say that woman's name one more time. And then Davine said it that way. Oh,
Oh, yeah, that sounds like my mom.
Hunk, earlier in the day, I had asked Suletta her permission to cut it off with Lazuli and be with Davine, and she gave me her blessings. I even let her hold the damn handgun, hear Davine's name.
Right, and then something happened. The thanks but situation happened.
Hunk, yes.
Yeesh.
God forbid I wanted to ask her son permission. Apparently, Davine said no man's ever done that before. Why would one do it now?
Well, it's true. No one had done that for her before.
Well, somebody has to put that away as Pequod pulls up a picture of Lord. Look at him, Pequod! Did he always look like this? The pale face, the eyes rolled up in the back of his head almost?
Every single second of every single time I saw him.
I still find it hard to believe Malcolm didn't know this guy was with the UIR. I see, he did. Oh.
Yeah, he probably did. That's why he was so ready to work with him, most likely.
His best buddy who got shot in the back. I see, thank you.
His best buddy who he was there when he was indoctrinated as the head of the UIR, the group that he was in charge of.
Pequod, why don't you start polymorphing into this guy? I see, that's not a bad idea, actually. Looking at the picture.
I think you'll scare the shit out of Ash.
Darth Namaste coming to pay Ash a visit. If he was doing better, I definitely would.
I mean, once he is doing better, I think Lord Namaste and Darth Namaste should pay him a visit.
We could just make up Nemesis. Insert title here, Nemesis. Plus, wait, is Day actually in their last name? Oopsie.
That's what he said. And then I'm like 80% sure that his name was just Nemes originally, like Lord Nemes. And then Malcolm started calling him Nemes Day, and he actually changed his name. And then apparently his entire bloodline changed their names to Lord, like, Nemes Day.
I've seen a clip of a private discussion where basically Malcolm suggested because if his last name is officially Day, then every day is Lord Nemes Day. Pequod, yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds like him.
As this girl starts walking towards the entrance of the base, and I see, hey, that chick works at the bar on Gateway. Pequod, I've seen her before, yeah. On Ring 8, and Hunk, Put the goddamn Namaste picture away.
Julie tilts his head. The hell is she doing here?
This is a restricted facility. I mean, they keep a mobile suit here. And no, there aren't aliens here. Krellin being here would kind of be funny if you think about it. But as she comes up to the gate, and Jiren waves these guards off, and they leave, and they start talking, and Hunk,
Oh. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
All right, here's the game plan. Are they? Wait. Oh God. Are they? No, they're leaving as they start walking. All right, Pequod, go out there and do the Spider Colonel finger thing. Pequod, this, and she does the Spider-Man finger, and it shoots out webbing. Spare no expense.
Oh, holy shit.
Go out there, web him in the face, do your Pequod thing, distract him, web him, and then Julius, take him down. Nicole, I don't know, teleport the chick away. I see. Sure. And then I'll come in with you, Julius.
Yes, sir.
They get here, Jiren, arm around her, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, and Pequod gonna come right here. Excuse me! Jiren, Must be a Malcolm fan or some shit. He steps up. What can I do for... He's squinting at her. Pequod, yeah, fuck you. And just... He gets webbing in his face. What the fuck? He stumbles back. This girl steps over here. Pequod, and tries to disappear into the shadows where the streetlights are. Now would be the opportune time, sweetheart. Pulling up her wrist computer.
Yep. As he'll rush forward, I don't have control of the token.
I gotcha.
He'll rush forward and perfected bloodlust him.
Go for it. Flavor the hits up.
It's a lot more flashy and a lot more like Spider-Man than he usually fights. He's like sliding under his knees and legs, kicking the back of his knees so he drops down, and then wrapping his legs around him and throwing him like across the field almost.
Oh, he goes flying this way. Keep up the pressure, Julius. This
Yes.
lady's standing here. Oh my god! The Hunk's talking in the headset, so Jiren can't hear you. You have an earpiece. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Do it again. She's watching.
All right.
What the hell? Who are you, Jiren? Oh.
He'll just keep going.
He's on one knee. Jesus. He's gonna reach up and try to grab your collar.
Oh, come on, man. You think that's even gonna work?
You
As he just...
Malcolm sycophant fucker.
Aw, I'm a Malcolm fan? That's pretty sick.
Do it again. This is, yeah, do it again, son.
And he'll keep going.
Jiren makes a similar sound to Malcolm's death rattle and falls over.
Well, as he hears the death rattle sound, he lands from a little flip and just backs up a little bit. Oh, gross.
I see, watch this. Zanzibar and I have been practicing this for weeks. Now, Zanzibar, under her breath on the radio, Zanzibar appears here with the power pole knocking this lady out. I see, oh no!
Oh.
Pequod, I got that on tape. Oh, fuck.
That was not according to plan.
Zanzibar steps over her, lying unconscious. He raises the power pole. Pequod, stop! You've done your job. Get him out of here as I see teleports him.
You know what? With recent developments, I think we need to, scatter?
No, not yet. This hunk's gonna come up. Not yet. He's still breathing.
Go right ahead.
Pequod, we're gonna leave him breathing, right? And Hunk barely. As he's going to pick Jiren up and boom, land a punch right on his nose that clearly breaks his nose if it wasn't broken already.
Really? That's it? Just one?
That's all he needs. I'd say you gave him what he deserves. But, oh, well, how about another one? He punches him again. Ugh!
Nicole?
She's going to snap her fingers. The power pole shrunken so she can, and she just brings it down. Ugh!
Very good. Very good. I like it.
Wow, this thing didn't break hitting his head. Pequod, Lift him up, Julian.
Julius will lift him up.
He's hungover, passed out. Pequod, like that milk flare guy does. Woo, Davey! She just kicks him in the butt. It wakes him up, and he passes out. Again. And he is Down for the count, Hunk. That was dirty.
It was perfect.
No, I agree. Get that goddamn stick out of here. As I see. Well, it should be time to go back now. As you hear the sirens of the base start to go off and some guards start coming out.
Yeah, scatter.
Yeah, scatter and I'll teleport everybody away. Go, go, go. Pequod, carry me.
Julius picks her up.
Everybody runs off. However, back at the beach house, I see in a rush to get Zanzibar out of there, has teleported Zanzibar right back into the house. He's just standing right behind Suletta and Banksy, who are being very awkward. And he just and appears right here.
Ah, Zanzibar. How are you? You were gone for so long and then you just were suddenly teleported right into the house.
Banksy, oh, Suletta Monkey Boy, Davine.
Yes, Monkey Boy with the power pull. I wonder what he was using that for.
Zanzibar puts the power pole up in the air and starts pumping it in the air and pounds his chest.
Right. I honestly don't know what that means, but I can only assume.
Suletta, well, if unlike you, you can't read minds. I can. If I touched him, it would probably mean he was just happy to have the pole.
Oh, please do.
No, I'm just saying, if you could read minds, it's not that fun to be able to read minds.
Oh, I'm sure
Is
it
that
isn't.
blood on the pole? Oh, Suletta punches him right in the side of the head.
You know, Banksy, I believe it is. Maybe I should give a call to the kids, Hunk, just to make sure everything is tip-top shape and okay.
Banksy and Suletta's wrist computers start to make the same kind of sound Amber Alerts make on phones today. A similar sound. Banksy looks down at his wrist computer, Suletta, turning it off.
Davine looks at Banksy's wrist computer.
It's this is an alert if bases go on alert. And there's a base here on Earth that's gone on alert. Yeah.
Does it tell you from what exactly?
No, it's classified.
Ah, right, of course. And she's just
Zanzibar
like,
comes up. He's trying to talk about what he's done.
she looks over at Suletta and then at Zanzibar and back at Suletta.
Suletta, she will put her finger on Zanzibar's head. Oh, he's saying they sent him back here because he scared the baker at the baker shop.
By hitting him hard enough to get blood on a power pole?
Well, you know Zanzibar. Perhaps the baker looked wrongly at Nicole or Pequod.
Oh, maybe. Perhaps.
Boy, that stew smells delicious, Zanzibar. Get out of here. It just starts walking.
Doesn't it? It just smells so delicious. It's almost ready, so they should be back with dessert soon.
Davine sees Zanzibar outside swinging the pole as if he's practicing. Almost like he's teeing up a ball or something. Suletta Strange, she's taught him well.
Yes, she has. What for, I imagine?
To protect us. Right, Banksy? Banksy's still grabbing the side of his head. Yeah! It's Groom Lake! Suletta, oh, you idiot.
She turns around from looking at Zanzibar. Slowly. Groom Lake, you say?
Suletta, there is a mobile suit kept there.
She looks over at Suletta. Yes, the mobile suit. Also where a certain someone is stationed, if I remember correctly.
And who would you be referring to? Banksy, yeah. Ash?
She looks over at Banksy, then back at Soletta. Pinhead Larry.
Soletta, oh yes, he is stationed. Banksy, oh, is that where he got stationed? I didn't know. Wow.
And it's under attack. Zanzibar was just sent back with blood on the power pole. I do wonder what could be happening there.
Soletta, usually, probably a false alarm. Groom Lake a long time ago was known as Area 51, and people thought aliens were hidden there by the United States government. And perhaps people tried to breach the base once again to see if aliens were there, when in reality, we all know aliens exist and are a thing, and it's common knowledge. So. But there are still strange people out there, Davey. Banksy, yep.
Okay, so your story that you're going with is a group of crazy people tried to break into a government facility to catch a sight of an alien that they could look up on the wrist computer.
Soletta, yes, exactly. It's in the same spot everybody appears here. Pequod grabbing at the back of her. You guys are out of the costumes. Pequod didn't have time to get hers off before she got teleported. Jesus, this thing's riding up my ass.
I didn't even notice. It looks amazing. As he stands in front of her.
Hug. Hello. I see. Woo.
Hey, guys! And she just is staring right at Hunk, making eye contact.
How's the stew coming along? Having fun with Banksy?
An absolute blast, baby.
Good. Good. I'm happy. It smells delicious.
That it does. What's the dessert, darling?
Geez, I don't know. Nicole, you were carrying it. I see. I gave it to Julius.
Pequod.
Pequod. Oh, I set it down to tie my shoe, as everybody's moved out here. Davine can see Pequod's not wearing shoes because she's in a leather spandex suit. And I must have left it back in town. Shame.
Darn.
I can go back and get it if you want, Davy.
No. It's perfectly okay. You don't need dessert anyway. She looks over at Hunk. Isn't that right, dear?
He's gonna sit down. Come on, Davy, sit down with me.
I know you all got up to some kind of shenanigan.
What gives you that idea? Pequod speaks.
Darling, look at what you're wearing. Plus, you left quite possibly the worst liar of you all here with me. And Soletta, who, I'm sorry, isn't much better.
Soletta, it was his fault. Points and bangs. Banksy, it's not my fault that Drake teleported behind us with the bloody power pole. I see, I was in a rush, thank you. Besides, he didn't even hit Jiren with it. He hit some random lady.
Davine shakes her head at Icy. He hit who?
Some woman Jiren was taken off base to do God knows what, and Zanzibar got called in after Julius gave Jiren the one of the 3 beatdowns in Motown, and Zanzibar misunderstood orders. But he seems happy. He's still fist pumping in the air. Like the Predator with his fucking spear in the movie.
Davine turns around, watches him, turns back to Hunk. So you all went to beat up Jiren?
And we didn't even need Monkey Boy, darling. Think about that.
She walks over to Hunk, sits in his lap and gives him a kiss. I am proud of you.
Well, thank you very much. He deserved it for treating you the way he treated you. As Suletta wipes a little sweat off her brow. Good. Thank God that's over. It's over here. You are terrible at lying, Spartan. As he comes over here. Icy following him.
Yes, you really should have left someone like Pequod, maybe, who is better at lying.
Hunk, it was a last minute decision. Originally, we wanted to bring him, but we thought it would look better if he stayed here.
Right, right. That's actually where most of my suspicions started, but fair enough.
So you sniffed us out from the get go.
I did think it was weird that Icy didn't want him coming with you guys to get a dessert. So, yeah, pretty much.
Zuletta, and the fact you put Groom Lake on alert. Our risk computers went off. Hunk, well, what can I say? We all had to get our hits in. Julius got the majority because he deserved it. But, yeah, maybe we lingered a little too long. Either way, Lorelai doesn't have to know about this.
No, she does not. And if she does know about it, and Julius nods, yeah, I got it, don't worry.
Pequod, I want to show her my suit. I'm keeping this thing. Watch this, Davine. And she shoots off some webbing at the wall. I hit Jared in the face with this.
She looks at the webbing. You blinded him, I'm guessing?
Pequod nods her head. Hunk spared no expense.
Damn good. Damn good. She hugs Hunk tighter and scoots in closer.
He's gonna give her a kiss on the forehead, and Pequod's going to start grabbing at her behind. Jesus, this thing rides up on me. Holy crap, and she's walking this way, and Julius feels so compelled to follow her.
Julius runs over, picks her up. I can help you take it off if you need.
Yeah, if you'd like me out of it. Might be hard to get off.
I mean, in, out? I like you in anything.
Sure, let's go to the bedroom.
Hell yeah.
You guys go in here, getting close to wrapping up. Hunk looks at Davine, watching those two leave. Yeah, so I think that suit on Pequod was a size or two too small. But it worked out, dear.
Yes, I noticed. It was riding up quite a bit on her.
They don't... Yeah. Well, either way, Banksy got us a sex fish, so...
But thank you, Banksy.
Good man. Protected the house.
Very good man. And...
You didn't terrify him, did you?
No, I think I did.
He starts chuckling under his breath. Poor guy.
Poor guy indeed. And she scratches his chin. Well, maybe I would want to see you in your costume that you had on.
I got it. Anytime you want. I still got it. I just had time to get mine off. Mine wasn't as tight as hers.
Damn, I would have liked to see a tight spandex suit on you.
I can order a smaller size or two. 2-day shipping. We'll have it by Monday.
Very good, very good.
Even comes with a mask that I'll keep off.
She just smiles at him and gives him a kiss.
He kisses her back and we'll cut there.